Chapter 21 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 21. Shod in prunella boots over grey silk stockings, in a gown of handsome corded silk, her hair in smooth bands under a very pretty black velvet bonnet, lined with yellow satin, Lisbeth made her way to the Rue Saint Dominique by the Boulevard des Invalides, wondering whether sheer dejection would at last break down Hortense's brave spirit, and whether Sarmatian instability, taken at a moment when, with such a character, everything is possible, would be too much for Steinbock's constancy. Hortense and Wenceslas had the ground floor of a house situated at the corner of the Rue Saint Dominique and the Esplanade des Invalides. These rooms, once in harmony with the honeymoon, now had that half-new, half-faded look that may be called the autumnal aspect of furniture. Newly married folks are as lavish and wasteful, without knowing it or intending it, of everything about them as they are of their affection. Thinking only of themselves, they reck little of the future, which at a later time weighs on the mother of a family. Lisbeth found Hortense just as she had finished dressing a baby Wenceslas, who had been carried into the garden. "Good morning, Betty," said Hortense, opening the door herself to her cousin. The cook was gone out, and the house servant, who was also the nurse, was doing some washing. "Good morning, dear child," replied Lisbeth, kissing her. "Is Wenceslas in the studio?" she added in a whisper. "No, he is in the drawing-room, talking to Stidmann and Schaunard." "Can we be alone?" asked Lisbeth. "Come into my room." In this room the hangings of pink-flowered chintz with green leaves on a white ground, constantly exposed to the sun, were much faded, as was the carpet. The muslin curtains had not been washed for many a day. The smell of tobacco hung about the room. For Wenceslas, now an artist of repute, and born a fine gentleman, left his cigar ash on the arms of the chairs and the prettiest pieces of furniture, as a man does to whom love allows everything, a man rich enough to scorn vulgar carefulness. "Now then, let us talk over your affairs," said Lisbeth, seeing her pretty cousin silent in the armchair into which she had dropped. "But what ails you? You look rather pale, my dear." "Two articles have just come out in which my poor Wenceslas is pulled to pieces. I have read them, but I have hidden them from him, for they would completely depress him. The marble statue of Marshal Montcornet is pronounced utterly bad. The bas reliefs are allowed to pass muster, simply to allow of the most perfidious praise of his talent as a decorative artist, and to give the greater emphasis to the statement that serious art is quite out of his reach. Stidmann, whom I besought to tell me the truth, broke my heart by confessing that his own opinion agreed with that of every other artist, of the critics and the public. He said to me in the garden before breakfast, if Wenceslas cannot exhibit a masterpiece next season, he must give up heroic sculpture and be content to execute idyllic subjects, small figures, pieces of jewelry, and high-class goldsmith's work. This verdict is dreadful to me, for Wenceslas, I know, will never accept it. He feels he has so many fine ideas." "Ideas will not pay the tradesman's bills," remarked Lisbeth. "I was always telling him so. Nothing but money. Money is only to be had for work done, things that ordinary folks like well enough to buy them. When an artist has to live and keep a family, he had far better have a design for a candlestick on his counter, or for a fender or a table, than for groups or statues. Everybody must have such things, while he may wait months for the admirer of the group and for his money." "You are right, my good Lisbeth. Tell him all that. I have not the courage. Besides, as he was saying to Stidmann, if he goes back to ornamental work and small sculpture, he must give up all hope of the Institute and grand works of art, and we should not get the 300,000 francs worth of work promised at Versailles and by the city of Paris and the ministers. That is what we are robbed of by those dreadful articles, written by rivals who want to step into our shoes." "And that is not what you dreamed of, poor little puss," said Lisbeth, kissing Hortense on the brow. "You expected to find a gentleman, a leader of art, the chief of all living sculptors. But that is poetry, you see, a dream requiring 50,000 francs a year, and you have only 2,400, so long as I live; after my death, 3,000." A few tears rose to Hortense's eyes, and Lisbeth drank them with her eyes as a cat laps milk. This is the story of their honeymoon. The tale will perhaps not be lost on some artists. Intellectual work, labor in the upper regions of mental effort, is one of the grandest achievements of man. That which deserves real glory in art, for by art we must understand every creation of the mind, is courage above all things, a sort of courage of which the vulgar have no conception, and which has never perhaps been described till now. Driven by the dreadful stress of poverty, goaded by Lisbeth, and kept by her in blinders, as a horse is, to hinder it from seeing to the right and left of its road, lashed on by that hard woman, the personification of necessity, a sort of deputy fate, Wenceslas, a born poet and dreamer, had gone on from conception to execution, and overleaped, without sounding it, the gulf that divides these two hemispheres of art. To muse, to dream, to conceive of fine works is a delightful occupation. It is like smoking a magic cigar, or leading the life of a courtesan who follows her own fancy. The work then floats in all the grace of infancy, in the mad joy of conception, with the fragrant beauty of a flower and the aromatic juices of a fruit enjoyed in anticipation. The man who can sketch his purpose beforehand in words is regarded as a wonder, and every artist and writer possesses that faculty. But gestation, fruition, the laborious rearing of the offspring, putting it to bed every night full fed with milk, embracing it anew every morning with the inexhaustible affection of a mother's heart, licking it clean, dressing it 100 times in the richest garb only to be instantly destroyed, then never to be cast down at the convulsions of this headlong life till the living masterpiece is perfected, which in sculpture speaks to every eye, in literature to every intellect, in painting to every memory, in music to every heart. This is the task of execution. The hand must be ready at every instant to come forward and obey the brain. But the brain has no more a creative power at command than love has a perennial spring. The habit of creativeness, the indefatigable love of motherhood which makes a mother, that miracle of nature which Raphael so perfectly understood, the maternity of the brain, in short, which is so difficult to develop, is lost with prodigious ease. Inspiration is the opportunity of genius. She does not indeed dance on the razor's edge; she is in the air and flies away with the suspicious swiftness of a crow. She wears no scarf by which the poet can clutch her; her hair is a flame; she vanishes like the lovely rose and white flamingo, the sportsman's despair. And work, again, is a weariful struggle, alike dreaded and delighted in by these lofty and powerful natures, who are often broken by it. A great poet of our day has said, in speaking of this overwhelming labor, "I sit down to it in despair, but I leave it with regret." Be it known to all who are ignorant. If the artist does not throw himself into his work as Curtius sprang into the gulf, as a soldier leads a forlorn hope without a moment's thought, and if when he is in the crater he does not dig on as a miner does when the earth has fallen in on him, if he contemplates the difficulties before him instead of conquering them one by one, like the lovers in fairy tales who to win their princesses overcome ever new enchantments, the work remains incomplete. It perishes in the studio where creativeness becomes impossible, and the artist looks on at the suicide of his own talent. Rossini, a brother genius to Raphael, is a striking instance in his poverty-stricken youth, compared with his latter years of opulence. This is the reason why the same prize, the same triumph, the same bays are awarded to great poets and to great generals. Wenceslas, by nature a dreamer, had expended so much energy in production, in study, and in work under Lisbeth's despotic rule, that love and happiness resulted in reaction. His real character reappeared, the weakness, recklessness, and indolence of the Sarmatian returned to nestle in the comfortable corners of his soul, whence the schoolmaster's rod had routed them. For the first few months the artist adored his wife. Hortense and Wenceslas abandoned themselves to the happy childishness of a legitimate and unbounded passion. Hortense was the first to release her husband from his labors, proud to triumph over her rival, his art. And indeed a woman's caresses scare away the muse, and break down the sturdy, brutal resolution of the worker. 6 or 7 months slipped by, and the artist's fingers had forgotten the use of the modeling tool. When the need for work began to be felt, when the Prince de Wissembourg, president of the committee of subscribers, asked to see the statue, Wenceslas spoke the inevitable byword of the idler: "I am just going to work on it." And he lulled his dear Hortense with fallacious promises and the magnificent schemes of the artist as he smokes. Hortense loved her poet more than ever. She dreamed of a sublime statue of Marshal Montcornet. Montcornet would be the embodied ideal of bravery, the type of the cavalry officer, of courage à la Murat. Yes, yes, at the mere sight of that statue all the Emperor's victories were to seem a foregone conclusion. And then such workmanship! The pencil was accommodating and answered to the word. By way of a statue, the result was a delightful little Wenceslas. When the progress of affairs required that he should go to the studio at Le Gros Caillou to mould the clay and set up the life-size model, Steinbock found, one day, that the Prince's clock required his presence in the workshop of Florent and Chenor, where the figures were being finished; or, again, the light was grey and dull. To-day he had business to do, to-morrow they had a family dinner, to say nothing of indispositions of mind and body, and the days when he stayed at home to toy with his adored wife. Marshal the Prince de Wissembourg was obliged to be angry to get the clay model finished. He declared that he must put the work into other hands. It was only by dint of endless complaints and much strong language that the committee of subscribers succeeded in seeing the plaster cast. Day after day Steinbock came home, evidently tired, complaining of this hodman's work and his own physical weakness. During that first year the household felt no pinch. The Countess Steinbock, desperately in love with her husband, cursed the War Minister. She went to see him. She told him that great works of art were not to be manufactured like cannon, and that the State, like Louis XIV., Francis I., and Leo X., ought to be at the beck and call of genius. Poor Hortense, believing she held a Phidias in her embrace, had the sort of motherly cowardice for her Wenceslas that is in every wife who carries her love to the pitch of idolatry. "Do not be hurried," said she to her husband. "Our whole future life is bound up with that statue. Take your time and produce a masterpiece." She would go to the studio, and then the enraptured Steinbock wasted 5 hours out of 7 in describing the statue instead of working at it. He thus spent 18 months in finishing the design, which to him was all important. When the plaster was cast and the model complete, poor Hortense, who had looked on at her husband's toil, seeing his health really suffer from the exertions which exhaust a sculptor's frame and arms and hands, Hortense thought the result admirable. Her father, who knew nothing of sculpture, and her mother, no less ignorant, lauded it as a triumph. The War Minister came with them to see it, and, overruled by them, expressed approval of the figure, standing as it did alone in a favorable light, thrown up against a green baize background. Alas, at the Exhibition of 1841, the disapprobation of the public soon took the form of abuse and mockery in the mouths of those who were indignant with the idol too hastily set up for worship. Stidmann tried to advise his friend, but was accused of jealousy. Every article in a newspaper was to Hortense an outcry of envy. Stidmann, the best of good fellows, got articles written in which adverse criticism was contravened, and it was pointed out that sculptors altered their works in translating the plaster into marble, and that the marble would be the test. "In reproducing the plaster sketch in marble," wrote Claude Vignon, "a masterpiece may be ruined or a bad design made beautiful. The plaster is the manuscript, the marble is the book." So in 2 years and a half Wenceslas had produced a statue and a son. The child was a picture of beauty. The statue was execrable. The clock for the prince and the price of the statue paid off the young couple's debts. Steinbock had acquired fashionable habits. He went to the play, to the opera. He talked admirably about art, and in the eyes of the world he maintained his reputation as a great artist by his powers of conversation and criticism. There are many clever men in Paris who spend their lives in talking themselves out, and are content with a sort of drawing-room celebrity. Steinbock, emulating these emasculated but charming men, grew every day more averse to hard work. As soon as he began a thing, he was conscious of all its difficulties, and the discouragement that came over him enervated his will. Inspiration, the frenzy of intellectual procreation, flew swiftly away at the sight of this effete lover. Sculpture, like dramatic art, is at once the most difficult and the easiest of all arts. You have but to copy a model, and the task is done. But to give it a soul, to make it typical by creating a man or a woman, this is the sin of Prometheus. Such triumphs in the annals of sculpture may be counted as we may count the few poets among men. Michelangelo, Michel Colomb, Jean Goujon, Phidias, Praxiteles, Polycletes, Puget, Canova, Albert Dürer are the brothers of Milton, Virgil, Dante, Shakespeare, Tasso, Homer, and Molière. And such an achievement is so stupendous that a single statue is enough to make a man immortal, as Figaro, Lovelace, and Manon Lescaut have immortalized Beaumarchais, Richardson, and the Abbé Prévost. Superficial thinkers, and there are many in the artist world, have asserted that sculpture lives only by the nude, that it died with the Greeks, and that modern vesture makes it impossible. But in the first place, the ancients have left sublime statues entirely clothed, the Polyhymnia, the Julia, and others, and we have not found 1/10 of all their works. And then let any lover of art go to Florence and see Michelangelo's Penseroso, or to the Cathedral of Mainz and behold the Virgin by Albert Dürer, who has created a living woman out of ebony under her threefold drapery, with the most flowing, the softest hair that ever a waiting maid combed through. Let all the ignorant flock thither, and they will acknowledge that genius can give mind to drapery, to armor, to a robe, and fill it with a body, just as a man leaves the stamp of his individuality and habits of life on the clothes he wears. Sculpture is the perpetual realization of the fact which once and never again was in painting, called Raphael. The solution of this hard problem is to be found only in constant persevering toil. For merely to overcome the material difficulties to such an extent, the hand must be so practised, so dexterous and obedient, that the sculptor may be free to struggle soul to soul with the elusive moral element that he has to transfigure as he embodies it. If Paganini, who uttered his soul through the strings of his violin, spent 3 days without practising, he lost what he called the stops of his instrument, meaning the sympathy between the wooden frame, the strings, the bow, and himself. If he had lost this alliance, he would have been no more than an ordinary player. Perpetual work is the law of art, as it is the law of life, for art is idealized creation. Hence, great artists and perfect poets wait neither for commission nor for purchasers. They are constantly creating, today, tomorrow, always. The result is the habit of work, the unfailing apprehension of the difficulties which keep them in close intercourse with the muse and her productive forces. Canova lived in his studio, as Voltaire lived in his study, and so must Homer and Phidias have lived. While Lisbeth kept Wenceslas Steinbach in thraldom in his garret, he was on the thorny road trodden by all these great men, which leads to the Alpine heights of glory. Then happiness, in the person of Hortense, had reduced the poet to idleness, the normal condition of all artists, since to them idleness is fully occupied. Their joy is such as that of the pasha of a seraglio. They revel with ideas, they get drunk at the founts of intellect. Great artists, such as Steinbach, wrapped in reverie, are rightly spoken of as dreamers. They, like opium eaters, all sink into poverty, whereas if they had been kept up to the mark by the stern demands of life, they might have been great men. At the same time, these half-artists are delightful. Men like them and cram them with praise. They even seem superior to the true artists, who are taxed with conceit, unsociableness, contempt of the laws of society. This is why great men are the slaves of their work. Their indifference to outer things, their devotion to their work, make simpletons regard them as egotists, and they are expected to wear the same garb as the dandy who fulfills the trivial evolutions called social duties. These men want the lions of the Atlas to be combed and scented like a lady's poodle. These artists, who are too rarely matched to meet their fellows, fall into habits of solitary exclusiveness. They are inexplicable to the majority, which, as we know, consists mostly of fools, of the envious, the ignorant, and the superficial. Now you may imagine what part a wife should play in the life of these glorious and exceptional beings. She ought to be what, for 5 years, Lisbeth had been, but with the added offering of love, humble and patient love, always ready and always smiling. Hortense, enlightened by her anxieties as a mother, and driven by dire necessity, had discovered too late the mistakes she had been involuntarily led into by her excessive love. Still, the worthy daughter of her mother, her heart ached at the thought of worrying Wenceslas. She loved her dear poet too much to become his torturer, and she could foresee the hour when beggary awaited her, her child, and her husband. "Come, come, my child," said Lisbeth, seeing the tears in her cousin's lovely eyes. "You must not despair. A glassful of tears will not buy a plate of soup. How much do you want?" "Well, 5 or 6,000 francs." "I have but 3,000 at the most," said Lisbeth. "And what is Wenceslas doing now?" "He has had an offer to work in partnership with Stidmann at a table service for the Duc d'Herouville for 6,000 francs. Then Monsieur Chanor will advance 4,000 to repay Monsieur de Laura and Bridau, a debt of honor." "What, you have had the money for the statue and the bas reliefs for Marshal Montcornet's monument, and you have not paid them yet?" "For the last 3 years," said Hortense, "we have spent 12,000 francs a year, and I have but 100 louis a year of my own. The Marshal's monument, when all the expenses were paid, brought us no more than 16,000 francs. Really and truly, if Wenceslas gets no work, I do not know what is to become of us. Oh, if only I could learn to make statues, I would handle the clay!" she cried, holding up her fine arms. The woman, it was plain, fulfilled the promise of the girl. There was a flash in her eye, impetuous blood strong with iron flowed in her veins. She felt that she was wasting her energy in carrying her infant. "Ah, my poor little thing, a sensible girl should not marry an artist till his fortune is made, not while it is still to make." At this moment they heard voices. Stidmann and Wenceslas were seeing Schnurr to the door. Then Wenceslas and Stidmann came in again. Stidmann, an artist in vogue in the world of journalists, famous actresses, and courtesans of the better class, was a young man of fashion whom Valerie much wished to see in her rooms. Indeed, he had already been introduced to her by Claude Vignon. Stidmann had lately broken off an intimacy with Madame Schontz, who had married some months since and gone to live in the country. Valerie and Lisbeth, hearing of this upheaval from Claude Vignon, thought it well to get Steinbock's friend to visit in the Rue Vanneau. Stidmann, out of good feeling, went rarely to the Steinbocks, and as it happened that Lisbeth was not present when he was introduced by Claude Vignon, she now saw him for the first time. As she watched this noted artist, she caught certain glances from his eyes at Hortense, which suggested to her the possibility of offering him to the Countess Steinbock as a consolation if Wenceslas should be false to her. In point of fact, Stidmann was reflecting that if Steinbock were not his friend, Hortense, the young and superbly beautiful Countess, would be an adorable mistress. It was this very notion, controlled by honor, that kept him away from the house. Lisbeth was quick to mark the significant awkwardness that troubles a man in the presence of a woman with whom he will not allow himself to flirt. "Very good looking, that young man," she said in a whisper to Hortense. "Oh, do you think so?" she replied. "I never noticed him." "Stidmann, my good fellow," said Wenceslas in an undertone to his friend, "we are on no ceremony, you and I. We have some business to settle with this old girl." Stidmann bowed to the ladies and went away. "It is settled," said Wenceslas when he came in from taking leave of Stidmann. "But there are 6 months' work to be done, and we must live meanwhile." "There are my diamonds!" cried the young Countess, with the impetuous heroism of a loving woman. A tear rose in Wenceslas' eye. "Oh, I am going to work," said he, sitting down by his wife and drawing her on his knee. "I will do odd jobs, a wedding chest, bronze groups." "But, my children," said Lisbeth, "for, as you know, you will be my heirs, and I shall leave you a very comfortable sum, believe me, especially if you help me to marry the Marshal. Nay, if we succeed in that quickly, I will take you all to board with me, you and Adeline. We should live very happily together. But for the moment, listen to the voice of my long experience. Do not fly to the Mont de Piete. It is the ruin of the borrower. I have always found that when the interest was due, those who had pledged their things had nothing wherewith to pay up, and then all is lost. I can get you a loan at 5% on your note of hand." "Oh, we are saved!" said Hortense. "Well then, child, Wenceslas had better come with me to see the lender, who will oblige him at my request. It is Madame Marneffe. If you flatter her a little, for she is as vain as a parvenue, she will get you out of the scrape in the most obliging way. Come yourself and see her, my dear Hortense." Hortense looked at her husband with the expression a man condemned to death must wear on his way to the scaffold. "Claude Vignon took Stidmann there," said Wenceslas. "He says it is a very pleasant house." Hortense's head fell. What she felt can only be expressed in one word. It was not pain, it was illness. "But, my dear Hortense, you must learn something of life," exclaimed Lisbeth, understanding the eloquence of her cousin's looks. "Otherwise, like your mother, you will find yourself abandoned in a deserted room, where you will weep like Calypso on the departure of Ulysses, and at an age when there is no hope of Telemachus," she added, repeating a jest of Madame Marneffe's. "We have to regard the people in the world as tools which we can make use of or let alone, according as they can serve our turn. Make use of Madame Marneffe now, my dears, and let her alone by and by. Are you afraid lest Wenceslas, who worships you, should fall in love with a woman 4 or 5 years older than himself, as yellow as a bundle of field peas, and—" "I would far rather pawn my diamonds," said Hortense. "Oh, never go there, Wenceslas, it is hell." "Hortense is right," said Steinbock, kissing his wife. "Thank you, my dearest," said Hortense, delighted. "My husband is an angel, you see, Lisbeth. He does not gamble, he goes nowhere without me. If he only could stick to work! Oh, I should be too happy! Why take us on show to my father's mistress, a woman who is ruining him and is the cause of troubles that are killing my heroic mother?" "My child, that is not where the cause of your father's ruin lies. It was his singer who ruined him, and then your marriage," replied her cousin. "Bless me! Why, Madame Marneffe is of the greatest use to him. However, I must tell no tales." "You have a good word for everybody, dear Betty." Hortense was called into the garden by hearing the child cry. Lisbeth was left alone with Wenceslas. "You have an angel for your wife, Wenceslas," said she. "Love her as you ought, never give her cause for grief." "Yes, indeed, I love her so well that I do not tell her all," replied Wenceslas. "But to you, Lisbeth, I may confess the truth. If I took my wife's diamonds to the Mont de Piete, we should be no further forward." "Then borrow of Madame Marneffe," said Lisbeth. "Persuade Hortense, Wenceslas, to let you go there, or else, bless me, go there without telling her." "That is what I was thinking of," replied Wenceslas, "when I refused for fear of grieving Hortense. Listen to me, I care too much for you both not to warn you of your danger. If you go there, hold your heart tight in both hands, for the woman is a witch. All who see her adore her. She is so wicked, so inviting, she fascinates men like a masterpiece. Borrow her money, but do not leave your soul in pledge. I should never be happy again if you were false to Hortense. Here she is, not another word. I will settle the matter." "Kiss Lisbeth, my darling," said Wenceslas to his wife. "She will help us out of our difficulties by lending us her savings." And he gave Lisbeth a look which she understood. "Then I hope you mean to work, my dear treasure," said Hortense. "Yes, indeed," said the artist, "I will begin to morrow." "To morrow is our ruin," said his wife with a smile. "Now, my dear child, say yourself whether some hindrance has not come in the way every day, some obstacle or business." "Yes, very true, my love." "Here," cried Steinbock, striking his brow, "here I have swarms of ideas. I mean to astonish all my enemies. I am going to design a service in the German style of the 16th century, the romantic style, foliage twined with insects, sleeping children, newly invented monsters, chimeras, real chimeras such as we dream of. I see it all. It will be undercut, light, and yet crowded. Chanor was quite amazed. And I wanted some encouragement, for the last article on Montcornet's monument had been crushing. At a moment in the course of the day when Lisbeth and Wenceslas were left together, the artist agreed to go on the morrow to see Madame Marneffe. He either would win his wife's consent, or he would go without telling her. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 22. Valerie, informed the same evening of this success, insisted that Hulot should go to invite Stidmann, Claude Vignon, and Steinbock to dinner, for she was beginning to tyrannize over him as women of that type tyrannize over old men, who trot round town and go to make interest with every one who is necessary to the interests or the vanity of their task-mistress. Next evening, Valerie armed herself for conquest by making such a toilet as a Frenchwoman can devise when she wishes to make the most of herself. She studied her appearance in this great work as a man going out to fight a duel practices his feints and lunges. Not a speck, not a wrinkle was to be seen. Valerie was at her whitest, her softest, her sweetest, and certain little patches attracted the eye. It is commonly supposed that the patch of the 18th century is out of date or out of fashion. That is a mistake. In these days, women, more ingenious perhaps than of yore, invite a glance through the opera glass by other audacious devices. One is the first to hit on a rosette in her hair with a diamond in the centre, and she attracts every eye for a whole evening. Another revives the hair net, or sticks a dagger through the twist to suggest a garter. This one wears velvet bands round her wrists, that one appears in lace lippets. These valiant efforts, an Austerlitz of vanity or of love, then set the fashion for lower spheres by the time the inventive creatress has originated something new. This evening, which Valerie meant to be a success for her, she had placed 3 patches. She had washed her hair with some lye, which changed its hue for a few days from a gold color to a duller shade. Madame Steinbock's was almost red, and she would be in every point unlike her. This new effect gave her a piquant and strange appearance, which puzzled her followers so much that Montes asked her, "What have you done to yourself this evening?" Then she put on a rather wide black velvet neck ribbon, which showed off the whiteness of her skin. One patch took the place of the assassine of our grandmothers, and Valerie pinned the sweetest rosebud into her bodice, just in the middle above the stay busk, and in the daintiest little hollow. It was enough to make every man under 30 drop his eyelids. "I am as sweet as a sugar plum," said she to herself, going through her attitudes before the glass, exactly as a dancer practises her curtsies. Lisbeth had been to market, and the dinner was to be one of those superfine meals which Mathurine had been wont to cook for her bishop when he entertained the prelate of the adjoining diocese. Stidmann, Claude Vignon, and Count Steinbock arrived almost together, just at 6. An ordinary, or, if you will, a natural woman, would have hastened at the announcement of a name so eagerly longed for; but Valerie, though ready since 5 o'clock, remained in her room, leaving her 3 guests together, certain that she was the subject of their conversation or of their secret thoughts. She herself had arranged the drawing-room, laying out the pretty trifles produced in Paris and nowhere else, which reveal the woman and announce her presence: albums bound in enamel or embroidered with beads, saucers full of pretty rings, marvels of Sèvres or Dresden mounted exquisitely by Florent and Chanor, statues, books, all the frivolities which cost insane sums, and which passion orders of the makers in its first delirium, or to patch up its last quarrel. Besides, Valerie was in the state of intoxication that comes of triumph. She had promised to marry Crevel if Marneffe should die, and the amorous Crevel had transferred to the name of Valerie Fortin bonds bearing 10,000 francs a year, the sum total of what he had made in railway speculations during the past 3 years, the returns on the capital of 100,000 crowns, which he had at first offered to the Baronne Hulot. So Valerie now had an income of 32,000 francs. Crevel had just committed himself to a promise of far greater magnitude than this gift of his surplus. In the paroxysm of rapture which his Duchess had given him from 2 to 4, he gave this fine title to Madame de Marneffe to complete the illusion, for Valerie had surpassed herself in the Rue du Dauphin that afternoon. He had thought well to encourage her in her promised fidelity by giving her the prospect of a certain little mansion, built in the Rue Barbette by an imprudent contractor who now wanted to sell it. Valerie could already see herself in this delightful residence, with a forecourt and a garden, and keeping a carriage. What respectable life can ever procure so much in so short a time, or so easily? Said she to Lisbeth as she finished dressing. Lisbeth was to dine with Valerie that evening, to tell Steinbock those things about the lady which nobody can say about herself. Madame Marneffe, radiant with satisfaction, came into the drawing-room with modest grace, followed by Lisbeth, dressed in black and yellow to set her off. "Good evening, Claude," said she, giving her hand to the famous old critic. Claude Vignon, like many another, had become a political personage, a word describing an ambitious man at the first stage of his career. The political personage of 1840 represents in some degree the abbé of the 18th century. No drawing-room circle is complete without one. "My dear, this is my cousin, Count Steinbock," said Lisbeth, introducing Wenceslas, whom Valerie seemed to have overlooked. "Oh yes, I recognize Monsieur le Comte," replied Valerie with a gracious bow to the artist. "I often saw you in the Rue du Doyenne, and I had the pleasure of being present at your wedding. It would be difficult, my dear," said she to Lisbeth, "to forget your adopted son after once seeing him. It is most kind of you, Monsieur Stidmann," she went on, "to have accepted my invitation at such short notice, but necessity knows no law. I knew you to be the friend of both these gentlemen. Nothing is more dreary, more sulky than a dinner where all the guests are strangers, so it was for their sake that I hailed you in. But you will come another time for mine, I hope. Say that you will." And for a few minutes she moved about the room with Stidmann, wholly occupied with him. Crevel and Hulot were announced separately, and then a deputy named Beauvisage. This individual, a provincial Crevel, one of the men created to make up the crowd in the world, voted under the banner of Giraud, a state councillor, and Victorin Hulot. These two politicians were trying to form a nucleus of progressives in the loose array of the Conservative party. Giraud himself occasionally spent the evening at Madame Marneffe's, and she flattered herself that she should also capture Victorin Hulot. But the puritanical lawyer had hitherto found excuses for refusing to accompany his father and father-in-law. It seemed to him criminal to be seen in the house of the woman who cost his mother so many tears. Victorin Hulot was to the Puritans of political life what a pious woman is among bigots. Beauvisage, formerly a stocking manufacturer at Arcy, was anxious to pick up the Paris style. This man, one of the outer stones of the Chamber, was forming himself under the auspices of this delicious and fascinating Madame Marneffe. Introduced here by Crevel, he had accepted him, at her instigation, as his model and master. He consulted him on every point, took the address of his tailor, imitated him, and tried to strike the same attitudes. In short, Crevel was his great man. Valerie, surrounded by these bigwigs and the three artists, and supported by Lisbeth, struck Wenceslas as a really superior woman, all the more so because Claude Vignon spoke of her like a man in love. "She is Madame de Maintenon in Ninon's petticoats," said the veteran critic. "You may please her in an evening if you have the wit, but as for making her love you, that would be a triumph to crown a man's ambition and fill up his life." Valerie, while seeming cold and heedless of her former neighbor, piqued his vanity, quite unconsciously indeed, for she knew nothing of the Polish character. There is in the Slav a childish element, as there is in all these primitively wild nations which have overflowed into civilization, rather than that they have become civilized. The race has spread like an inundation, and has covered a large portion of the globe. It inhabits deserts whose extent is so vast that it expands at its ease. There is no jostling there, as there is in Europe, and civilization is impossible without the constant friction of minds and interests. The Ukraine, Russia, the plains by the Danube, in short, the Slav nations, are a connecting link between Europe and Asia, between civilization and barbarism. Thus the Pole, the wealthiest member of the Slav family, has in his character all the childishness and inconsistency of a beardless race. He has courage, spirit, and strength, but, cursed with instability, that courage, strength, and energy have neither method nor guidance. For the Pole displays a variability resembling that of the winds which blow across that vast plain broken with swamps. And though he has the impetuosity of the snow squalls that wrench and sweep away buildings, Like those aerial avalanches, he is lost in the first pool and melts into water. Man always assimilates something from the surroundings in which he lives. Perpetually at strife with the Turk, the Pole has imbibed a taste for Oriental splendor. He often sacrifices what is needful for the sake of display. The men dress themselves out like women, yet the climate has given them the tough constitution of Arabs. The Pole, sublime in suffering, has tired his oppressor's arms by sheer endurance of beating, and in the 19th century has reproduced the spectacle presented by the early Christians. Infuse only 10% of English cautiousness into the frank and open Polish nature, and the magnanimous white eagle would at this day be supreme wherever the two-headed eagle has sneaked in. A little Machiavellism would have hindered Poland from helping to save Austria, who has taken a share of it, from borrowing from Prussia, the usurer who had undermined it, and from breaking up as soon as a division was first made. At the christening of Poland, no doubt, the fairy Carabosse, overlooked by the genii who endowed that attractive people with the most brilliant gifts, came in to say, "Keep all the gifts that my sisters have bestowed on you, but you shall never know what you wish for." If in its heroic duel with Russia, Poland had won the day, the Poles would now be fighting among themselves, as they formerly fought in their diets to hinder each other from being chosen king. When that nation, composed entirely of hot-headed daredevils, has good sense enough to seek a Louis XVI among her own offspring, to accept his despotism and a dynasty, she will be saved. What Poland has been politically, almost every Pole is in private life, especially under the stress of disaster. Thus, Wenceslas Steinbock, after worshipping his wife for 3 years, and knowing that he was a god to her, was so much nettled at finding himself barely noticed by Madame Marneffe, that he made it a point of honor to attract her attention. He compared Valerie with his wife, and gave her the palm. Hortense was beautiful flesh, as Valerie had said to Lisbeth, but Madame Marneffe had spirit in her very shape, and the savor of vice. Such devotion as Hortense's is a feeling which a husband takes as his due. The sense of the immense preciousness of such perfect love soon wears off, as a debtor in the course of time begins to fancy that the borrowed money is his own. This noble loyalty becomes the daily bread of the soul, and an infidelity is as tempting as a dainty. The woman who is scornful, and yet more the woman who is reputed dangerous, excites curiosity, as spices add flavor to good food. Indeed, the disdain so cleverly acted by Valerie was a novelty to Wenceslas, after 3 years of too easy enjoyment. Hortense was a wife, Valerie a mistress. Many men desire to have 2 editions of the same work, though it is in fact a proof of inferiority when a man cannot make his mistress of his wife. Variety in this particular is a sign of weakness. Constancy will always be the real genius of love, the evidence of immense power, the power that makes the poet. A man ought to find every woman in his wife, as the squalid poets of the 17th century made their Manons figure as Iris and Chloe. "Well," said Lisbeth to the Pole, as she beheld him fascinated, "what do you think of Valerie?" "She is too charming," replied Wenceslas. "You would not listen to me," said Betty. "Oh, my little Wenceslas, if you and I had never parted, you would have been that siren's lover; you might have married her when she was a widow, and you would have had her 40,000 francs a year." "Really?" "Certainly," replied Lisbeth. "Now take care of yourself. I warned you of the danger. Do not singe your wings in the candle. Come, give me your arm. Dinner is served." No language could be so thoroughly demoralizing as this, for if you show a Pole a precipice, he is bound to leap it. As a nation, they have the very spirit of cavalry, They fancy they can ride down every obstacle and come out victorious. The spur applied by Lisbeth to Steinbock's vanity was intensified by the appearance of the dining room. Bright with handsome silver plate, the dinner was served with every refinement and extravagance of Parisian luxury. "I should have done better to take Célimène," thought he to himself. All through the dinner Hulot was charming, pleased to see his son-in-law at that table, and yet more happy in the prospect of a reconciliation with Valerie, whose fidelity he proposed to secure by the promise of Coquet's head clerkship. Stidmann responded to the Baron's amiability by shafts of Parisian banter and an artist's high spirits. Steinbock would not allow himself to be eclipsed by his friend. He, too, was witty, said amusing things, made his mark, and was pleased with himself. Madame Marneffe smiled at him several times to show that she quite understood him. The good meal and heady wines completed the work. Wenceslas was deep in what must be called the slough of dissipation. Excited by just a glass too much, he stretched himself on a settee after dinner, sunk in physical and mental ecstasy, which Madame Marneffe wrought to the highest pitch by coming to sit down by him, airy, scented, pretty enough to damn an angel. She bent over Wenceslas and almost touched his ear as she whispered to him: "We cannot talk over business matters this evening unless you will remain till the last. Between us, you, Lisbeth, and me, we can settle everything to suit you." "Ah, madame, you are an angel," replied Wenceslas, also in a murmur. "I was a pretty fool not to listen to Lisbeth." "What did she say?" "She declared in the Rue de Doyenne that you loved me." Madame Marneffe looked at him, seemed covered with confusion, and hastily left her seat. A young and pretty woman never rouses the hope of immediate success with impunity. This retreat, the impulse of a virtuous woman who is crushing a passion in the depths of her heart, was 1,000 times more effective than the most reckless avowal. Desire was so thoroughly aroused in Wenceslas that he doubled his attentions to Valerie. A woman seen by all is a woman wished for. Hence the terrible power of actresses. Madame Marneffe, knowing that she was watched, behaved like an admired actress. She was quite charming, and her success was immense. "I no longer wonder at my father-in-law's follies," said Steinbock to Lisbeth. "If you say such things, Wenceslas, I shall to my dying day repent of having got you the loan of these 10,000 francs. Are you, like all these men," and she indicated the guests, "madly in love with that creature? Remember, you would be your father-in-law's rival, and think of the misery you would bring on Hortense." "That is true," said Wenceslas. "Hortense is an angel. I should be a wretch." "And one is enough in the family," said Lisbeth. "Artists ought never to marry," exclaimed Steinbock. "Ah, that is what I always told you in the Rue du Doyenne. Your groups, your statues, your great works ought to be your children." "What are you talking about?" Valerie asked, joining Lisbeth. "Give us tea, cousin." Steinbock, with Polish vainglory, wanted to appear familiar with this drawing-room fairy. After defying Stidmann, Vignon, and Crevel with a look, he took Valerie's hand and forced her to sit down by him on the settee. "You are rather too lordly, Count Steinbock," said she, resisting a little; but she laughed as she dropped on to the seat, not without arranging the rosebud pinned into her bodice. "Alas, if I were really lordly," said he, "I should not be here to borrow money." "Poor boy! I remember how you worked all night in the Rue de Doyenne. You really were rather a spoony. You married as a starving man snatches a loaf. You knew nothing of Paris, and you see where you are landed. But you turned a deaf ear to Lisbeth's devotion, as you did to the love of a woman who knows her Paris by heart." "Say no more," cried Steinbock. "I am done for." "You shall have your 10,000 francs, my dear Wenceslas, but on one condition," she went on, playing with his handsome curls. "What is that?" "I will take no interest. "Madame! Oh, you need not be indignant. You shall make it good by giving me a bronze group. You began the story of Samson. Finish it. Do a Delilah cutting off the Jewish Hercules' hair. And you, who, if you will listen to me, will be a great artist, must enter into the subject. What you have to show is the power of woman. Samson is a secondary consideration. He is the corpse of dead strength. It is Delilah, passion, that ruins everything. How far more beautiful is that replica? That is what you call it, I think?" She skilfully interpolated as Claude Vignon and Stidmann came up to them on hearing her talk of sculpture. "How far more beautiful than the Greek myth is that replica of Hercules at Omphale's feet. Did Greece copy Judea, or did Judea borrow the symbolism from Greece?" "There, madam, you raise an important question, that of the date of the various writings in the Bible. The great and immortal Spinoza, most foolishly ranked as an atheist, whereas he gave mathematical proof of the existence of God, asserts that the book of Genesis and all the political history of the Bible are of the time of Moses, and he demonstrates the interpolated passages by philological evidence, and he was thrice stabbed as he went into the synagogue." "I had no idea I was so learned," said Valerie, annoyed at this interruption to her tete a tete. "Women know everything by instinct," replied Claude Vignon. "Well, then, you promise me?" she said to Steinbock, taking his hand with the timidity of a girl in love. "You are indeed a happy man, my dear fellow," cried Stidmann, "if madame asks a favor of you." "What is it?" asked Claude Vignon. "A small bronze group," replied Steinbock. "Delilah cutting off Samson's hair." "It is difficult," remarked Vignon. "A bed—" "On the contrary, it is exceedingly easy," replied Valerie, smiling. "Aha! Teach us sculpture," said Stidmann. "You should take madame for your subject," replied Vignon, with a keen glance at Valerie. "Well," she went on, "this is my notion of the composition. Samson on waking finds he has no hair, like many a dandy with a false topknot. The hero is sitting on the bed, so you need only show the foot of it, covered with hangings and drapery. There he is, like Marius among the ruins of Carthage, his arms folded, his head shaven. Napoleon at St. Helena, what you will. Delilah is on her knees, a good deal like Canova's Magdalen. When a hussy has ruined her man, she adores him. As I see it, the Jewess was afraid of Samson in his strength and terrors, but she must have loved him when she saw him a child again. So Delilah is bewailing her sin; she would like to give her lover his hair again. She hardly dares to look at him, but she does look, with a smile, for she reads forgiveness in Samson's weakness. Such a group as this, and one of the ferocious Judith, would epitomize woman. Virtue cuts off your head, vice only cuts off your hair. Take care of your wigs, gentlemen." And she left the artists quite overpowered to sing her praises in concert with the critic. "It is impossible to be more bewitching," cried Stidmann. "Oh, she is the most intelligent and desirable woman I have ever met," said Claude Vignon. "Such a combination of beauty and cleverness is so rare." "And if you, who had the honor of being intimate with Camille Maupin, can pronounce such a verdict," replied Stidmann, "what are we to think?" "If you will make your Delilah a portrait of Valerie, my dear Count," said Crevel, who had risen for a moment from the card table and who had heard what had been said, "I will give you 1,000 crowns for an example. Yes, by the powers, I will shell out to the tune of 1,000 crowns." "Shell out? What does that mean?" asked Beauvisage of Claude Vignon. "Madame must do me the honor to sit for it, then," said Steinbock to Crevel. "Ask her." At this moment Valerie herself brought Steinbock a cup of tea. This was more than a compliment, it was a favor. There is a complete language in the manner in which a woman does this little civility, but women are fully aware of the fact, and it is a curious thing to study their movements, their manner, their look, tone, and accent when they perform this apparently simple act of politeness. From the question, "Do you take tea? Will you have some tea? A cup of tea?" coldly asked, and followed by instructions to the nymph of the urn to bring it, to the eloquent poem of the odalisque coming from the tea-table, cup in hand, towards the pasha of her heart, presenting it submissively, offering it in an insinuating voice, with a look full of intoxicating promises, a physiologist could deduce the whole scale of feminine emotion, from aversion or indifference to Phaedra's declaration to Hippolytus. Women can make it, at will, contemptuous to the verge of insult, or humble to the expression of oriental servility. And Valerie was more than woman; she was the serpent made woman. She crowned her diabolical work by going up to Steinbock, a cup of tea in her hand. "I will drink as many cups of tea as you will give me," said the artist, murmuring in her ear as he rose, and touching her fingers with his, "to have them given to me thus." "What were you saying about sitting?" said she, without betraying that this declaration, so frantically desired, had gone straight to her heart. "Old Crevel promises me 1,000 crowns for a copy of your group." "He? 1,000 crowns for a bronze group?" "Yes, if you will sit for Delilah," said Steinbock. "He will not be there to see, I hope," replied she. "The group would be worth more than all his fortune, for Delilah's costume is rather undressy." Just as Crevel loved to strike an attitude, every woman has a victorious gesture, a studied movement, which she knows must win admiration. You may see in a drawing-room how one spends all her time looking down at her tucker, or pulling up the shoulder-piece of her gown; how another makes play with the brightness of her eyes by glancing up at the cornice. Madame Marneffe's triumph, however, was not face to face like that of other women. She turned sharply round to return to Lisbeth at the tea-table. This ballet dancer's pirouette, whisking her skirts, by which she had overthrown Hulot, now fascinated Steinbock. "Your vengeance is secure," said Valerie to Lisbeth in a whisper. "Hortense will cry out all her tears, and curse the day when she robbed you of Wenceslas." "Till I am Madame la Marechale, I shall not think myself successful," replied the cousin. "But they are all beginning to wish for it. This morning I went to Victorin's. I forgot to tell you. The young Hulots have bought up their father's notes of hand given to Vauvinet, and to-morrow they will endorse a bill for 72,000 francs at 5%, payable in 3 years, and secured by a mortgage on their house. So the young people are in straits for 3 years; they can raise no more money on that property. Victorin is dreadfully distressed; he understands his father. And Crevel is capable of refusing to see them, he will be so angry at this piece of self-sacrifice." "The Baron cannot have a sou now," said Valerie, and she smiled at Hulot. "I don't see where he can get it, but he will draw his salary again in September." "And he has his policy of insurance, he has renewed it. Come, it is high time he should get Marneffe promoted. I will drive it home this evening." "My dear cousin," said Lisbeth to Wenceslas, "go home, I beg. You are quite ridiculous. Your eyes are fixed on Valerie in a way that is enough to compromise her, and her husband is insanely jealous. Do not tread in your father in law's footsteps. Go home. I am sure Hortense is sitting up for you." "Madame Marneffe told me to stay till the last to settle my little business with you and her," replied Wenceslas. "No, no," said Lisbeth, "I will bring you the 10,000 francs, for her husband has his eye on you. It would be rash to remain. To-morrow, at 11 o'clock, bring your note of hand. At that hour that Mandarin Marneffe is at his office. Valerie is free. Have you really asked her to sit for your group? Come up to my rooms first. Ah, I was sure of it," she added, as she caught the look which Steinbock flashed at Valerie. "I knew you were a profligate in the bud. Well, Valerie is lovely, but try not to bring trouble on Hortense." Nothing annoys a married man so much as finding his wife perpetually interposing between himself and his wishes, however transient. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 23. Wenceslas got home at about 1 in the morning. Hortense had expected him ever since 9:30. From 9:30 till 10 she had listened to the passing carriages, telling herself that never before had her husband come in so late from dining with Florent and Chanor. She sat sewing by the child's cot, for she had begun to save a needlewoman's pay for the day by doing the mending herself. From 10 till 9:30, a suspicion crossed her mind. She sat wondering, "Is he really gone to dinner, as he told me, with Chanor and Florent? He put on his best cravat and his handsomest pin when he dressed. He took as long over his toilet as a woman when she wants to make the best of herself. I am crazy. He loves me, and here he is." But instead of stopping, the cab she heard went past. From 11 till midnight, Hortense was a victim to terrible alarms. The quarter where they lived was now deserted. "If he has set out on foot, some accident may have happened," thought she. "A man may be killed by tumbling over a curbstone or failing to see a gap. Artists are so heedless. Or if he should have been stopped by robbers. It is the first time he has ever left me alone here for 6 hours and a half. But why should I worry myself? He cares for no one but me." Men ought to be faithful to the wives who love them, were it only on account of the perpetual miracles wrought by true love in the sublime regions of the spiritual world. The woman who loves is, in relation to the man she loves, in the position of a somnambulist to whom the magnetizer should give the painful power, when she ceases to be the mirror of the world, of being conscious as a woman of what she has seen as a somnambulist. Passion raises the nervous tension of a woman to the ecstatic pitch at which presentiment is as acute as the insight of a clairvoyant. A wife knows she is betrayed. She will not let herself say so, she doubts still, she loves so much. She gives the lie to the outcry of her own Pythian power. This paroxysm of love deserves a special form of worship. In noble souls, admiration of this divine phenomenon will always be a safeguard to protect them from infidelity. How should a man not worship a beautiful and intellectual creature whose soul can soar to such manifestations? By 1 in the morning, Hortense was in a state of such intense anguish that she flew to the door as she recognized her husband's ring at the bell, and clasped him in her arms like a mother. "At last, here you are!" cried she, finding her voice again. "My dearest, henceforth where you go, I go, for I cannot again endure the torture of such waiting. I pictured you stumbling over a curbstone with a fractured skull, killed by thieves. No, a second time I know I should go mad. Have you enjoyed yourself so much, and without me? Bad boy!" "What can I say, my darling? There was Bixiou, who drew fresh caricatures for us. Léon de Lora, as witty as ever. Claude Vignon, to whom I owe the only consolatory article that has come out about the Montcornet statue. There were—" "Were there no ladies?" Hortense eagerly inquired. "Worthy Madame Florent?" "You said the Rocher de Cancale. Were you at the Florents'?" "Yes, at their house. I made a mistake." "You did not take a coach to come home?" "No." "And you have walked from the Rue des Tournelles?" "Stidmann and Bixiou came back with me along the boulevards as far as the Madeleine, talking all the way." "It is dry, then, on the boulevards, and the Place de la Concorde, and the Rue de Bourgogne? You are not muddy at all," said Hortense, looking at her husband's patent leather boots. It had been raining, but between the Rue Vanneau and the Rue Saint Dominique, Wenceslas had not got his boots soiled. Here are 5,000 francs Chanor has been so generous as to lend me," said Wenceslas, to cut short this lawyer-like examination. He had made a division of the 10,000-franc notes, half for Hortense and half for himself, for he had 5,000 francs worth of debts, of which Hortense knew nothing. He owed money to his foreman and his workmen. "Now your anxieties are relieved," said he, kissing his wife. "I am going to work to-morrow morning, so I am going to bed this minute, to get up early, by your leave, my pet." The suspicion that had dawned in Hortense's mind vanished. She was miles away from the truth. Madame Marneffe? She had never thought of her. Her fear for her Wenceslas was that he should fall in with street prostitutes. The names of Bixiou and Léon de Lora, two artists noted for their wild dissipations, had alarmed her. Next morning she saw Wenceslas go out at 9 o'clock, and was quite reassured. "Now he is at work again," said she to herself, as she proceeded to dress her boy. "I see he is quite in the vein. Well, well, if we cannot have the glory of Michelangelo, we may have that of Benvenuto Cellini." Lulled by her own hopes, Hortense believed in a happy future, and she was chattering to her son of 20 months, in the language of onomatopoeia that amuses babies, when, at about 11 o'clock, the cook, who had not seen Wenceslas go out, showed in Stidmann. "I beg pardon, madame," said he. "Is Wenceslas gone out already?" "He is at the studio." "I came to talk over the work with him." "I will send for him," said Hortense, offering Stidmann a chair. Thanking Heaven for this piece of luck, Hortense was glad to detain Stidmann to ask some questions about the evening before. Stidmann bowed in acknowledgment of her kindness. The Countess Steinbock rang, the cook appeared, and was desired to go at once and fetch her master from the studio. "You had an amusing dinner last night," said Hortense. "Wenceslas did not come in till past 1 in the morning." "Amusing? Not exactly," replied the artist, who had intended to fascinate Madame Marneffe. "Society is not very amusing unless one is interested in it. That little Madame Marneffe is clever, but a great flirt." "And what did Wenceslas think of her?" asked poor Hortense, trying to keep calm. "He said nothing about her to me." "I will only say one thing," said Stidmann, "and that is, that I think her a very dangerous woman." Hortense turned as pale as a woman after childbirth. "So it was at Madame Marneffe's that you dined, and not with Chanor?" said she. "Yesterday, and Wenceslas, and he—" Stidmann, without knowing what mischief he had done, saw that he had blundered. The Countess did not finish her sentence; she simply fainted away. The artist rang, and the maid came in. When Louise tried to get her mistress into her bedroom, a serious nervous attack came on, with violent hysterics. Stidmann, like any man who by an involuntary indiscretion has overthrown the structure built on a husband's lie to his wife, could not conceive that his words should produce such an effect. He supposed that the Countess was in such delicate health that the slightest contradiction was mischievous. The cook presently returned to say, unfortunately in loud tones, that her master was not in the studio. In the midst of her anguish, Hortense heard, and the hysterical fit came on again. "Go and fetch madame's mother," said Louise to the cook. "Quick, run!" "If I knew where to find Steinbock, I would go and fetch him," exclaimed Stidmann in despair. "He is with that woman!" cried the unhappy wife. "He was not dressed to go to his work." Stidmann hurried off to Madame Marneffe's, struck by the truth of this conclusion, due to the second sight of passion. At that moment, Valerie was posed as Delilah. Stidmann, too sharp to ask for Madame Marneffe, walked straight in past the lodge and ran quickly up to the second floor, arguing thus: "If I ask for Madame Marneffe, she will be out. If I inquire point blank for Steinbock, I shall be laughed at to my face. Take the bull by the horns." Reine appeared in answer to his ring. "Tell Monsieur le Comte Steinbock to come at once; his wife is dying." Reine, quite a match for Stidmann, looked at him with blank surprise. "But, sir, I don't know. Did you suppose I tell you that my friend Monsieur Steinbock is here. His wife is very ill. It is quite serious enough for you to disturb your mistress." And Stidmann turned on his heel. "He is there, sure enough," said he to himself. And in point of fact, after waiting a few minutes in the Rue Vanneau, he saw Wenceslas come out, and beckoned to him to come quickly. After telling him of the tragedy enacted in the Rue Saint Dominique, Stidmann scolded Steinbock for not having warned him to keep the secret of yesterday's dinner. "I am done for," said Wenceslas, "but you are forgiven. I had totally forgotten that you were to call this morning, and I blundered in not telling you that we were to have dined with Florent. What can I say? That Valerie has turned my head; but, my dear fellow, for her glory is well lost, misfortune well won. She really is. Good heavens! But I am in a dreadful fix. Advise me. What can I say? How can I excuse myself?" "I advise you? I don't know," replied Stidmann. "But your wife loves you, I imagine. Well, then, she will believe anything. Tell her that you were on your way to me when I was on my way to you. That, at any rate, will set this morning's business right. Good bye." Lisbeth, called down by Reine, ran after Wenceslas and caught him up at the corner of the Rue Hillerin-Bertin. She was afraid of his Polish artlessness. Not wishing to be involved in the matter, she said a few words to Wenceslas, who, in his joy, hugged her then and there. She had no doubt pushed out a plank to enable the artist to cross this awkward place in his conjugal affairs. At the sight of her mother, who had flown to her aid, Hortense burst into floods of tears. This happily changed the character of the hysterical attack. "Treachery, dear mamma!" cried she. "Wenceslas, after giving me his word of honor that he would not go near Madame Marneffe, dined with her last night, and did not come in till 1:15 in the morning. If you only knew! The day before we had had a discussion, not a quarrel, and I had appealed to him so touchingly. I told him I was jealous, that I should die if he were unfaithful, that I was easily suspicious, but that he ought to have some consideration for my weaknesses as they came of my love for him, that I had my father's blood in my veins as well as yours, that at the first moment of such discovery I should be mad, and capable of mad deeds, of avenging myself, of dishonoring us all, him, his child, and myself, that I might even kill him first, and myself after, and so on. And yet he went there, he is there. That woman is bent on breaking all our hearts. Only yesterday my brother and Celestine pledged their all to pay off 70,000 francs on notes of hand, signed for that good-for-nothing creature. Yes, mamma, my father would have been arrested and put into prison. Cannot that dreadful woman be content with having my father and with all your tears? Why take my Wenceslas? I will go to see her and stab her." Madame Hulot, struck to the heart by the dreadful secrets Hortense was unwittingly letting out, controlled her grief by one of the heroic efforts which a magnanimous mother can make, and drew her daughter's head onto her bosom to cover it with kisses. "Wait for Wenceslas, my child, all will be explained. The evil cannot be so great as you picture it. I, too, have been deceived, my dear Hortense. You think me handsome, I have lived blameless, and yet I have been utterly forsaken for 23 years, for a Jenny Cadine, a Josepha, a Madame Marneffe. Did you know that?" "You, mamma, you! You have endured this for 20—" She broke off, staggered by her own thoughts. "Do as I have done, my child," said her mother. "Be gentle and kind, and your conscience will be at peace. On his deathbed a man may say, 'My wife has never cost me a pang,' and God, who hears that dying breath, credits it to us. If I had abandoned myself to fury like you, what would have happened? Your father would have been embittered, perhaps he should have left me altogether, and he would not have been withheld by any fear of paining me. Our ruin, utter as it now is, would have been complete 10 years sooner, and we should have shown the world the spectacle of a husband and wife living quite apart, a scandal of the most horrible, heart-breaking kind, for it is the destruction of the family. Neither your brother nor you could have married. I sacrificed myself, and that so bravely, that, till this last connection of your father's, the world has believed me happy. My serviceable and indeed courageous falsehood has, till now, screened Hector. He is still respected, but this old man's passion is taking him too far, that I see. His own folly, I fear, will break through the veil I have kept between the world and our home. However, I have held that curtain steady for 23 years, and have wept behind it. Motherless I, without a friend to trust, with no help but in religion, I have for 23 years secured the family honor." Hortense listened with a fixed gaze. The calm tone of resignation and of such crowning sorrow soothed the smart of her first wound. The tears rose again and flowed in torrents. In a frenzy of filial affection, overcome by her mother's noble heroism, she fell on her knees before Adeline, took up the hem of her dress and kissed it, as pious Catholics kiss the holy relics of a martyr. "Nay, get up, Hortense," said the Baroness. "Such homage from my own daughter wipes out many sad memories. Come to my heart, and weep for no sorrows but your own. It is the despair of my little girl, whose joy was my only joy, that broke the solemn seal which nothing ought to have removed from my lips. Indeed, I meant to have taken my woes to the tomb as a shroud the more. It was to soothe your anguish that I spoke. God will forgive me. Oh, if my life were to be your life, what would I not do? Men, the world, fate, nature, God himself, I believe, make us pay for love with the most cruel grief. I must pay for 10 years of happiness, and 24 years of despair, of ceaseless sorrow, of bitterness." "But you had 10 years, dear mamma, and I have had but 3," said the self-absorbed girl. "Nothing is lost yet," said Adeline. "Only wait till Wenceslas comes." "Mother," said she, "he lied, he deceived me. He said, 'I will not go,' and he went, and that over his child's cradle." "For pleasure, my child, men will commit the most cowardly, the most infamous actions, even crimes. It lies in their nature, it would seem. We wives are set apart for sacrifice. I believed my troubles were ended, and they are beginning again, for I never thought to suffer doubly by suffering with my child. Courage and silence, my Hortense, swear that you will never discuss your griefs with anybody but me, never let them be suspected by any third person. Oh, be as proud as your mother has been." Hortense started; she had heard her husband's step. "So it would seem," said Wenceslas as he came in, "that Stidmann has been here while I went to see him." "Indeed," said Hortense, with the angry irony of an offended woman who uses words to stab. "Certainly," said Wenceslas, affecting surprise. "We have just met." "And yesterday?" "Well, yesterday I deceived you, my darling love, and your mother shall judge between us." This candor unlocked his wife's heart. All really lofty women like the truth better than lies. They cannot bear to see their idol smirched. They want to be proud of the despotism they bow to. There is a strain of this feeling in the devotion of the Russians to their Czar. "Now listen, dear mother," Wenceslas went on. "I so truly love my sweet and kind Hortense that I concealed from her the extent of our poverty. What could I do? She was still nursing the boy, and such troubles would have done her harm. You know what the risk is for a woman. Her beauty, youth, and health are imperiled. Did I do wrong? She believes that we owe 5,000 francs, but I owe 5,000 more. The day before yesterday we were in the depths. No one on earth will lend to us artists. Our talents are not less untrustworthy than our whims. I knocked in vain at every door. Lisbeth, indeed, offered us her savings." "Poor soul!" said Hortense. "Poor soul!" said the Baroness. "But what are Lisbeth's 2,000 francs? Everything to her, nothing to us. Then, as you know, Hortense, she spoke to us of Madame Marneffe, who, as she owes so much to the Baron, out of a sense of honor, will take no interest. Hortense wanted to send her diamonds to the Mont de Piete. They would have brought in a few thousand francs, but we needed 10,000. Those 10,000 francs were to be had, free of interest, for a year. I said to myself, Hortense will be none the wiser, I will go and get them. Then the woman asked me to dinner through my father-in-law, giving me to understand that Lisbeth had spoken of the matter, and I should have the money. Between Hortense's despair on one hand and the dinner on the other, I could not hesitate. That is all. What, could Hortense, at 24, lovely, pure, and virtuous, and all my pride and glory, imagine that when I have never left her since we married, I could now prefer what? A tawny painted, ruddled creature?" said he, using the vulgar exaggeration of the studio to convince his wife by the vehemence that women like. "Oh, if only your father had ever spoken so!" cried the Baroness. Hortense threw her arms round her husband's neck. "Yes, that is what I should have done," said her mother. "Wenceslas, my dear fellow, your wife was near dying of it," she went on very seriously. "You see how well she loves you, and alas, she is yours." She sighed deeply. "He may make a martyr of her, or a happy woman," thought she to herself, as every mother thinks when she sees her daughter married. "It seems to me," she said aloud, "that I am miserable enough to hope to see my children happy." "Be quite easy, dear mamma," said Wenceslas, only too glad to see this critical moment end happily. "In 2 months I shall have repaid that dreadful woman. How could I help it?" he went on, repeating this essentially Polish excuse with a Pole's grace. "There are times when a man would borrow of the devil. And after all, the money belongs to the family. When once she had invited me, should I have got the money at all if I had responded to her civility with a rude refusal?" "Oh, mamma, what mischief papa is bringing on us!" cried Hortense. The Baroness laid her finger on her daughter's lips, aggrieved by this complaint, the first blame she had ever uttered of a father so heroically screened by her mother's magnanimous silence. "Now, good bye, my children," said Madame Hulot. "The storm is over, but do not quarrel any more." When Wenceslas and his wife returned to their room, after letting out the Baroness, Hortense said to her husband, "Tell me all about last evening." And she watched his face all through the narrative, interrupting him by the questions that crowd on a wife's mind in such circumstances. The story made Hortense reflect. She had a glimpse of the infernal dissipation which an artist must find in such vicious company. "Be honest, my Wenceslas. Stidmann was there, Claude Vignon, Vernisset, who else? In short, it was good fun?" I was thinking of nothing but our 10,000 francs, and I was saying to myself, my Hortense will be freed from anxiety. This catechism bored the Livonian excessively. He seized a gayer moment to say, "And you, my dearest, what would you have done if your artist had proved guilty?" "I," said she, with an air of prompt decision, "I should have taken up Stidmann, not that I love him, of course." "Hortense!" cried Steinbock, starting to his feet with a sudden and theatrical emphasis. "You would not have had the chance. I would have killed you." Hortense threw herself into his arms, clasping him closely enough to stifle him, and covered him with kisses, saying, "Ah, you do love me! I fear nothing. But no more Marneffe. Never go plunging into such horrible bogs." "I swear to you, dear Hortense, that I will go there no more, excepting to redeem my note of hand." She pouted at this, but only as a loving woman sulks to get something for it. Wenceslas, tired out with such a morning's work, went off to his studio to make a clay sketch of the Samson and Delilah, for which he had the drawings in his pocket. Hortense, penitent for her little temper, and fancying that her husband was annoyed with her, went to the studio just as the sculptor had finished handling the clay, with the impetuosity that spurs an artist when the mood is on him. On seeing his wife, Wenceslas hastily threw the wet wrapper over the group, and putting both arms round her, he said, "We were not really angry, were we, my pretty puss?" Hortense had caught sight of the group, had seen the linen thrown over it, and had said nothing; but as she was leaving, she took off the rag, looked at the model, and asked, "What is that?" "A group for which I had just had an idea." "And why did you hide it?" "I did not mean you to see it till it was finished." "The woman is very pretty," said Hortense. And 1,000 suspicions cropped up in her mind, as, in India, tall rank plants spring up in a night time. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac, translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 24. By the end of 3 weeks, Madame Marneffe was intensely irritated by Hortense. Women of that stamp have a pride of their own. They insist that men shall kiss the devil's hoof. They have no forgiveness for the virtue that does not quail before their dominion, or that even holds its own against them. Now, in all that time, Wenceslas had not paid one visit in the Rue Vanneau, not even that which politeness required to a woman who had sat for Delilah. Whenever Lisbeth called on the Steinbocks, there had been nobody at home. Monsieur and Madame lived in the studio. Lisbeth, following the turtle doves to their nest at Le Gros Caillou, found Wenceslas hard at work, and was informed by the cook that Madame never left Monsieur's side. Wenceslas was a slave to the autocracy of love. So now Valerie, on her own account, took part with Lisbeth in her hatred of Hortense. Women cling to a lover that another woman is fighting for, just as much as men do to women round whom many coxcombs are buzzing. Thus any reflections apropos to Madame Marneffe are equally applicable to any lady-killing rake. He is, in fact, a sort of male courtesan. Valerie's last fancy was a madness. Above all, she was bent on getting her group. She was even thinking of going one morning to the studio to see Wenceslas, when a serious incident arose of the kind which, to a woman of that class, may be called the spoil of war. This is how Valerie announced this wholly personal event. She was breakfasting with Lisbeth and her husband. "I say, Marneffe, what would you say to being a second time a father?" "You don't mean it! A baby? Oh, let me kiss you!" He rose and went round the table. His wife held up her head so that he could just kiss her hair. "If that is so," he went on, "I am head clerk and officer of the Legion of Honor at once. But you must understand, my dear, Stanislas is not to be the sufferer, poor little man." "Poor little man?" Lisbeth put in. "You have not set your eyes on him these 7 months. I am supposed to be his mother at the school. I am the only person in the house who takes any trouble about him." "A brat that costs us 100 crowns a quarter," said Valerie. "And he at any rate is your own child, Marneffe. You ought to pay for his schooling out of your salary. The newcomer, far from reminding us of butcher's bills, will rescue us from want." "Valerie," replied Marneffe, assuming an attitude like Crevel, "I hope that Monsieur le Baron Hulot will take proper charge of his son, and not lay the burden on a poor clerk. I intend to keep him well up to the mark. So take the necessary steps, madame. Get him to write you letters in which he alludes to his satisfaction, for he is rather backward in coming forward in regard to my appointment." And Marneffe went away to the office, where his chief's precious leniency allowed him to come in at about 11 o'clock. And indeed he did little enough, for his incapacity was notorious, and he detested work. No sooner were they alone than Lisbeth and Valerie looked at each other for a moment like augurs, and both together burst into a loud fit of laughter. "I say, Valerie, is it the fact," said Lisbeth, "or merely a farce?" "It is a physical fact," replied Valerie. Now, I am sick and tired of Hortense, and it occurred to me in the night that I might fire this infant, like a bomb, into the Steinbock household." Valerie went back to her room, followed by Lisbeth, to whom she showed the following letter: "Wenceslas, my dear, I still believe in your love, though it is nearly 3 weeks since I saw you. Is this scorn? Delilah can scarcely believe that. Does it not rather result from the tyranny of a woman whom, as you told me, you can no longer love? Wenceslas, you are too great an artist to submit to such dominion. Home is the grave of glory. Consider now, are you the Wenceslas of the Rue du Doyenne? You missed fire with my father's statue. But in you the lover is greater than the artist, and you have had better luck with his daughter. You are a father, my beloved Wenceslas. If you do not come to me in the state I am in, your friends would think very badly of you. But I love you so madly that I feel I should never have the strength to curse you. May I sign myself as ever, your Valerie. What do you say to my scheme for sending this note to the studio at a time when our dear Hortense is there by herself?" asked Valerie. "Last evening I heard from Stidmann that Wenceslas is to pick him up at 11 this morning to go on business to Chanor's. So that gawk Hortense will be there alone." "But after such a trick as that," replied Lisbeth, "I cannot continue to be your friend in the eyes of the world. I shall have to break with you, to be supposed never to visit you or even to speak to you." "Evidently," said Valerie, "but—" "Oh, be quite easy," interrupted Lisbeth. "We shall often meet when I am Madame la Marechale. They are all set upon it now. Only the Baron is in ignorance of the plan, but you can talk him over." "Well," said Valerie, "but it is quite likely that the Baron and I may be on distant terms before long." "Madame Olivier is the only person who can make Hortense demand to see the letter," said Lisbeth, "and you must send her to the Rue Saint Dominique before she goes on to the studio." "Our beauty will be at home, no doubt," said Valerie, ringing for Reine to call up Madame Olivier. 10 minutes after the despatch of this fateful letter, Baron Hulot arrived. Madame Marneffe threw her arms round the old man's neck with kittenish impetuosity. "Hector, you are a father," she said in his ear. "That is what comes of quarreling and making friends again." Perceiving a look of surprise, which the Baron did not at once conceal, Valerie assumed a reserve which brought the old man to despair. She made him wring the proofs from her one by one. When conviction, led on by vanity, had at last entered his mind, she enlarged on Monsieur Marneffe's wrath. "My dear old veteran," said she, "you can hardly avoid getting your responsible editor, our representative partner, if you like, appointed head clerk and officer of the Legion of Honor, for you really have done for the poor man. He adores his Stanislas, the little monstrosity who is so like him that to me he is insufferable. Unless you prefer to settle 1,200 francs a year on Stanislas, the capital to be his and the life interest payable to me, of course. But if I am to settle securities, I would rather it should be on my own son, and not on the monstrosity," said the Baron. This rash speech, in which the words "my own son" came out as full as a river in flood, was, by the end of the hour, ratified as a formal promise to settle 1,200 francs a year on the future boy. And this promise became, on Valerie's tongue and in her countenance, what a drum is in the hands of a child. For 3 weeks she played on it incessantly. At the moment when Baron Hulot was leaving the Rue Vanneau, as happy as a man who after a year of married life still desires an heir, Madame Olivier had yielded to Hortense and given up the note she was instructed to give only into the Count's own hands. The young wife paid 20 francs for that letter. The wretch who commits suicide must pay for the opium, the pistol, the charcoal. Hortense read and re-read the note. She saw nothing but this sheet of white paper streaked with black lines. The universe held for her nothing but that paper. Everything was dark around her. The glare of the conflagration that was consuming the edifice of her happiness lighted up the page, for blackest night enfolded her. The shouts of her little Wenceslas at play fell on her ear, as if he had been in the depths of a valley and she on a high mountain. Thus insulted at 24, in all the splendor of her beauty, enhanced by pure and devoted love, it was not a stab, it was death. The first shock had been merely on the nerves. The physical frame had struggled in the grip of jealousy. But now certainty had seized her soul, her body was unconscious. For about 10 minutes Hortense sat under the incubus of this oppression. Then a vision of her mother appeared before her, and revulsion ensued. She was calm and cool and mistress of her reason. She rang. "Get Louise to help you, child," said she to the cook. "As quickly as you can, pack up everything that belongs to me, and everything wanted for the little boy. I give you an hour. When all is ready, fetch a hackney coach from the stand, and call me. Make no remarks. I am leaving the house, and shall take Louise with me. You must stay here with monsieur. Take good care of him." She went into her room and wrote the following letter: Monsieur le Comte, the letter I enclose will sufficiently account for the determination I have come to. When you read this, I shall have left your house and have found refuge with my mother, taking our child with me. Do not imagine that I shall retrace my steps. Do not imagine that I am acting with the rash haste of youth, without reflection, with the anger of offended affection. You will be greatly mistaken. I have been thinking very deeply during the last fortnight of life, of love, of our marriage, of our duties to each other. I have known the perfect devotion of my mother. She has told me all her sorrows. She has been heroical every day for 23 years. But I have not the strength to imitate her, not because I love you less than she loves my father, but for reasons of spirit and nature. Our home would be a hell. I might lose my head so far as to disgrace you, disgrace myself and our child. I refuse to be a Madame Marneffe. Once launched on such a course, a woman of my temper might not perhaps be able to stop. I am, unfortunately for myself, an Hulot, not a Fischer. Alone, and absent from the scene of your dissipations, I am sure of myself, especially with my child to occupy me, and by the side of a strong and noble mother, whose life cannot fail to influence the vehement impetuousness of my feelings. There I can be a good mother, bring our boy up well, and live. Under your roof the wife would oust the mother, and constant contention would sour my temper. I can accept a death blow, but I will not endure for 25 years like my mother. If at the end of 3 years of perfect, unwavering love, you can be unfaithful to me with your father-in-law's mistress, what rivals may I expect to have in later years? Indeed, monsieur, you have begun your career of profligacy much earlier than my father did the life of dissipation, which is a disgrace to the father of a family, which undermines the respect of his children, and which ends in shame and despair. I am not unforgiving. Unrelenting feelings do not beseem erring creatures living under the eye of God. If you win fame and fortune by sustained work, if you have nothing to do with courtesans and ignoble defiling ways, you will find me still a wife worthy of you. I believe you to be too much a gentleman, Monsieur le Comte, to have recourse to the law. You will respect my wishes, and leave me under my mother's roof. Above all, never let me see you there. I have left all the money lent to you by that odious woman. Farewell. Hortense Hulot. This letter was written in anguish. Hortense abandoned herself to the tears, the outcries of murdered love. She laid down her pen and took it up again, to express as simply as possible all that passion commonly proclaims in this sort of testamentary letter. Her heart went forth in exclamations, wailing and weeping, but reason dictated the words. Informed by Louise that all was ready, the young wife slowly went round the little garden, through the bedroom and drawing-room, looking at everything for the last time. Then she earnestly enjoined the cook to take the greatest care for her master's comfort, promising to reward her handsomely if she would be honest. At last she got into the hackney coach to drive to her mother's house, her heart quite broken, crying so much as to distress the maid, and covering little Wenceslas with kisses, which betrayed her still unfailing love for his father. The Baroness knew already from Lisbeth that the father-in-law was largely to blame for the son-in-law's fault, nor was she surprised to see her daughter, whose conduct she approved, and she consented to give her shelter. Adeline, perceiving that her own gentleness and patience had never checked Hector, for whom her respect was indeed fast diminishing, thought her daughter very right to adopt another course. In 3 weeks the poor mother had suffered 2 wounds, of which the pain was greater than any ill fortune she had hitherto endured. The Baron had placed Victorin and his wife in great difficulties, and then, by Lisbeth's account, he was the cause of his son-in-law's misconduct, and had corrupted Wenceslas. The dignity of the father of the family, so long upheld by her really foolish self-sacrifice, was now overthrown. Though they did not regret the money, the young Hulots were full alike of doubts and uneasiness as regarded the Baron. This sentiment, which was evidence enough, distressed the Baroness. She foresaw a break-up of the family tie. Hortense was accommodated in the dining-room, arranged as a bedroom with the help of the Marshal's money, and the ante-room became the dining-room, as it is in many apartments. When Wenceslas returned home and had read the 2 letters, he felt a kind of gladness mingled with regret. Kept so constantly under his wife's eye, so to speak, he had inwardly rebelled against this fresh thraldom à la Lisbeth. Full fed with love for 3 years past, he too had been reflecting during the last fortnight, and he found a family heavy on his hands. He had just been congratulated by Stidmann on the passion he had inspired in Valerie. For Stidmann, with an underthought that was not unnatural, saw that he might flatter the husband's vanity in the hope of consoling the victim. And Wenceslas was glad to be able to return to Madame Marneffe. Still, he remembered the pure and unsullied happiness he had known, the perfections of his wife, her judgment, her innocent and guileless affection, and he regretted her acutely. He thought of going at once to his mother-in-law's to crave forgiveness, but, in fact, like Hulot and Crevel, he went to Madame Marneffe, to whom he carried his wife's letter to show her what a disaster she had caused, and to discount his misfortune, so to speak, by claiming in return the pleasures his mistress could give him. He found Crevel with Valerie. The mayor, puffed up with pride, marched up and down the room, agitated by a storm of feelings. He put himself into position as if he were about to speak, but he dared not. His countenance was beaming, and he went now and again to the window, where he drummed on the pane with his fingers. He kept looking at Valerie with a glance of tender pathos. Happily for him, Lisbeth presently came in. "Cousin Betty," he said in her ear, "have you heard the news? I am a father. It seems to me I love my poor Celestine the less. Oh, what a thing it is to have a child by the woman one idolizes! It is the fatherhood of the heart added to that of the flesh. I say, tell Valerie that I will work for that child. It shall be rich. She tells me she has some reason for believing that it will be a boy. If it is a boy, I shall insist on his being called Crevel. I will consult my notary about it." "I know how much she loves you," said Lisbeth, "but for her sake in the future, and for your own, control yourself. Do not rub your hands every 5 minutes." While Lisbeth was speaking aside on this wise to Crevel, Valerie had asked Wenceslas to give her back her letter, and she was saying things that dispelled all his griefs. "So now you are free, my dear," said she. "Ought any great artist to marry? You live only by fancy and freedom. There, I shall love you so much, beloved poet, that you shall never regret your wife. At the same time, if, like so many people, you want to keep up appearances, I undertake to bring Hortense back to you in a very short time." "Oh, if only that were possible!" "I am certain of it," said Valerie, nettled. "Your poor father in law is a man who is in every way utterly done for, who wants to appear as though he could be loved, out of conceit, and to make the world believe that he has a mistress; and he is so excessively vain on this point, that I can do what I please with him. The Baroness is still so devoted to her old Hector I always feel as if I were talking of the Iliad that these two old folks will contrive to patch up matters between you and Hortense. Only, if you want to avoid storms at home for the future, do not leave me for 3 weeks without coming to see your mistress. I was dying of it. My dear boy, some consideration is due from a gentleman to a woman he has so deeply compromised, especially when, as in my case, she has to be very careful of her reputation. Stay to dinner, my darling, and remember that I must treat you with all the more apparent coldness, because you are guilty of this too obvious mishap." Baron Montes was presently announced. Valerie rose and hurried forward to meet him. She spoke a few sentences in his ear, enjoining on him the same reserve as she had impressed on Wenceslas. The Brazilian assumed a diplomatic reticence suitable to the great news which filled him with delight, for he, at any rate, was sure of his paternity. Thanks to these tactics, based on the vanity of the man in the lover stage of his existence, Valerie sat down to table with 4 men, all pleased and eager to please, all charmed, and each believing himself adored. Called by Marneffe, who included himself, in speaking to Lisbeth, the 5 fathers of the Church. Baron Hulot alone at first showed an anxious countenance, and this was why. Just as he was leaving the office, the head of the staff of clerks had come to his private room, a general with whom he had served for 30 years, and Hulot had spoken to him as to appointing Marneffe to Coquet's place, Coquet having consented to retire. "My dear fellow," said he, "I would not ask this favor of the Prince without our having agreed on the matter, and knowing that you approved." "My good friend," replied the other, "you must allow me to observe that, for your own sake, you should not insist on this nomination. I have already told you my opinion. There would be a scandal in the office, where there is a great deal too much talk already about you and Madame Marneffe. This is, of course, between ourselves. I have no wish to touch you on a sensitive spot, or disoblige you in any way, and I will prove it. If you are determined to get Monsieur Coquet's place, and he will really be a loss in the War Office, for he has been here since 1809, I will go into the country for a fortnight, so as to leave the field open between you and the Marshal, who loves you as a son. Then I shall take neither part, and shall have nothing on my conscience as an administrator." "Thank you very much," said Hulot. "I will reflect on what you have said." "In allowing myself to say so much, my dear friend, it is because your personal interest is far more deeply implicated than any concern or vanity of mine. In the first place, the matter lies entirely with the Marshal. And then, my good fellow, we are blamed for so many things that one more or less We are not at the maiden stage in our experience of fault-finding. Under the Restoration, men were put in simply to give them places, without any regard for the office. We are old friends." "Yes," the Baron put in, "and it is in order not to impair our old and valued friendship that I—" "Well, well," said the departmental manager, seeing Hulot's face clouded with embarrassment, "I will take myself off, old fellow. But I warn you, you have enemies, that is to say, men who covet your splendid appointment, and you have but one anchor out. Now, if, like me, you were a deputy, you would have nothing to fear. So mind what you are about." This speech, in the most friendly spirit, made a deep impression on the Councillor of State. "But after all, Roger, what is it that is wrong? Do not make any mysteries with me." The individual addressed as Roger looked at Hulot, took his hand, and pressed it. "We are such old friends that I am bound to give you warning. If you want to keep your place, you must make a bed for yourself, and instead of asking the Marshal to give Coquet's place to Marneffe, in your place I would beg him to use his influence to reserve a seat for me on the General Council of State. There you may die in peace, and, like the beaver, abandon all else to the pursuers." "What, do you think the Marshal would forget—" "The Marshal has already taken your part so warmly at a general meeting of the ministers that you will not now be turned out, but it was seriously discussed. So give them no excuse. I can say no more. At this moment you may make your own terms. You may sit on the Council of State and be made a peer of the Chamber. If you delay too long, if you give any one a hold against you, I can answer for nothing. Now, am I to go?" "Wait a little, I will see the Marshal," replied Hulot, "and I will send my brother to see which way the wind blows at headquarters." The humor in which the Baron came back to Madame Marneffe's may be imagined. He had almost forgotten his fatherhood, for Roger had taken the part of a true and kind friend in explaining the position. At the same time, Valerie's influence was so great that, by the middle of dinner, the Baron was tuned up to the pitch, and was all the more cheerful for having unwonted anxieties to conceal. But the hapless man was not yet aware that in the course of that evening he would find himself in a cleft stick, between his happiness and the danger pointed out by his friend, compelled, in short, to choose between Madame Marneffe and his official position. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac, translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 25. At 11 o'clock, when the evening was at its gayest, for the room was full of company, Valerie drew Hector into a corner of her sofa. "My dear old boy," said she, "your daughter is so annoyed at knowing that Wenceslas comes here, that she has left him planted. Hortense is wrong-headed. Ask Wenceslas to show you the letter the little fool has written to him. This division of two lovers, of which I am reputed to be the cause, may do me the greatest harm, for this is how virtuous women undermine each other. It is disgraceful to pose as a victim in order to cast the blame on a woman whose only crime is that she keeps a pleasant house. If you love me, you will clear my character by reconciling the sweet turtle doves. I do not in the least care about your son-in-law's visits. You brought him here, take him away again. If you have any authority in your family, it seems to me that you may very well insist on your wife's patching up this squabble. Tell the worthy old lady from me that if I am unjustly charged with having caused a young couple to quarrel, with upsetting the unity of a family, and annexing both the father and the son-in-law, I will deserve my reputation by annoying them in my own way. Why, here is Lisbeth talking of throwing me over. She prefers to stick to her family, and I cannot blame her for it. She will throw me over, says she, unless the young people make friends again. A pretty state of things! Our expenses here will be trebled." "Oh, as for that," said the Baron on hearing of his daughter's strong measures, "I will have no nonsense of that kind." "Very well," said Valerie. "And now for the next thing. What about Coquet's place?" "That," said Hector, looking away, "is more difficult, not to say impossible." "Impossible? My dear Hector," said Madame Marneffe in the Baron's ear. "But you do not know to what lengths Marneffe will go. I am completely in his power. He is immoral for his own gratification, like most men, but he is excessively vindictive, like all weak and impotent natures. In the position to which you have reduced me, I am in his power. I am bound to be on terms with him for a few days, and he is quite capable of refusing to leave my room any more." Hulot started with horror. "He would leave me alone on condition of being head clerk. It is abominable, but logical." "Valerie, do you love me?" "In the state in which I am, my dear, the question is the meanest insult." "Well, then, if I were to attempt, merely to attempt, to ask the Prince for a place for Marneffe, I should be done for, and Marneffe would be turned out." "I thought that you and the Prince were such intimate friends." "We are, and he has amply proved it. But, my child, there is authority above the Marshals, for instance, the whole Council of Ministers. With time and a little tacking we shall get there. But to succeed, I must wait till the moment when some service is required of me. Then I can say one good turn deserves another." "If I tell Marneffe this tale, my poor Hector, he will play us some mean trick. You must tell him yourself that he has to wait. I will not undertake to do so. Oh, I know what my fate would be. He knows how to punish me. He will henceforth share my room. Do not forget to settle the 1,200 francs a year on the little one." Hulot, seeing his pleasures in danger, took Monsieur Marneffe aside, and for the first time derogated from the haughty tone he had always assumed towards him, so greatly was he horrified by the thought of that half-dead creature in his pretty young wife's bedroom. "Marneffe, my dear fellow," said he, "I have been talking of you to-day. But you cannot be promoted to the first class just yet. We must have time." "I will be, Monsieur le Baron," said Marneffe shortly. "But, my dear fellow—" "I will be, Monsieur le Baron," Marneffe coldly repeated, looking alternately at the Baron and at Valerie. "You have placed my wife in a position that necessitates her making up her differences with me, and I mean to keep her. For, my dear fellow, she is a charming creature," he added with crushing irony. "I am master here, more than you are at the War Office." The Baron felt one of those pangs of fury which have the effect, in the heart, of a fit of raging toothache, and he could hardly conceal the tears in his eyes. During this little scene, Valerie had been explaining Marneffe's imaginary determination to Montes, and thus had rid herself of him for a time. Of her 4 adherents, Crevel alone was exempted from the rule. Crevel, the master of the little bijou apartment, and he displayed on his countenance an air of really insolent beatitude, notwithstanding the wordless reproofs administered by Valerie in frowns and meaning grimaces. His triumphant paternity beamed in every feature. When Valerie was whispering a word of correction in his ear, he snatched her hand and put in, "To-morrow, my Duchess, you shall have your own little house. The papers are to be signed to-morrow." "And the furniture?" said she, with a smile. "I have 1,000 shares in the Versailles Rive Gauche Railway. I bought them at 25, and they will go up to 300 in consequence of the amalgamation of the 2 lines, which is a secret told to me. You shall have furniture fit for a queen. But then you will be mine alone henceforth?" "Yes, burly mare," said this middle-class Madame de Merteuil. "But behave yourself, respect the future Madame Crevel." "My dear cousin," Lisbeth was saying to the Baron, "I shall go to see Adeline early to-morrow; for, as you must see, I cannot with any decency remain here. I will go and keep house for your brother, the Marshal." "I am going home this evening," said Hulot. "Very well, you will see me at breakfast to-morrow," said Lisbeth, smiling. She understood that her presence would be necessary at the family scene that would take place on the morrow. And the very first thing in the morning she went to see Victorin and to tell him that Hortense and Wenceslas had parted. When the Baron went home at 10:30, Mariette and Louise, who had had a hard day, were locking up the apartment. Hulot had not to ring. Very much put out at this compulsory virtue, the husband went straight to his wife's room, and through the half-open door he saw her kneeling before her crucifix, absorbed in prayer, in one of those attitudes which make the fortune of the painter or the sculptor who is so happy to invent and then to express them. Adeline, carried away by her enthusiasm, was praying aloud, "O God, have mercy and enlighten him." The Baroness was praying for her Hector. At this sight, so unlike what he had just left, and on hearing this petition founded on the events of the day, the Baron heaved a sigh of deep emotion. Adeline looked round, her face drowned in tears. She was so convinced that her prayer had been heard, that with one spring she threw her arms round Hector with the impetuosity of happy affection. Adeline had given up all a wife's instincts. Sorrow had effaced even the memory of them. No feelings survived in her but those of motherhood, of the family honor, and the pure attachment of a Christian wife for a husband who has gone astray, the saintly tenderness which survives all else in a woman's soul. "Hector," she said, "are you come back to us? Has God taken pity on our family?" "Dear Adeline," replied the Baron, coming in and seating his wife by his side on a couch, "you are the saintliest creature I ever knew. I have long known myself to be unworthy of you." "You would have very little to do, my dear," said she, holding Hulot's hand and trembling so violently that it was as though she had a palsy, "very little to set things in order." She dared not proceed; she felt that every word would be a reproof, and she did not wish to mar the happiness with which this meeting was inundating her soul. "It is Hortense who has brought me here," said Hulot. "That child may do us far more harm by her hasty proceeding than my absurd passion for Valerie has ever done. But we will discuss this to-morrow morning. Hortense is asleep, Mariette tells me; we will not disturb her." "Yes," said Madame Hulot, suddenly plunged into the depths of grief. She understood that the Baron's return was prompted not so much by the wish to see his family as by some ulterior interest. "Leave her in peace till to-morrow," said the mother. "The poor child is in a deplorable condition; she has been crying all day." At 9 the next morning, the Baron, awaiting his daughter, whom he had sent for, was pacing the large deserted drawing-room, trying to find arguments by which to conquer the most difficult form of obstinacy there is to deal with, that of a young wife, offended and implacable, as blameless youth ever is, in its ignorance of the disgraceful compromises of the world, of its passions and interests. "Here I am, papa," said Hortense in a tremulous voice, and looking pale from her miseries. Hulot, sitting down, took his daughter round the waist and drew her down to sit on his knee. "Well, my child," said he, kissing her forehead, "so there are troubles at home, and you have been hasty and headstrong? That is not like a well-bred child. My Hortense ought not to have taken such a decisive step as that of leaving her home and deserting her husband on her own account, and without consulting her parents. If my darling girl had come to see her kind and admirable mother, she would not have given me this cruel pain I feel. You do not know the world; it is malignantly spiteful. People will perhaps say that your husband sent you back to your parents. Children brought up as you were, on your mother's lap, remain artless. Maidenly passion, like yours for Wenceslas, unfortunately makes no allowances; it acts on every impulse. The little heart is moved, the head follows suit. You would burn down Paris to be revenged, with no thought of the courts of justice. When your old father tells you that you have outraged the proprieties, you may take his word for it. I say nothing of the cruel pain you have given me. It is bitter, I assure you, for you to throw all the blame on a woman of whose heart you know nothing, and whose hostility may become disastrous. And you, alas, so full of guileless innocence and purity, can have no suspicions, but you may be vilified and slandered. Besides, my darling pet, you have taken a foolish jest too seriously. I can assure you, on my honor, that your husband is blameless. Madame Marneffe—" So far the Baron, artistically diplomatic, had formulated his remonstrances very judiciously. He had, as may be observed, worked up to the mention of this name with superior skill. And yet Hortense, as she heard it, winced as if stung to the quick. "Listen to me. I have had great experience, and I have seen much," he went on, stopping his daughter's attempt to speak. "That lady is very cold to your husband. Yes, you have been made the victim of a practical joke, and I will prove it to you. Yesterday Wenceslas was dining with her." "Dining with her?" cried the young wife, starting to her feet, and looking at her father with horror in every feature. "Yesterday? After having had my letter? Oh, great God! Why did I not take the veil rather than marry? But now my life is not my own, I have the child." And she sobbed. Her weeping went to Madame Hulot's heart. She came out of her room and ran to her daughter, taking her in her arms, and asking her those questions, stupid with grief, which first rose to her lips. "Now we have tears," said the Baron to himself, "and all was going so well. What is to be done with women who cry?" "My child," said the Baroness, "listen to your father. He loves us all. Come, come." "Come, Hortense, my dear little girl, cry no more; you make yourself too ugly," said the Baron. "Now be a little reasonable. Go sensibly home, and I promise you that Wenceslas shall never set foot in that woman's house. I ask you to make the sacrifice, if it is a sacrifice to forgive the husband you love, so small a fault. I ask you, for the sake of my gray hairs and of the love you owe your mother. You do not want to blight my later years with bitterness and regret?" Hortense fell at her father's feet like a crazed thing, with the vehemence of despair. Her hair, loosely pinned up, fell about her, and she held out her hands with an expression that painted her misery. "Father," she said, "ask my life. Take it if you will, but at least take it pure and spotless, and I will yield it up gladly. Do not ask me to die in dishonor and crime. I am not at all like my husband. I cannot swallow an outrage. If I went back under my husband's roof, I should be capable of smothering him in a fit of jealousy, or of doing worse. Do not exact from me a thing that is beyond my powers. Do not have to mourn for me still living, for the least that can befall me is to go mad. I feel madness close upon me. Yesterday, he could dine with that woman after having read my letter? Are other men made so? My life I give you, but do not let my death be ignominious. His fault a small one? When he has a child by that woman?" "A child?" cried Hulot, starting back a step or two. "Come, this is really some fooling." At this juncture Victorin and Lisbeth arrived, and stood dumbfounded at the scene. The daughter was prostrate at her father's feet. The Baroness, speechless between her maternal feelings and her conjugal duty, showed a harassed face bathed in tears. "Lisbeth," said the Baron, seizing his cousin by the hand and pointing to Hortense, "you can help me here. My poor child's brain is turned. She believes that her Wenceslas is Madame Marneffe's lover, while all that Valerie wanted was to have a group by him." "Delilah!" cried the young wife. "The only thing he has done since our marriage. The man would not work for me or for his son, and he has worked with frenzy for that good for nothing creature. Oh, father, kill me outright, for every word stabs like a knife." Lisbeth turned to the Baroness and Victorin, pointing with a pitying shrug to the Baron, who could not see her. "Listen to me," said she to him. "I had no idea, when you asked me to go to lodge over Madame Marneffe and keep house for her, I had no idea of what she was. But many things may be learned in 3 years. That creature is a prostitute, and one whose depravity can only be compared with that of her infamous and horrible husband. You are the dupe, my Lord Potboiler, of those people; you will be led further by them than you dream of. I speak plainly, for you are at the bottom of a pit." The Baroness and her daughter, hearing Lisbeth speak in this style, cast adoring looks at her, such as the devout cast at a Madonna for having saved their life. "That horrible woman was bent on destroying your son in law's home. To what end, I know not. My brain is not equal to seeing clearly into these dark intrigues. Perverse, ignoble, infamous! Your Madame Marneffe does not love your son in law, but she will have him at her feet out of revenge. I have just spoken to the wretched woman as she deserves. She is a shameless courtesan. I have told her that I am leaving her house, that I would not have my honor smirched in that muck heap. I owe myself to my family before all else. I knew that Hortense had left her husband, so here I am. Your Valerie, whom you believe to be a saint, is the cause of this miserable separation. Can I remain with such a woman? Our poor little Hortense," said she, touching the Baron's arm with peculiar meaning, "is perhaps the dupe of a wish of such women as these, who, to possess a toy, would sacrifice a family. I do not think Wenceslas guilty, but I think him weak, and I cannot promise you that he will not yield to her refinements of temptation. My mind is made up. The woman is fatal to you; she will bring you all to utter ruin. I will not even seem to be concerned in the destruction of my own family, after living there for 3 years solely to hinder it. You are cheated, Baron. Say very positively that you will have nothing to say to the promotion of that dreadful Marneffe, and you will see then. There is a fine rod in pickle for you in that case." Lisbeth lifted up Hortense and kissed her enthusiastically. "My dear Hortense, stand firm," she whispered. The Baroness embraced Lisbeth with the vehemence of a woman who sees herself avenged. The whole family stood in perfect silence round the father, who had wit enough to know what the silence implied. A storm of fury swept across his brow and face with evident signs. The veins swelled, his eyes were bloodshot, his flesh showed patches of color. Adeline fell on her knees before him and seized his hands. "My dear, forgive, my dear!" "You loathe me!" cried the Baron, the cry of his conscience. For we all know the secret of our own wrongdoing. We almost always ascribe to our victims the hateful feelings which must fill them with the hope of revenge; and in spite of every effort of hypocrisy, our tongue or our face makes confession under the rack of some unexpected anguish, as the criminal of old confessed under the hands of the torturer. "Our children," he went on to retract the avowal, "turn at last to be our enemies." "Father!" Victorin began. "You dare to interrupt your father?" said the Baron in a voice of thunder, glaring at his son. "Father, listen to me," Victorin went on in a clear, firm voice, the voice of a puritanical deputy. "I know the respect I owe you too well ever to fail in it, and you will always find me the most respectful and submissive of sons. Those who are in the habit of attending the sittings of the Chamber will recognize the tactics of parliamentary warfare in these fine drawn phrases, used to calm the factions while gaining time. We are far from being your enemies," his son went on. "I have quarreled with my father in law, Monsieur Crevel, for having rescued your notes of hand for 60,000 francs from Vauvinet, and that money is, beyond doubt, in Madame Marneffe's pocket. I am not finding fault with you, father," said he in reply to an impatient gesture of the Baron's. "I simply wish to add my protest to my cousin Lisbeth's, and to point out to you that though my devotion to you as a father is blind and unlimited, my dear father, our pecuniary resources, unfortunately, are very limited." "Money!" cried the excitable old man, dropping onto a chair, quite crushed by this argument. "From my son! You shall be repaid your money, sir," said he, rising, and he went to the door. "Hector!" At this cry the Baron turned round, suddenly showing his wife a face bathed in tears. She threw her arms round him with the strength of despair. "Do not leave us thus, do not go away in anger. I have not said a word, not I." At this heart-wrung speech the children fell at their father's feet. "We all love you," said Hortense. Lisbeth, as rigid as a statue, watched the group with a superior smile on her lips. Just then Marshal Hulot's voice was heard in the anteroom. The family all felt the importance of secrecy, and the scene suddenly changed. The young people rose, and everyone tried to hide all traces of emotion. A discussion was going on at the door between Mariette and a soldier, who was so persistent that the cook came in. "Monsieur, a regimental quartermaster, who says he is just come from Algiers, insists on seeing you." "Tell him to wait." "Monsieur," said Mariette to her master in an undertone, "he told me to tell you privately that it has to do with your uncle there." The Baron started. He believed that the funds had been sent at last, which he had been asking for these 2 months to pay up his bills. He left the family party and hurried out to the anteroom. "You are Monsieur le Baron Hulot?" "Yes." "Your own self?" "My own self." The man, who had been fumbling meanwhile in the lining of his cap, drew out a letter, of which the Baron hastily broke the seal, and read as follows: "Dear nephew, far from being able to send you the 100,000 francs you ask of me, my present position is not tenable unless you can take some decisive steps to save me. We are saddled with a public prosecutor who talks goody and rhodomontades nonsense about the management. It is impossible to get the black chokered pump to hold his tongue. If the War Minister allows civilians to feed out of his hand, I am done for. I can trust the bearer; try to get him promoted, he has done us good service. Do not abandon me to the crows." This letter was a thunderbolt. The Baron could read in it the intestine warfare between civil and military authorities, which to this day hampers the government, and he was required to invent on the spot some palliative for the difficulty that stared him in the face. He desired the soldier to come back next day, dismissing him with splendid promises of promotion, and he returned to the drawing-room. "Good day and good bye, brother," said he to the Marshal. "Good bye, children. Good bye, my dear Adeline. And what are you going to do, Lisbeth?" he asked. "I am going to keep house for the Marshal, for I must end my days doing what I can for one or another of you." "Do not leave Valerie till I have seen you again," said Hulot in his cousin's ear. "Good bye, Hortense, refractory little puss. Try to be reasonable. I have important business to be attended to at once. We will discuss your reconciliation another time. Now think it over, my child," said he as he kissed her. And he went away, so evidently uneasy that his wife and children felt the gravest apprehensions. "Lisbeth," said the Baroness, "I must find out what is wrong with Hector. I never saw him in such a state. Stay a day or two longer with that woman. He tells her everything, and we can then learn what has so suddenly upset him. Be quite easy, we will arrange your marriage to the Marshal, for it is really necessary." "I shall never forget the courage you have shown this morning," said Hortense, embracing Lisbeth. "You have avenged our poor mother," said Victorin. The Marshal looked on with curiosity at all the display of affection lavished on Lisbeth, who went off to report the scene to Valerie. This sketch will enable guileless souls to understand what various mischief Madame Marneffes may do in a family, and the means by which they reach poor, virtuous wives apparently so far out of their ken. And then, if we only transfer, in fancy, such doings to the upper class of society about a throne, and if we consider what kings' mistresses must have cost them, we may estimate the debt owed by a nation to a sovereign who sets the example of a decent and domestic life. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac, translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 26. In Paris, each ministry is a little town by itself, whence women are banished, but there is just as much detraction and scandal as though the feminine population were admitted there. At the end of 3 years, Monsieur Marneffe's position was perfectly clear and open to the day, and in every room one and another asked, "Is Marneffe to be or not to be Coquet's successor?" Exactly as the question might have been put to the Chamber, "Will the estimates pass or not pass?" The smallest initiative on the part of the Board of Management was commented on. Everything in Baron Hulot's department was carefully noted. The astute State Councillor had enlisted on his side the victim of Marneffe's promotion, a hard-working clerk, telling him that if he could fill Marneffe's place, he would certainly succeed to it. He had told him that the man was dying. So this clerk was scheming for Marneffe's advancement. When Hulot went through his anteroom, full of visitors, he saw Marneffe's colorless face in a corner, and sent for him before any one else. "What do you want of me, my dear fellow?" said the Baron, disguising his anxiety. "Monsieur le Directeur, I am the laughing stock of the office, for it has become known that the chief of the clerks has left this morning for a holiday on the ground of his health. He is to be away a month. Now we all know what waiting for a month means. You deliver me over to the mockery of my enemies, and it is bad enough to be drummed upon one side. Drumming on both at once, monsieur, is apt to burst the drum." "My dear Marneffe, it takes long patience to gain an end. You cannot be made head clerk in less than 2 months, if ever. Just when I must, as far as possible, secure my own position, is not the time to be applying for your promotion, which would raise a scandal." "If you are broke, I shall never get it," said Marneffe coolly. "And if you get me the place, it will make no difference in the end." "Then I am to sacrifice myself for you?" said the Baron. "If you do not, I shall be much mistaken in you." "You are too exclusively Marneffe, Monsieur Marneffe," said Hulot, rising and showing the clerk the door. "I have the honor to wish you good morning, Monsieur le Baron," said Marneffe humbly. "What an infamous rascal!" thought the Baron. "This is uncommonly like a summons to pay within 24 hours on pain of distraint." 2 hours later, just when the Baron had been instructing Claude Vignon, whom he was sending to the Ministry of Justice to obtain information as to the judicial authorities under whose jurisdiction Johann Fischer might fall, Reine opened the door of his private room and gave him a note, saying she would wait for the answer. "Valerie is mad," said the Baron to himself. "To send Reine! It is enough to compromise us all, and it certainly compromises that dreadful Marneffe's chances of promotion." But he dismissed the Minister's private secretary, and read as follows: "Oh, my dear friend, what a scene I have had to endure! Though you have made me happy for 3 years, I have paid dearly for it. He came in from the office in a rage that made me quake. I knew he was ugly, I have seen him a monster. His 4 real teeth chattered, and he threatened me with his odious presence without respite if I should continue to receive you. My poor dear old boy, our door is closed against you henceforth. You see my tears, they are dropping on the paper and soaking it. Can you read what I write, dear Hector? Oh, to think of never seeing you, of giving you up when I bear in me some of your life, as I flatter myself I have your heart. It is enough to kill me. Think of our little Hector. Do not forsake me, but do not disgrace yourself for Marneffe's sake. Do not yield to his threats. I love you as I have never loved. I remember all the sacrifices you have made for your Valerie. She is not and never will be ungrateful. You are, and will ever be, my only husband. Think no more of the 1,200 francs a year I asked you to settle on the dear little Hector who is to come some months hence. I will not cost you anything more, and besides, my money will always be yours. Oh, if you only loved me as I love you, my Hector, you would retire on your pension. We should both take leave of our family, our worries, our surroundings, so full of hatred, and we should go to live with Lisbeth in some pretty country place, in Brittany or wherever you like. There we should see nobody, and we should be happy away from the world. Your pension and the little property I can call my own would be enough for us. You say you are jealous. Well, you would then have your Valerie entirely devoted to her Hector, and you would never have to talk in a loud voice as you did the other day. I shall have but one child, ours. You may be sure, my dearly loved old veteran. You cannot conceive of my fury, for you cannot know how he treated me, and the foul words he vomited on your Valerie. Such words would disgrace my paper. A woman such as I am, Montcornet's daughter, ought never to have heard one of them in her life. I only wish you had been there, that I might have punished him with the sight of the mad passion I felt for you. My father would have killed the wretch. I can only do as women do. Love you devotedly. Indeed, my love, in the state of exasperation in which I am, I cannot possibly give up seeing you. I must positively see you in secret every day. That is what we are, we women. Your resentment is mine. If you love me, I implore you, do not let him be promoted. Leave him to die a second-class clerk. At this moment I have lost my head. I still seem to hear him abusing me. Betty, who had meant to leave me, has pity on me, and will stay for a few days. My dear kind love, I do not know yet what is to be done. I see nothing for it but flight. I always delight in the country, Brittany, Languedoc, what you will, so long as I am free to love you. Poor dear, how I pity you! Forced now to go back to your old Adeline, to that lachrymal urn, for, as he no doubt told you, the monster means to watch me night and day. He spoke of a detective. Do not come here. He is capable of anything, I know, since he could make use of me for the basest purposes of speculation. I only wish I could return you all the things I have received from your generosity. Ah, my kind Hector, I may have flirted, and have seemed to you to be fickle, but you did not know your Valerie. She liked to tease you, but she loves you better than any one in the world. He cannot prevent your coming to see your cousin. I will arrange with her that we have speech with each other. My dear old boy, write me just a line, pray, to comfort me in the absence of your dear self. Oh, I would give one of my hands to have you by me on our sofa. A letter will work like a charm. Write me something full of your noble soul. I will return your note to you, for I must be cautious. I should not know where to hide it. He pokes his nose in everywhere. In short, comfort your Valerie, your little wife, the mother of your child. To think of my having to write to you, when I used to see you every day. As I say to Lisbeth, I did not know how happy I was. 1,000 kisses, dear boy. Be true to your Valerie. And tears, said Hulot to himself as he finished this letter, tears which have blotted out her name. How is she? Said he to Reine. Madame is in bed. She has dreadful spasms, replied Reine. She had a fit of hysterics that twisted her round like a withy round a faggot. It came on after writing. It comes of crying so much. She heard Monsieur's voice on the stairs. The Baron, in his distress, wrote the following note on office paper with a printed heading: "Be quite easy, my angel. He will die a second-class clerk. Your idea is admirable. We will go and live far from Paris. where we shall be happy with our little Hector. I will retire on my pension, and I shall be sure to find some good appointment on a railway. Ah, my sweet friend, I feel so much the younger for your letter. I shall begin life again and make a fortune, you will see, for our dear little one. As I read your letter, 1,000 times more ardent than those of the Nouvelle Heloise, it worked a miracle. I had not believed it possible that I could love you more. This evening, at Lisbeth's, you will see your Hector for life." Reine carried off this reply, the first letter the Baron had written to his sweet friend. Such emotions to some extent counterbalanced the disasters growling in the distance. But the Baron, at this moment believing he could certainly avert the blows aimed at his uncle, Johann Fischer, thought only of the deficit. One of the characteristics of the Bonapartist temperament is a firm belief in the power of the sword, and confidence in the superiority of the military over civilians. Hulot laughed to scorn the public prosecutor in Algiers, where the War Office is supreme. Man is always what he has once been. How can the officers of the Imperial Guard forget that time was when the mayors of the largest towns in the Empire and the Emperor's prefects, emperors themselves on a minute scale, would come out to meet the Imperial Guard, to pay their respects on the borders of the departments through which it passed, and to do it, in short, the homage due to sovereigns? At 4:30 the Baron went straight to Madame Marneffe's. His heart beat as high as a young man's as he went upstairs, for he was asking himself this question: "Shall I see her, or shall I not?" How was he now to remember the scene of the morning when his weeping children had knelt at his feet? Valerie's note, enshrined forever in a thin pocket-book over his heart, proved to him that she loved him more than the most charming of young men. Having rung, the unhappy visitor heard within the shuffling slippers and vexatious scraping cough of the detestable master. Marneffe opened the door, but only to put himself into an attitude and point to the stairs, exactly as Hulot had shown him the door of his private room. "You are too exclusively Hulot, Monsieur Hulot," said he. The Baron tried to pass him. Marneffe took a pistol out of his pocket and cocked it. "Monsieur le Baron," said he, "when a man is as vile as I am, for you think me very vile, don't you? He would be the meanest galley slave if he did not get the full benefit of his betrayed honor. You are for war. It will be hot work and no quarter. Come here no more, and do not attempt to get past me. I have given the police notice of my position with regard to you." And taking advantage of Hulot's amazement, he pushed him out and shut the door. "What a low scoundrel!" said Hulot to himself as he went upstairs to Lisbeth. "I understand her letter now. Valerie and I will go away from Paris. Valerie is wholly mine for the remainder of my days. She will close my eyes." Lisbeth was out. Madame Olivier told the Baron that she had gone to his wife's house, thinking that she would find him there. "Poor thing, I should never have expected her to be so sharp as she was this morning," thought Hulot, recalling Lisbeth's behavior as he made his way from the Rue Vanneau to the Rue Plumet. As he turned the corner of the Rue Vanneau and the Rue de Babylone, he looked back at the Eden whence Hymen had expelled him with the sword of the law. Valerie, at her window, was watching his departure. As he glanced up, she waved her handkerchief, but the rascally Marneffe hit his wife's cap and dragged her violently away from the window. A tear rose to the great official's eye. Oh, to be so well loved, to see a woman so ill used, and to be so nearly 70 years old, thought he. Lisbeth had come to give the family the good news. Adeline and Hortense had already heard that the Baron, not choosing to compromise himself in the eyes of the whole office by appointing Marneffe to the first class, would be turned from the door by the Hulot-hating husband. Adeline, very happy, had ordered a dinner that her Hector was to like better than any of Valerie's; and Lisbeth, in her devotion, was helping Mariette to achieve this difficult result. Cousin Betty was the idol of the hour. Mother and daughter kissed her hands, and had told her with touching delight that the Marshal consented to have her as his housekeeper. "And from that, my dear, there is but one step to becoming his wife," said Adeline. "In fact, he did not say no when Victorin mentioned it," added the Countess. The Baron was welcomed home with such charming proofs of affection, so pathetically overflowing with love, that he was fain to conceal his troubles. Marshal Hulot came to dinner. After dinner, Hector did not go out. Victorin and his wife joined them, and they made up a rubber. "It is a long time, Hector," said the Marshal gravely, "since you gave us the treat of such an evening." This speech from the old soldier, who spoiled his brother though he thus implicitly blamed him, made a deep impression. It showed how wide and deep were the wounds in a heart where all the woes he had divined had found an echo. At 8 o'clock the Baron insisted on seeing Lisbeth home, promising to return. "Do you know, Lisbeth, he ill treats her," said he in the street. "Oh, I never loved her so well." "I never imagined that Valerie loved you so well," replied Lisbeth. "She is frivolous and a coquette; she loves to have attentions paid her, and to have the comedy of love-making performed for her, as she says. But you are her only real attachment." "What message did she send me?" "Why, this," said Lisbeth. "She has, as you know, been on intimate terms with Crevel. You must owe her no grudge, for that, in fact, is what has raised her above utter poverty for the rest of her life. But she detests him, and matters are nearly at an end. Well, she has kept the key of some rooms." "Rue du Dauphin!" cried the thrice blessed Baron. "If it were for that alone, I would overlook Crevel. I have been there, I know." "Here, then, is the key," said Lisbeth. "Have another made from it in the course of to morrow, 2, if you can." "And then?" said Hulot eagerly. "Well, I will dine at your house again to morrow. You must give me back Valerie's key, for old Crevel might ask her to return it to him, and you can meet her there the day after. Then you can decide what your facts are to be. You will be quite safe, as there are 2 ways out. If by chance Crevel, who is Regence in his habits, as he is fond of saying, should come in by the side street, you could go out through the shop, or vice versa. You owe all this to me, you old villain. Now what will you do for me?" "Whatever you want." "Then you will not oppose my marrying your brother?" "You? The Marechal Hulot? The Comtesse de Forzheim?" cried Hector, startled. "Well, Adeline is a baroness," retorted Betty in a vicious and formidable tone. "Listen to me, you old libertine. You know how matters stand. Your family may find itself starving in the gutter." "That is what I dread," said Hulot in dismay. "And if your brother were to die, who would maintain your wife and daughter? The widow of a marshal gets at least 6,000 francs pension, doesn't she? Well, then, I wish to marry to secure bread for your wife and daughter, old dotard." "I had not seen it in that light," said the Baron. "I will talk to my brother, for we are sure of you. Tell my angel that my life is hers." And the Baron, having seen Lisbeth go into the house in the Rue Vanneau, went back to his whist and stayed at home. The Baroness was at the height of happiness; her husband seemed to be returning to domestic habits. For about a fortnight he went to his office at 9 every morning, he came in to dinner at 6, and spent the evening with his family. He twice took Adeline and Hortense to the play. The mother and daughter paid for 3 Thanksgiving masses, and prayed to God to suffer them to keep the husband and father he had restored to them. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac, translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 27. One evening, Victorin Hulot, seeing his father retire for the night, said to his mother, "Well, we are at any rate so far happy that my father has come back to us. My wife and I shall never regret our capital, if only this lasts." "Your father is nearly 70," said the Baroness. "He still thinks of Madame Marneffe, that I can see, but he will forget her in time. A passion for women is not like gambling or speculation or avarice; there is an end to it." But Adeline, still beautiful in spite of her 50 years and her sorrows, in this was mistaken. Profligates, men whom nature has gifted with the precious power of loving beyond the limits ordinarily set to love, rarely are as old as their age. During this relapse into virtue, Baron Hulot had been 3 times to the Rue du Dauphin, and had certainly not been the man of 70. His rekindled passion made him young again, and he would have sacrificed his honor to Valerie, his family, his all, without a regret. But Valerie, now completely altered, never mentioned money, not even the 1,200 francs a year to be settled on their son. On the contrary, she offered him money. She loved Hulot as a woman of 36 loves a handsome law student, a poor poetical ardent boy. And the hapless wife fancied she had reconquered her dear Hector. The 4th meeting between this couple had been agreed upon at the end of the 3rd, exactly as formerly in Italian theatres the play was announced for the next night. The hour fixed was 9 in the morning. On the next day, when the happiness was due for which the amorous old man had resigned himself to domestic rules, at about 8 in the morning, Reine came and asked to see the Baron. Hulot, fearing some catastrophe, went out to speak with Reine, who would not come into the anteroom. The faithful waiting maid gave him the following note: "Dear old man, do not go to the Rue du Dauphin. Our incubus is ill, and I must nurse him. But be there this evening at 9. Crevel is at Corbeil with Monsieur Lebas, so I am sure he will bring no princess to his little palace. I have made arrangements here to be free for the night and get back before Marneffe is awake. Answer me as to all this, for perhaps your long elegy of a wife no longer allows you your liberty as she did. I am told she is still so handsome that you might play me false. You are such a gay dog. Burn this note. I am suspicious of everyone." Hulot wrote this scrap in reply: "My love, as I have told you, my wife has not for 25 years interfered with my pleasures. For you I would give up 100 Adelines. I will be in the Crevel sanctum at 9 this evening, awaiting my divinity. Oh, that your clerk might soon die! We should part no more. And this is the dearest wish of your Hector." That evening the Baron told his wife that he had business with the minister at Saint Cloud, that he would come home at about 4 or 5 in the morning, and he went to the Rue du Dauphin. It was towards the end of the month of June. Few men have in the course of their life known really the dreadful sensation of going to their death. Those who have returned from the foot of the scaffold may be easily counted. But some have had a vivid experience of it in dreams. They have gone through it all to the sensation of the knife at their throat at the moment when waking and daylight come to release them. Well, the sensation to which the Councillor of State was a victim at 5 in the morning in Crevel's handsome and elegant bed was immeasurably worse than that of feeling himself bound to the fatal block in the presence of 10,000 spectators looking at you with 20,000 sparks of fire. Valerie was asleep in a graceful attitude. She was lovely, as a woman is who is lovely enough to look so even in sleep. It is art invading nature, in short, a living picture. In his horizontal position, the Baron's eyes were but 3 feet above the floor. His gaze, wandering idly as that of a man who is just awake and collecting his ideas, fell on a door painted with flowers by Jeanne, an artist disdainful of fame. The Baron did not, indeed, see 20,000 flaming eyes, like the man condemned to death; he saw but one, of which the shaft was really more piercing than the thousands on the public square. Now this sensation, far rarer in the midst of enjoyment even than that of a man condemned to death, was one for which many a splenetic Englishman would certainly pay a high price. The Baron lay there, horizontal still, and literally bathed in cold sweat. He tried to doubt the fact, but this murderous eye had a voice. A sound of whispering was heard through the door. "So long as it is nobody but Crevel playing a trick on me," said the Baron to himself, only too certain of an intruder in the temple. The door was opened. The majesty of the French law, which in all documents follows next to the king, became visible in the person of a worthy little police officer, supported by a tall justice of the peace, both shown in by Monsieur Marneffe. The police functionary, rooted in shoes of which the straps were tied together with flapping bows, ended at top in a yellow skull almost bare of hair, and a face betraying him as a wide-awake, cheerful, and cunning dog, from whom Paris life had no secrets. His eyes, though garnished with spectacles, pierced the glasses with a keen, mocking glance. The justice of the peace, a retired attorney and an old admirer of the fair sex, envied the delinquent. "Pray excuse the strong measures required by our office, Monsieur le Baron," said the constable. "We are acting for the plaintiff. The justice of the peace is here to authorize the visitation of the premises. I know who you are, and who the lady is who is accused." Valerie opened her astonished eyes, gave such a shriek as actresses use to depict madness on the stage, writhed in convulsions on the bed, like a witch of the Middle Ages in her sulphur-colored frock on a bed of faggots. "Death, and I am ready! My dear Hector, but a police court? Oh, never!" With one bound she passed the three spectators and crouched under the little writing table, hiding her face in her hands. "Ruin! Death!" she cried. "Monsieur," said Marneffe to Hulot, "if Madame Marneffe goes mad, you are worse than a profligate, you will be a murderer." What can a man do, what can he say when he is discovered in a bed which is not his, even on the score of hiring, with a woman who is no more his than the bed is? Well, this. "Monsieur the Justice of the Peace, Monsieur the Police Officer," said the Baron with some dignity, "be good enough to take proper care of that unhappy woman, whose reason seems to me to be in danger. You can harangue me afterwards. The doors are locked, no doubt; you need not fear that she will get away, or I either, seeing the costume we wear." The two functionaries bowed to the magnate's injunctions. "You come here, miserable cur," said Hulot in a low voice to Marneffe, taking him by the arm and drawing him closer. "It is not I, but you who will be the murderer. You want to be head clerk of your room and officer of the Legion of Honor?" "That in the first place, chief," replied Marneffe with a bow. "You shall be all that. Only soothe your wife and dismiss these fellows." "Nay, nay," said Marneffe knowingly. "These gentlemen must draw up their report as eye-witnesses to the fact. Without that, the chief evidence in my case, where should I be? The higher official ranks are choke-full of rascalities. You have done me out of my wife, and you have not promoted me, Monsieur le Baron. I give you only 2 days to get out of the scrape. Here are some letters." "Some letters?" interrupted Hulot. "Yes, letters which prove that you are the father of the child my wife expects to give birth to. You understand? And you ought to settle on my son a sum equal to what he will lose through this bastard. But I will be reasonable. This does not distress me. I have no mania for paternity myself. 100 louis a year will satisfy me. By to-morrow I must be Monsieur Coquet's successor, and see my name on the list for promotion in the Legion of Honor at the July fetes. Or else The documentary evidence and my charge against you will be laid before the bench. I am not so hard to deal with, after all, you see." "Bless me, and such a pretty woman!" said the justice of the peace to the police constable. "What a loss to the world if she should go mad!" "She is not mad," said the constable sententiously. The police is always the incarnation of scepticism. "Monsieur le Baron Hulot has been caught by a trick," he added, loud enough for Valerie to hear him. Valerie shot a flash from her eye which would have killed him on the spot, if looks could affect the vengeance they express. The police officer smiled. He had laid a snare, and the woman had fallen into it. Marneffe desired his wife to go into the other room and clothe herself decently, for he and the Baron had come to an agreement on all points, and Hulot fetched his dressing gown and came out again. "Gentlemen," said he to the two officials, "I need not impress on you to be secret." The functionaries bowed. The police officer rapped twice on the door. His clerk came in, sat down at the bonheur du jour, and wrote what the constable dictated to him in an undertone. Valerie still wept vehemently. When she was dressed, Hulot went into the other room and put on his clothes. Meanwhile the report was written. Marneffe then wanted to take his wife home, but Hulot, believing that he saw her for the last time, begged the favor of being allowed to speak with her. "Monsieur, your wife has cost me dear enough for me to be allowed to say good bye to her, in the presence of you all, of course." Valerie went up to Hulot, and he whispered in her ear, "There is nothing left for us but to fly. But how can we correspond? We have been betrayed." "Through Reine," she answered. "But, my dear friend, after this scandal we can never meet again. I am disgraced. Besides, you will hear dreadful things about me; you will believe them." The Baron made a gesture of denial. "You will believe them, and I can thank God for that, for then perhaps you will not regret me." "He will not die a second-class clerk," said Marneffe to Hulot, as he led his wife away, saying roughly, "Come, madame, if I am foolish to you, I do not choose to be a fool to others." Valerie left the house, Crevel's Eden, with a last glance at the Baron, so cunning that he thought she adored him. The justice of the peace gave Madame Marneffe his arm to the hackney coach with a flourish of gallantry. The Baron, who was required to witness the report, remained quite bewildered, alone with the police officer. When the Baron had signed, the officer looked at him keenly over his glasses. "You are very sweet on the little lady, Monsieur le Baron." "To my sorrow, as you see." "Suppose that she does not care for you," the man went on, "that she is deceiving you." "I have long known that, monsieur. Here in this very spot, Monsieur Crevel and I told each other." "Oh, then you knew that you were in Monsieur le Maire's private snuggery?" "Perfectly." The constable lightly touched his hat with a respectful gesture. "You are very much in love," said he. "I say no more. I respect an inveterate passion as a doctor respects an inveterate complaint. I saw Monsieur de Nucingen, the banker, attacked in the same way." "He is a friend of mine," said the Baron. "Many a time have I supped with his handsome Esther. She was worth the 2,000,000 francs she cost him." "And more," said the officer. "That caprice of the old Baron's cost 4 persons their lives. Oh, such passions as these are like the cholera." "What had you to say to me?" asked the Baron, who took this indirect warning very ill. "Oh, why should I deprive you of your illusions?" replied the officer. "Men rarely have any left at your age." "Rid me of them!" cried the Councillor. "You will curse the physician later," replied the officer, smiling. "I beg of you, monsieur." "Well, then, that woman was in collusion with her husband." "Oh!" "Yes, sir, and so it is in 2 cases out of every 10. Oh, we know it well." "What proof have you of such a conspiracy?" "In the first place, the husband. said the other, with the calm acumen of a surgeon practised in unbinding wounds. "Mean speculation is stamped in every line of that villainous face. But you, no doubt, set great store by a certain letter written by that woman with regard to the child?" "So much so that I always have it about me," replied Hulot, feeling in his breast pocket for the little pocket-book which he always kept there. "Leave your pocket-book where it is," said the man, as crushing as a thunderclap. "Here is the letter. I now know all I want to know. Madame Marneffe, of course, was aware of what that pocket-book contained?" "She alone in the world." "So I supposed. Now for the proof you asked for of her collusion with her husband." "Let us hear," said the Baron, still incredulous. "When we came in here, Monsieur le Baron, that wretched creature Marneffe led the way, and he took up this letter, which his wife, no doubt, had placed on this writing table," and he pointed to the Bonheur du Jour. "That evidently was the spot agreed upon by the couple in case she should succeed in stealing the letter while you were asleep; for this letter, as written to you by the lady, is, combined with those you wrote to her, decisive evidence in a police court." He showed Hulot the note that Reine had delivered to him in his private room at the office. "It is one of the documents in the case," said the police agent. "Return it to me, monsieur." "Well, monsieur," replied Hulot with bitter expression, "that woman is profligacy itself in fixed ratios. I am certain at this moment that she has 3 lovers." "That is perfectly evident," said the officer. "Oh, they are not all on the streets. When a woman follows that trade in a carriage and a drawing-room and her own house, it is not a case for francs and centimes, Monsieur le Baron. Mademoiselle Esther, of whom you spoke, and who poisoned herself, made away with millions. If you will take my advice, you will get out of it, monsieur. This last little game will have cost you dear. That scoundrel of a husband has the law on his side. And indeed, but for me, that little woman would have caught you again." "Thank you, monsieur," said the Baron, trying to maintain his dignity. "Now we will lock up. The farce is played out, and you can send your key to Monsieur the Mayor." Hulot went home in a state of dejection bordering on helplessness, and sunk in the gloomiest thoughts. He woke his noble and saintly wife, and poured into her heart the history of the past 3 years, sobbing like a child deprived of a toy. This confession from an old man young in feeling, this frightful and heart-rending narrative, while it filled Adeline with pity, also gave her the greatest joy. She thanked Heaven for this last catastrophe, for in fancy she saw the husband settled at last in the bosom of his family. "Lisbeth was right," said Madame Hulot gently and without any useless recrimination. "She told us how it would be. Yes, if only I had listened to her, instead of flying into a rage that day when I wanted poor Hortense to go home, rather than compromise the reputation of that. Oh, my dear Adeline, we must save Wenceslas. He is up to his chin in that mire. My poor old man, the respectable middle classes have turned out no better than the actresses," said Adeline with a smile. The Baroness was alarmed at the change in her Hector. When she saw him so unhappy, ailing, crushed under his weight of woes, she was all heart, all pity, all love. She would have shed her blood to make Hulot happy. "Stay with us, my dear Hector. Tell me what it is that such women do to attract you so powerfully. I too will try. Why have you not taught me to be what you want? Am I deficient in intelligence? Men still think me handsome enough to court my favor." Many a married woman, attached to her duty and to her husband, may here pause to ask herself why strong and affectionate men, so tender-hearted to the Madame Marneffes, do not take their wives for the object of their fancies and passions, especially wives like the Baronne Adeline Hulot. This is indeed one of the most recondite mysteries of human nature. Love, which is debauch of reason, the strong and austere joy of a lofty soul, and pleasure, the vulgar counterfeit sold in the marketplace, are two aspects of the same thing. The woman who can satisfy both these devouring appetites is as rare in her sex as a great general, a great writer, a great artist, a great inventor in a nation. A man of superior intellect or an idiot, an Hulot or a Crevel, equally crave for the ideal and for enjoyment. All alike go in search of the mysterious compound, so rare that at last it is usually found to be a work in 2 volumes. This craving is a depraved impulse due to society. Marriage, no doubt, must be accepted as a tie. It is life, with its duties and its stern sacrifices on both parts equally. Libertines who seek for hidden treasure are as guilty as other evildoers who are more hardly dealt with than they. These reflections are not a mere veneer of moralizing; they show the reason of many unexplained misfortunes. But indeed this drama points its own moral, or morals, for they are of many kinds. The Baron presently went to call on the Marshal Prince de Wissembourg, whose powerful patronage was now his only chance. Having dwelt under his protection for 35 years, he was a visitor at all hours, and would be admitted to his rooms as soon as he was up. "Ah, how are you, my dear Hector?" said the great and worthy leader. "What is the matter? You look anxious. And yet the session is ended. One more over. I speak of that now as I used to speak of a campaign. And indeed, I believe the newspapers nowadays speak of the sessions as parliamentary campaigns." "We have been in difficulties, I must confess, Marshal, but the times are hard," said Hulot. "It cannot be helped; the world was made so. Every phase has its own drawbacks. The worst misfortune in the year 1841 is that neither the King nor the ministers are free to act as Napoleon was." The Marshal gave Hulot one of those eagle flashes which in its pride, clearness, and perspicacity showed that, in spite of years, that lofty soul was still upright and vigorous. "You want me to do something for you?" said he in a hearty tone. "I find myself under the necessity of applying to you for the promotion of one of my second clerks to the head of a room, as a personal favor to myself, and his advancement to be officer of the Legion of Honor." "What is his name?" said the Marshal, with a look like a lightning flash. "Marneffe." "He has a pretty wife. I saw her on the occasion of your daughter's marriage. If Roger but Roger is away. Hector, my boy, this is concerned with your pleasures. What, you still indulge? Well, you are a credit to the old guard. That is what comes of having been in the commissariat. You have reserves. But have nothing to do with this little job, my dear boy. It is too strong of the petticoat to be good business. No, Marshal, it is bad business, for the police courts have a finger in it. Would you like to see me go there?" "The devil!" said the Prince uneasily. "Go on." "Well, I am in the predicament of a trapped fox. You have always been so kind to me, that you will, I am sure, condescend to help me out of the shameful position in which I am placed." Hulot related his misadventures as wittily and as lightly as he could. "And you, Prince, will you allow my brother to die of grief, a man you love so well, or leave one of your staff in the War Office, a Councillor of State, to live in disgrace? This Marneffe is a wretched creature. He can be shelved in 2 or 3 years." "How you talk of 2 or 3 years, my dear fellow!" said the Marshal. "But, Prince, the Imperial Guard is immortal." "I am the last of the first batch of marshals," said the Prince. "Listen, Hector. You do not know the extent of my attachment to you. You shall see. On the day when I retire from office, we will go together. But you are not a deputy, my friend. Many men want your place, but for me you would be out of it by this time. Yes, I have fought many a pitched battle to keep you in it. Well, I grant you your two requests. It would be too bad to see you riding the bar at your age and in the position you hold. But you stretch your credit a little too far. If this appointment gives rise to discussion, we shall not be held blameless. I can laugh at such things, but you will find it a thorn under your feet. And the next session will see your dismissal. Your place is held out as a bait to 5 or 6 influential men, and you have been enabled to keep it solely by the force of my arguments. I tell you, on the day when you retire, there will be 5 malcontents to 1 happy man. Whereas, by keeping you hanging on by a thread for 2 or 3 years, we shall secure all 6 votes. There was a great laugh at the council meeting. The veteran of the old guard, as they say, was becoming desperately wide awake in parliamentary tactics. I am frank with you, and you are growing gray. You are a happy man to be able to get into such difficulties as these. How long is it since I, Lieutenant Cotin, had a mistress?" He rang the bell. "That police report must be destroyed," he added. "Monseigneur, you are as a father to me. I dared not mention my anxiety on that point." "I still wish I had Roger here," cried the Prince, as Mitouflet, his groom of the chambers, came in. "I was just going to send for him. You may go, Mitouflet. Go you, my dear old fellow, go and have the nomination made out. I will sign it. At the same time, that low schemer will not long enjoy the fruit of his crimes. He will be sharply watched and drummed out of the regiment for the smallest fault. You are saved this time, my dear Hector. Take care for the future. Do not exhaust your friend's patience. You shall have the nomination this morning, and your man shall get his promotion in the Legion of Honor. How old are you now?" "Within 3 months of 70." "What a scapegrace!" said the Prince, laughing. "It is you who deserve a promotion, but by thunder, we are not under Louis XV." Such is the sense of comradeship that binds the glorious survivors of the Napoleonic phalanx, that they always feel as if they were in camp together, and bound to stand together through thick and thin. "One more favor such as this," Hulot reflected as he crossed the courtyard, "and I am done for." The luckless official went to Baron de Nucingen, to whom he now owed a mere trifle, and succeeded in borrowing 40,000 francs, on his salary pledged for 2 years more. The banker stipulated that in the event of Hulot's retirement on his pension, the whole of it should be devoted to the repayment of the sum borrowed till the capital and interest were all cleared off. This new bargain, like the first, was made in the name of Vauvinet, to whom the Baron signed notes of hand to the amount of 12,000 francs. On the following day the fateful police report, the husband's charge, the letters, all the papers, were destroyed. The scandalous promotion of Monsieur Marneffe, hardly heeded in the midst of the July fêtes, was not commented on in any newspaper. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 28. Lisbeth, to all appearance at war with Madame Marneffe, had taken up her abode with Marshal Hulot. 10 days after these events, the banns of marriage were published between the old maid and the distinguished old officer, to whom, to win his consent, Adeline had related the financial disaster that had befallen her Hector, begging him never to mention it to the Baron, who was, as she said, much saddened, quite depressed and crushed. "Alas, he is as old as his years," she added. So Lisbeth had triumphed. She was achieving the object of her ambition. She would see the success of her scheme and her hatred gratified. She delighted in the anticipated joy of reigning supreme over the family who had so long looked down upon her. Yes, she would patronize her patrons. She would be the rescuing angel who would dole out a livelihood to the ruined family. She addressed herself as Madame la Comtesse and Madame la Maréchale, curtsying in front of a glass. Adeline and Hortense should end their days in struggling with poverty, while she, a visitor at the Tuileries, would lord it in the fashionable world. A terrible disaster overthrew the old maid from the social heights where she so proudly enthroned herself. On the very day when the banns were first published, the Baron received a second message from Africa. Another Alsatian arrived, handed him a letter after assuring himself that he spoke to Baron Hulot, and after giving the Baron the address of his lodgings, bowed himself out, leaving the great man stricken by the opening lines of this letter: "Dear nephew, you will receive this letter by my calculations on the 7th of August. Supposing it takes you 3 days to send us the help we need, and that it is a fortnight on the way here, that brings us to the 1st of September. If you can act decisively within that time, you will have saved the honor and the life of yours sincerely, Johann Fischer. This is what I am required to demand by the clerk you have made my accomplice; for I am amenable, it would seem, to the law at the assizes or before a council of war. Of course you understand that Johann Fischer will never be brought to the bar of any tribunal. He will go of his own act, to appear at that of God. Your clerk seems to me a bad lot, quite capable of getting you into hot water; but he is as clever as any rogue. He says the line for you to take is to call out louder than any one, and to send out an inspector, a special commissioner, to discover who is really guilty, rake up abuses, and make a fuss, in short. But if we stir up the struggle, who will stand between us and the law? If your commissioner arrives here by the 1st of September, and you have given him your orders, sending by him 200,000 francs to place in our storehouses the supplies we profess to have secured in remote country places, we shall be absolutely solvent and regarded as blameless. You can trust the soldier who is the bearer of this letter with a draft in my name on a house in Algiers. He is a trustworthy fellow, a relation of mine, incapable of trying to find out what he is the bearer of. I have taken measures to guarantee the fellow's safe return. If you can do nothing, I am ready and willing to die for the man to whom we owe our Adeline's happiness." The anguish and raptures of passion, and the catastrophe which had checked his career of profligacy, had prevented Baron Hulot's ever thinking of poor Johann Fischer, though his first letter had given warning of the danger now become so pressing. The Baron went out of the dining room in such agitation that he literally dropped onto a sofa in the drawing room. He was stunned, sunk in the dull numbness of a heavy fall. He stared at a flower on the carpet, quite unconscious that he still held in his hand Johann's fatal letter. Adeline, in her room, heard her husband throw himself on the sofa like a lifeless mass. The noise was so peculiar that she fancied he had an apoplectic attack. She looked through the door at the mirror, in such dread as stops the breath and hinders motion, and she saw her Hector in the attitude of a man crushed. The Baroness stole in on tiptoe. Hector heard nothing. She went close up to him, saw the letter, took it, read it, trembling in every limb. She went through one of those violent nervous shocks that leave their traces forever on the sufferer. Within a few days she became subject to a constant trembling, for after the first instant the need for action gave her such strength as can only be drawn from the very wellspring of the vital powers. "Hector, come into my room," said she, in a voice that was no more than a breath. Do not let your daughter see you in this state. Come, my dear, come." 200,000 francs! Where can I find them? I can get Claude Vignon sent out there as a commissioner. He is a clever, intelligent fellow; that is a matter of a couple of days. But 200,000 francs! My son has not so much. His house is loaded with mortgages for 300,000. My brother has saved 30,000 francs at most. Nucingen would simply laugh at me. Vauvinet? He was not very ready to lend me the 10,000 francs I wanted to make up the sum for that villain Marneffe's boy. No, it is all up with me. I must throw myself at the Prince's feet, confess how matters stand, hear myself told that I am a low scoundrel, and take his broadside so as to go decently to the bottom." "But, Hector, this is not merely ruin, it is disgrace," said Adeline. "My poor uncle will kill himself. Only kill us, yourself and me; you have a right to do that, but do not be a murderer. Come, take courage. There must be some way out of it." "Not one," said Hulot. "No one in the government could find 200,000 francs, not if it were to save an administration. Oh, Napoleon, where art thou?" "My uncle, poor man! Hector, he must not be allowed to kill himself in disgrace." "There is one more chance," said he, "but a very remote one. Yes, Crevel is at daggers drawn with his daughter. He has plenty of money. He alone could." "Listen, Hector. It will be better for your wife to perish than to leave our uncle to perish. And your brother, the honor of the family!" cried the Baroness, struck by a flash of light. "Yes, I can save you all. Good God, what a degrading thought! How could it have occurred to me?" She clasped her hands, dropped on her knees, and put up a prayer. On rising, she saw such a crazy expression of joy on her husband's face that the diabolical suggestion returned, and then Adeline sank into a sort of idiotic melancholy. "Go, my dear, at once to the War Office," said she, rousing herself from this torpor. "Try to send out a commission; it must be done. Get round the Marshal, and on your return at 5 o'clock you will find perhaps, yes, you shall find 200,000 francs. Your family, your honor as a man, as a State official, a Councillor of State, your honesty, your son, all shall be saved. But your Adeline will be lost, and you will see her no more. Hector, my dear," said she, kneeling before him, clasping and kissing his hand, "give me your blessing. Say farewell." It was so heartrending that Hulot put his arms round his wife, raised her, and kissed her, saying, "I do not understand." "If you did," said she, "I should die of shame, or I should not have the strength to carry out this last sacrifice." "Breakfast is served," said Mariette. Hortense came in to wish her parents good morning. They had to go to breakfast and assume a false face. "Begin without me, I will join you," said the Baroness. She sat down to her desk and wrote as follows: "My dear Monsieur Crevel, I have to ask a service of you. I shall expect you this morning, and I count on your gallantry, which is well known to me, to save me from having too long to wait for you. Your faithful servant, Adeline Hulot." "Louise," said she to her daughter's maid, who waited on her, "take this note down to the porter and desire him to carry it at once to this address, and wait for an answer." The Baron, who was reading the news, held out a Republican paper to his wife, pointing to an article and saying, "Is there time?" This was the paragraph, one of the terrible notes with which the papers spice their political bread and butter. "A correspondent in Algiers writes that such abuses have been discovered in the commissariat transactions of the province of Oran that the law is making inquiries. The peculation is self-evident, and the guilty persons are known. If severe measures are not taken, we shall continue to lose more men through the extortion that limits their rations than by Arab steel or the fierce heat of the climate. We await further information before enlarging on this deplorable business. We need no longer wonder at the terror caused by the establishment of the press in Africa, as was contemplated by the Charter of 1830. "I will dress and go to the minister," said the Baron as they rose from the table. "Time is precious. A man's life hangs on every minute." "Oh, mamma, there is no hope for me!" cried Hortense, and, unable to check her tears, she handed to her mother a number of the Revue des Beaux-Arts. Madame Hulot's eye fell on a print of the group of Delilah by Count Steinbock, under which were the words, "The property of Madame Marneffe." The very first lines of the article, signed V, showed the talent and friendliness of Claude Vignon. "Poor child!" said the Baroness. Alarmed by her mother's tone of indifference, Hortense looked up, saw the expression of a sorrow before which her own paled, and rose to kiss her mother, saying, "What is the matter, mamma? What is happening? Can we be more wretched than we are already?" "My child, it seems to me that in what I am going through to day, my past dreadful sorrows are as nothing. When shall I have ceased to suffer?" "In heaven, mother," said Hortense solemnly. "Come, my angel, help me to dress. No, no, I will not have you help me in this. Send me Louise." Adeline, in her room, went to study herself in the glass. She looked at herself closely and sadly, wondering to herself, "Am I still handsome? Can I still be desirable? Am I not wrinkled?" She lifted up her fine golden hair, uncovering her temples. They were as fresh as a girl's. She went further, she uncovered her shoulders, and was satisfied; nay, she had a little feeling of pride. The beauty of really handsome shoulders is one of the last charms a woman loses, especially if she has lived chastely. Adeline chose her dress carefully, but the pious and blameless woman is decent to the end, in spite of her little coquettish graces. Of what use were brand new gray silk stockings and high-heeled satin shoes, when she was absolutely ignorant of the art of displaying a pretty foot at a critical moment, by obtruding it an inch or two beyond a half-lifted skirt, opening horizons to desire? She put on, indeed, her prettiest flowered muslin dress, with a low body and short sleeves, but, horrified at so much bareness, she covered her fine arms with clear gauze sleeves, and hid her shoulders under an embroidered cape. Her curls, à l'anglaise, struck her as too fly-away. She subdued their airy lightness by putting on a very pretty cap. But, with or without the cap, would she have known how to twist the golden ringlets so as to show off her taper fingers to admiration? As to rouge, the consciousness of guilt, the preparations for a deliberate fall, threw this saintly woman into a state of high fever, which, for the time, revived the brilliant coloring of youth. Her eyes were bright, her cheeks glowed. Instead of assuming a seductive air, she saw in herself a look of barefaced audacity which shocked her. Lisbeth, at Adeline's request, had told her all the circumstances of Wenceslas' infidelity, and the Baroness had learned, to her utter amazement, that in one evening, in one moment, Madame Marneffe had made herself the mistress of the bewitched artist. "How do these women do it?" the Baroness had asked Lisbeth. There is no curiosity so great as that of virtuous women on such subjects. They would like to know the arts of vice and remain immaculate. "Why, they are seductive, it is their business," said Cousin Betty. "Valerie that evening, my dear, was, I declare, enough to bring an angel to perdition." "But tell me how she set to work." "There is no principle, only practice in that walk of life," said Lisbeth ironically. The Baroness, recalling this conversation, would have liked to consult Cousin Betty, but there was no time for that. Poor Adeline, incapable of imagining a patch, of pinning a rosebud in the very middle of her bosom, of devising the tricks of the toilet intended to resuscitate the ardors of exhausted nature, was merely well dressed. A woman is not a courtesan for the wishing. Woman is soup for man, as Molière says by the mouth of the judicious Gros Rene. This comparison suggests a sort of culinary art in love. Then the virtuous wife would be a Homeric meal, flesh laid on hot cinders. The courtesan, on the contrary, is a dish by Carême, with its condiments, spices, and elegant arrangement. The Baroness could not, did not know how to serve up her fair bosom in a lordly dish of lace, after the manner of Madame Marneffe. She knew nothing of the secrets of certain attitudes. This high-souled woman might have turned round and round 100 times, and she would have betrayed nothing to the keen glance of a profligate. To be a good woman and a prude to all the world, and a courtesan to her husband, is the gift of a woman of genius, and they are few. This is the secret of long fidelity, inexplicable to the women who are not blessed with the double and splendid faculty. Imagine Madame Marneffe virtuous, and you have the Marchesa di Pescara. But such lofty and illustrious women, beautiful as Diane de Poitiers, but virtuous, may be easily counted. So the scene with which this serious and terrible drama of Paris manners opened was about to be repeated, with this singular difference, that the calamities prophesied then by the captain of the municipal militia had reversed the parts. Madame Hulot was awaiting Crevel with the same intentions as had brought him to her, smiling down at the Paris crowd from his milord 3 years ago. And, strangest thing of all, the Baroness was true to herself and to her love, while preparing to yield to the grossest infidelity, such as the storm of passion even does not justify in the eyes of some judges. "What can I do to become a Madame Marneffe?" she asked herself as she heard the doorbell. She restrained her tears, fever gave brilliancy to her face, and she meant to be quite the courtesan. Poor noble soul! "What the devil can that worthy Baronne Hulot want of me?" Crevel wondered as he mounted the stairs. "She is going to discuss my quarrel with Celestine and Victorin, no doubt, but I will not give way." As he went into the drawing-room, shown in by Louise, he said to himself, as he noted the bareness of the place, Crevel's word, "Poor woman, she lives here like some fine picture stowed in a loft by a man who knows nothing of painting." Crevel, seeing Comte Popinot, the Minister of Commerce, buy pictures and statues, wanted also to figure as a Maecenas of Paris, whose love of art consists in making good investments. Adeline smiled graciously at Crevel, pointing to a chair facing her. "Here I am, fair lady, at your command," said Crevel. Monsieur the Mayor, a political personage, now wore black broadcloth. His face, at the top of this solemn suit, shone like a full moon rising above a mass of dark clouds. His shirt, buttoned with 3 large pearls, worth 500 francs apiece, gave a great idea of his thoracic capacity, and he was apt to say, "In me you see the coming athlete of the tribune." His enormous, vulgar hands were encased in yellow gloves even in the morning. His patent leather boots spoke of the chocolate-colored coupe with 1 horse, in which he drove. In the course of 3 years, ambition had altered Crevel's pretensions. Like all great artists, he had come to his second manner. In the great world, when he went to the Prince de Wissembourg's, to the prefecture, to Comte Popinot's, and the like, he held his hat in his hand in an airy manner, taught him by Valerie, and he inserted the thumb of the other hand in the armhole of his waistcoat with a knowing air and a simpering face and expression. This new grace of attitude was due to the satirical inventiveness of Valerie, who, under pretence of rejuvenating her mare, had given him an added touch of the ridiculous. "I begged you to come, my dear, kind Monsieur Crevel," said the Baroness in a husky voice, "on a matter of the greatest importance." "I can guess what it is, madame," said Crevel with a knowing air, "but what you would ask is impossible. Oh, I am not a brutal father, a man, to use Napoleon's words, set hard and fast on sheer avarice. Listen to me, fair lady. If my children were ruining themselves for their own benefit, I would help them out of the scrape. But as for backing your husband, madame, it is like trying to fill the vat of the Danaides. Their house is mortgaged for 300,000 francs for an incorrigible father. Why, they have nothing left, poor wretches, and they have no fun for their money. All they have to live upon is what Victorin may make in court. He must wag his tongue more, must monsieur your son. And he was to have been a minister, that learned youth, our hope and pride. A pretty pilot who runs aground like a landlubber, for if he had borrowed to enable him to get on, if he had run into debt for feasting deputies, winning votes, and increasing his influence, I should be the first to say, 'Here is my purse, dip your hand in, my friend.' But when it comes of paying for papa's folly, folly I warned you of, ah, his father has deprived him of every chance of power. It is I who shall be minister." "Alas, my dear Crevel, it has nothing to do with the children, poor devoted souls. If your heart is closed to Victorin and Celestine, I shall love them so much that perhaps I may soften the bitterness of their souls caused by your anger. You are punishing your children for a good action." "Yes, for a good action badly done, that is half a crime," said Crevel, much pleased with his epigram. "Doing good, my dear Crevel, does not mean sparing money out of a purse that is bursting with it. It means enduring privations to be generous, suffering for liberality. It is being prepared for ingratitude. Heaven does not see the charity that costs us nothing." "Saints, madame, may, if they please, go to the workhouse. They know that it is for them the door of heaven. For my part, I am worldly minded. I fear God, but yet more I fear the hell of poverty. To be destitute is the last depth of misfortune in society as now constituted. I am a man of my time, I respect money." "And you are right," said Adeline, "from the worldly point of view." She was 1,000 miles from her point, and she felt herself on a gridiron, like Saint Lawrence, as she thought of her uncle, for she could see him blowing his brains out. She looked down. Then she raised her eyes to gaze at Crevel with angelic sweetness, not with the inviting suggestiveness which was part of Valerie's wit. 3 years ago she could have bewitched Crevel by that beautiful look. "I have known the time," said she, "when you were more generous. You used to talk of 300,000 francs like a grand gentleman." Crevel looked at Madame Hulot. He beheld her like a lily in the last of its bloom. Vague sensations rose within him, but he felt such respect for this saintly creature that he spurned all suspicions and buried them in the most profligate corner of his heart. "I, madame, am still the same; but a retired merchant, if he is a grand gentleman, plays, and must play, the part with method and economy. He carries his ideas of order into everything. He opens an account for his little amusements, and devotes certain profits to that head of expenditure, but as to touching his capital, it would be folly. My children will have their fortune intact, mine and my wife's, but I do not suppose that they wish their father to be dull, a monk and a mummy. My life is a very jolly one. I float gaily down the stream. I fulfil all the duties imposed on me by law, by my affections, and by family ties, just as I always used to be punctual in paying my bills when they fell due. If only my children conduct themselves in their domestic life as I do, I shall be satisfied. And for the present, so long as my follies, for I have committed follies, are no loss to any one but the gulls, excuse me, you do not perhaps understand the slang word, they will have nothing to blame me for, and will find a tidy little sum still left when I die. Your children cannot say as much of their father, who is ruining his son and my daughter by his pranks." The Baroness was getting further from her object as he went on. "You are very unkind about my husband, my dear Crevel, and yet, if you had found his wife obliging, you would have been his best friend." She shot a burning glance at Crevel, but, like Dubois, who gave the Regent 3 kicks, she affected too much, and the rakish perfumer's thoughts jumped at such profligate suggestions that he said to himself, "Does she want to turn the tables on Hulot? Does she think me more attractive as a mayor than as a National Guardsman? Women are strange creatures." And he assumed the position of his second manner, looking at the Baroness with his Regency leer. "I could almost fancy," she went on, "that you want to visit on him your resentment against the virtue that resisted you in a woman whom you loved well enough to buy her," she added in a low voice. "In a divine woman," Crevel replied with a meaning smile at the Baroness, who looked down while tears rose to her eyes. "For you have swallowed not a few bitter pills in these 3 years, eh, my beauty?" "Do not talk of my troubles, dear Crevel. They are too much for the endurance of a mere human being. Ah, if you still love me, you may drag me out of the pit in which I lie. Yes, I am in hell torment. The regicides who were racked and nipped and torn into quarters by 4 horses were on roses compared with me, for their bodies only were dismembered, and my heart is torn in quarters." Crevel's thumb moved from his armhole, he placed his hand on the work table, he abandoned his attitude, he smiled. The smile was so vacuous that it misled the Baroness. She took it for an expression of kindness. "You see a woman, not indeed in despair, but with her honor at the point of death, and prepared for everything, my dear friend, to hinder a crime." Fearing that Hortense might come in, she bolted the door. Then, with equal impetuosity, she fell at Crevel's feet, took his hand, and kissed it. "Be my deliverer!" she cried. She thought there was some generous fibre in this mercantile soul, and full of sudden hope that she might get the 200,000 francs without degrading herself. "Buy a soul! You were once ready to buy virtue," she went on with a frenzied gaze. "Trust to my honesty as a woman, to my honor, of which you know the worth. Be my friend. Save a whole family from ruin, shame, despair. Keep it from falling into a bog where the quicksands are mingled with blood. Oh, ask for no explanations!" she exclaimed, at a movement on Crevel's part, who was about to speak. "Above all, do not say to me, 'I told you so,' like a friend who is glad at a misfortune. Come now, yield to her whom you used to love, to the woman whose humiliation at your feet is perhaps the crowning moment of her glory. Ask nothing of her, expect what you will from her gratitude. No, no. Give me nothing, but lend to me whom you used to call Adeline." At this point her tears flowed so fast, Adeline was sobbing so passionately, that Crevel's gloves were wet. The words, "I need 200,000 francs," were scarcely articulate in the torrent of weeping, as stones, however large, are invisible in alpine cataracts swollen by the melting of the snows. This is the inexperience of virtue. Vice asks for nothing, as we have seen in Madame Marneffe. It gets everything offered to it. Women of that stamp are never exacting till they have made themselves indispensable, or when a man has to be worked as a quarry is worked where the lime is rather scarce, going to ruin, as the quarrymen say. On hearing these words, 200,000 francs, Crevel understood all. He cheerfully raised the Baroness, saying insolently, "Come, come, bear up, mother," which Adeline, in her distraction, failed to hear. The scene was changing its character. Crevel was becoming master of the situation, to use his own words. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 29. The vastness of the sum startled Crevel so greatly that his emotion at seeing this handsome woman in tears at his feet was forgotten. Besides, however angelical and saintly a woman may be, when she is crying bitterly, her beauty disappears. A Madame Marneffe, as has been seen, whimpers now and then, a tear trickles down her cheek; but as to melting into tears and making her eyes and nose red, never would she commit such a blunder. "Come, child, compose yourself, deuce take it," Crevel went on, taking Madame Hulot's hands in his own and patting them. "Why do you apply to me for 200,000 francs? What do you want with them? Whom are they for?" "Do not," said she, "insist on any explanations. Give me the money. You will save 3 lives and the honor of our children." "And do you suppose, my good mother, that in all Paris you will find a man who, at a word from a half crazy woman, will go off hic et nunc and bring out of some drawer, heaven knows where, 200,000 francs that have been lying simmering there till she is pleased to scoop them up? Is that all you know of life and of business, my beauty? Your folks are in a bad way; you may send them the last sacraments, for no one in Paris but Her Divine Highness Madame la Banque, or the great Nucingen, or some miserable miser who is in love with gold as we other folks are with a woman, could produce such a miracle. The civil list, civil as it may be, would beg you to call again to-morrow. Every one invests his money and turns it over to the best of his powers. You are quite mistaken, my angel, if you suppose that King Louis Philippe rules us. He himself knows better than that. He knows as well as we do that supreme above the Charter reigns the holy, venerated, substantial, delightful, obliging, beautiful, noble, ever youthful, and all-powerful 5-franc piece. But money, my beauty, insists on interest, and is always engaged in seeking it. God of the Jews, thou art supreme, says Racine. The perennial parable of the golden calf, you see. In the days of Moses there was stock jobbing in the desert. We have reverted to biblical traditions. The golden calf was the first state ledger," he went on. "You, my Adeline, have not gone beyond the Rue Plumet. The Egyptians had lent enormous sums to the Hebrews, and what they ran after was not God's people, but their capital." He looked at the Baroness with an expression which said, "How clever I am!" "You know nothing of the devotion of every city man to his sacred hoard," he went on after a pause. "Excuse me, listen to me, get this well into your head. You want 200,000 francs? No one can produce the sum without selling some security. Now consider. To have 200,000 francs in hard cash, it would be needful to sell about 700,000 francs worth of stock at 3%. Well, and then you would only get the money on the 3rd day. That is the quickest way. To persuade a man to part with a fortune, for 200,000 francs is the whole fortune of many a man, he ought at least to know where it is all going to, and for what purpose. "It is going, my dear, kind Crevel, to save the lives of two men, one of whom will die of grief, and the other will kill himself, and to save me too from going mad. Am I not a little mad already?" "Not so mad," said he, taking Madame Hulot round the knees. "Old Crevel has his price, since you thought of applying to him, my angel." "They submit to have a man's arms round their knees, it would seem," thought the saintly woman, covering her face with her hands. "Once you offered me a fortune," said she, turning red. "Ay, mother, but that was 3 years ago," replied Crevel. "Well, you are handsomer now than ever I saw you," he went on, taking the Baroness' arm and pressing it to his heart. "You have a good memory, my dear, by Jove! And now you see how wrong you were to be so prudish, for those 300,000 francs that you refused so magnanimously are in another woman's pocket. I loved you then, I love you still, but just look back these 3 years. When I said to you, 'You shall be mine,' what object had I in view? I meant to be revenged on that rascal Hulot. But your husband, my beauty, found himself a mistress, a jewel of a woman, a pearl, a cunning hussy then aged 23, for she is 26 now. It struck me as more amusing, more complete, more Louis XV, more Marechal de Richelieu, more first class altogether, to filch away that charmer, who, in point of fact, never cared for Hulot, and who for these 3 years has been madly in love with your humble servant." As he spoke, Crevel, from whose hands the Baroness had released her own, had resumed his favorite attitude. Both thumbs were stuck into his armholes, and he was patting his ribs with his fingers like two flapping wings, fancying that he was thus making himself very attractive and charming. It was as much as to say, "And this is the man you would have nothing to say to." "There you are, my dear. I had my revenge, and your husband knows it. I proved to him clearly that he was basketed, just where he was before, as we say. Madame Marneffe is my mistress, and when her precious Marneffe kicks the bucket, she will be my wife." Madame Hulot stared at Crevel with a fixed and almost dazed look. "Hector knew it?" she said. "And went back to her," replied Crevel, "and I allowed it, because Valerie wished to be the wife of a head clerk; but she promised me that she would manage things so that our Baron should be so effectually bowled over that he can never interfere any more. And my little Duchess, for that woman is a born Duchess, on my soul, kept her word. She restores you your Hector, madame, virtuous in perpetuity, as she says. She is so witty. He has had a good lesson, I can tell you. The Baron has had some hard knocks. He will help no more actresses or fine ladies. He is radically cured, cleaned out like a beer glass. If you had listened to Crevel in the first instance, instead of scorning him and turning him out of the house, you might have had 400,000 francs, for my revenge has cost me all of that. But I shall get my change back, I hope, when Marneffe dies. I have invested in a wife, you see. That is the secret of my extravagance. I have solved the problem of playing the lord on easy terms." "Would you give your daughter such a mother in law?" cried Madame Hulot. "You do not know Valerie, madame," replied Crevel gravely, striking the attitude of his first manner. "She is a woman with good blood in her veins, a lady, and a woman who enjoys the highest consideration. Why, only yesterday the vicar of the parish was dining with her. She is pious, and we have presented a splendid monstrance to the church. Oh, she is clever, she is witty, she is delightful, well informed. She has everything in her favor. For my part, my dear Adeline, I owe everything to that charming woman. She has opened my mind, polished my speech, as you may have noticed. She corrects my impetuosity, and gives me words and ideas. I never say anything now that I ought not. I have greatly improved. You must have noticed it. And then she has encouraged my ambition. I shall be a deputy, and I shall make no blunders, for I shall consult my Egeria. Every great politician, from Numa to our present Prime Minister, has had his Sibyl of the Fountain. A score of deputies visit Valerie. She is acquiring considerable influence, and now that she is about to be established in a charming house with a carriage, she will be one of the occult rulers of Paris. A fine locomotive. That is what such a woman is. Oh, I have blessed you many a time for your stern virtue." "It is enough to make one doubt the goodness of God," cried Adeline, whose indignation had dried her tears. "But no, divine justice must be hanging over her head." "You know nothing of the world, my beauty," said the great politician, deeply offended. "The world, my Adeline, loves success. Say, now, has it come to seek out your sublime virtue, priced at 200,000 francs?" The words made Madame Hulot shudder. The nervous trembling attacked her once more. She saw that the ex perfumer was taking a mean revenge on her as he had on Hulot. She felt sick with disgust, and a spasm rose to her throat, hindering speech. "Money," she said at last, "always money." "You touched me deeply," said Crevel, reminded by these words of the woman's humiliation. "When I beheld you there, weeping at my feet. You perhaps will not believe me, but if I had my pocketbook about me, it would have been yours. Come, do you really want such a sum?" As she heard this question, big with 200,000 francs, Adeline forgot the odious insults heaped on her by this cheap jack fine gentleman before the tempting picture of success described by Machiavelli Crevel, who only wanted to find out her secrets and laugh over them with Valerie. "Oh, I will do anything, everything!" cried the unhappy woman. "Monsieur, I will sell myself. I will be a Valerie if I must." "You will find that difficult," replied Crevel. "Valerie is a masterpiece in her way. My good mother, 25 years of virtue are always repellent, like a badly treated disease, and your virtue has grown very mouldy, my dear child. But you shall see how much I love you. I will manage to get you your 200,000 francs." Adeline, incapable of uttering a word, seized his hand and laid it on her heart. A tear of joy trembled in her eyes. "Oh, don't be in a hurry. There will be some hard pulling. I am a jolly good fellow, a good soul with no prejudices, and I will put things plainly to you. You want to do as Valerie does. Very good. But that is not all. You must have a gull, a stockholder, an Hulot. Well, I know a retired tradesman, in fact, a hosier. He is heavy, dull, has not an idea. I am licking him into shape, but I don't know when he will do me credit. My man is a deputy, stupid and conceited. The tyranny of a turbaned wife in the depths of the country has preserved him in a state of utter virginity as to the luxury and pleasures of Paris life. But Beauvisage, his name is Beauvisage, is a millionaire, and, like me, my dear, 3 years ago, he will give 100,000 crowns to be the lover of a real lady. Yes, you see," he went on, misunderstanding a gesture on Adeline's part, "he is jealous of me, you understand, jealous of my happiness with Madame Marneffe, and he is a fellow quite capable of selling an estate to purchase a—" "Enough, Monsieur Crevel," said Madame Hulot, no longer controlling her disgust and showing all her shame in her face. "I am punished beyond my deserts. My conscience, so sternly repressed by the iron hand of necessity, tells me at this final insult that such sacrifices are impossible. My pride is gone. I do not say now, as I did the first time, go after receiving this mortal thrust. I have lost the right to do so. I have flung myself before you like a prostitute. Yes," she went on, in reply to a negative on Crevel's part, "I have fouled my life, till now so pure, by a degrading thought, and I am inexcusable. I know it. I deserve every insult you can offer me. God's will be done. If indeed He desires the death of two creatures worthy to appear before Him, they must die. I shall mourn them and pray for them. If it is His will that my family should be humbled to the dust, we must bow to His avenging sword, nay, and kiss it, since we are Christians. I know how to expiate this disgrace, which will be the torment of all my remaining days. I who speak to you, monsieur, am not Madame Hulot, but a wretched, humble sinner, a Christian whose heart henceforth will know but one feeling, and that is repentance, all my time given up to prayer and charity. With such a sin on my soul, I am the last of women, the first only of penitents. You have been the means of bringing me to a right mind. I can hear the voice of God speaking within me, and I can thank you." She was shaking with the nervous trembling which from that hour never left her. Her low, sweet tones were quite unlike the fevered accents of the woman who was ready for dishonor to save her family. The blood faded from her cheeks, her face was colorless, and her eyes were dry. "And I played my part very badly, did I not?" she went on, looking at Crevel with the sweetness that martyrs must have shown in their eyes as they looked up at the proconsul. "True love, the sacred love of a devoted woman, gives other pleasures, no doubt, than those that are bought in the open market. But why so many words?" said she, suddenly bethinking herself, and advancing a step further in the way to perfection. "They sound like irony, but I am not ironical. Forgive me. Besides, monsieur, I did not want to hurt any one but myself." The dignity of virtue and its holy flame had expelled the transient impurity of the woman who, splendid in her own peculiar beauty, looked taller in Crevel's eyes. Adeline had, at this moment, the majesty of the figures of religion clinging to the cross, as painted by the old Venetians; but she expressed, too, the immensity of her love and the grandeur of the Catholic Church, to which she flew like a wounded dove. Crevel was dazzled, astounded. "Madame, I am your slave without conditions," said he in an inspiration of generosity. "We will look into this matter, and whatever you want, the impossible even, I will do. I will pledge my securities at the bank, and in 2 hours you shall have the money." "Good God, a miracle!" said poor Adeline, falling on her knees. She prayed to heaven with such fervor as touched Crevel deeply. Madame Hulot saw that he had tears in his eyes when, having ended her prayer, she rose to her feet. "Be a friend to me, monsieur," said she. "Your heart is better than your words and conduct. God gave you your soul. Your passions and the world have given you your ideas. Oh, I will love you truly," she exclaimed, with an angelic tenderness in strange contrast with her attempts at coquettish trickery. "But cease to tremble so," said Crevel. "Am I trembling?" said the Baroness, unconscious of the infirmity that had so suddenly come upon her. "Yes, why, look," said Crevel, taking Adeline by the arm and showing her that she was shaking with nervousness. "Come, madame," he added respectfully, "compose yourself. I am going to the bank at once." "And come back quickly. Remember," she added, betraying all her secrets, "that the first point is to prevent the suicide of our poor Uncle Fischer involved by my husband, for I trust you now, and I am telling you everything. Oh, if we should not be on time, I know my brother in law, the Marshal, and he has such a delicate soul, that he would die of it in a few days." "I am off, then," said Crevel, kissing the Baroness' hand. "But what has that unhappy Hulot done?" "He has swindled the government." "Good heavens! I fly, madame, I understand. I admire you." Crevel bent one knee, kissed Madame Hulot's skirt, and vanished, saying, "You will see me soon." Unluckily, on his way from the Rue Plumet to his own house to fetch the securities, Crevel went along the Rue Vanneau, and he could not resist going in to see his little Duchess. His face still bore an agitated expression. He went straight into Valerie's room, who was having her hair dressed. She looked at Crevel in her glass, and, like every woman of that sort, was annoyed, before she knew anything about it, to see that he was moved by some strong feeling of which she was not the cause. "What is the matter, my dear?" said she. "Is that a face to bring into your little Duchess? I will not be your Duchess any more, monsieur, no more than I will be your little duck, you old monster." Crevel replied by a melancholy smile and a glance at the maid. "Reine, child, that will do for to day. I can finish my hair myself. Give me my Chinese wrapper. My gentleman seems to me out of sorts." Reine, whose face was pitted like a colander, and who seemed to have been made on purpose to wait on Valerie, smiled meaningly in reply, and brought the dressing gown. Valerie took off her combing wrapper. She was in her shift, and she wriggled into the dressing gown like a snake into a clump of grass. "Madame is not at home?" "What a question!" said Valerie. "Come, tell me, my big puss, have Rive Gauche gone down?" "No." "They have raised the price of the house?" "No." "You fancy that you are not the father of our little Crevel?" "What nonsense!" replied he, sure of his paternity. "On my honor, I give it up," said Madame Marneffe. "If I am expected to extract my friend's woes as you pull the cork out of a bottle of Bordeaux, I let it alone. Go away, you bore me." "It is nothing," said Crevel. "I must find 200,000 francs in 2 hours." "Oh, you can easily get them. I have not spent the 50,000 francs we got out of Hulot for that report, and I can ask Henri for 50,000." "Henri! It is always Henri!" exclaimed Crevel. "And do you suppose, you great baby of a Machiavelli, that I will cast off Henri? Would France disarm her fleet? Henri, why, he is a dagger in a sheath hanging on a nail. That boy serves as a weather glass to show me if you love me, and you don't love me this morning." "I don't love you, Valerie," cried Crevel. "I love you as much as a million." "That is not nearly enough!" cried she, jumping on to Crevel's knee and throwing both arms round his neck as if it were a peg to hang on by. "I want to be loved as much as 10 millions, as much as all the gold in the world, and more to that. Henri would never wait a minute before telling me all he had on his mind. What is it, my great pet? Have it out. Make a clean breast of it to your own little duck." And she swept her hair over Crevel's face while she jestingly pulled his nose. "Can a man with a nose like that," she went on, "have any secrets from his vava, lele, riri?" And at the vava she tweaked his nose to the right, at lele it went to the left, at riri she nipped it straight again. "Well, I have just seen." Crevel stopped and looked at Madame Marneffe. "Valerie, my treasure, promise me on your honor, ours, you know, not to repeat a single word of what I tell you." "Of course, Mayor, we know all about that. One hand up, so, and one foot, so." And she put herself in an attitude which, to use Rabelais' phrase, stripped Crevel bare from his brain to his heels, so quaint and delicious was the nudity revealed through the light film of lawn. "I have just seen virtue in despair." "Can despair possess virtue?" said she, nodding gravely and crossing her arms like Napoleon. "It is poor Madame Hulot. She wants 200,000 francs, or else Marshal Hulot and old Johann Fischer will blow their brains out. And as you, my little Duchess, are partly at the bottom of the mischief, I am going to patch matters up. She is a saintly creature, I know her well. She will repay you every penny." At the name of Hulot, at the words 200,000 francs, a gleam from Valerie's eyes flashed from between her long eyelids like the flame of a cannon through the smoke. "What did the old thing do to move you to compassion? Did she show you what? Her religion? Do not make game of her, sweetheart. She is a very saintly, a very noble and pious woman, worthy of all respect." "Am I not worthy of respect, then, eh?" answered Valerie, with a threatening gaze at Crevel. "I never said so," replied he, understanding that the praise of virtue might not be gratifying to Madame Marneffe. "I am pious too," Valerie went on, taking her seat in an armchair, "but I do not make a trade of my religion. I go to church in secret." She sat in silence and paid no further heed to Crevel. He, extremely ill at ease, came to stand in front of the chair into which Valerie had thrown herself, and saw her lost in the reflections he had been so foolish as to suggest. "Valerie, my little angel." Utter silence. A highly problematical tear was furtively dashed away. "One word, my little duck." "Monsieur." "What are you thinking of, my darling?" "Oh, Monsieur Crevel, I was thinking of the day of my first communion. How pretty I was! How pure, how saintly, immaculate! Oh, if any one had come to my mother and said, 'Your daughter will be a hussy, and unfaithful to her husband. One day a police officer will find her in a disreputable house. She will sell herself to a Crevel, to cheat an Hulot, to horrible old men.' Pouf! Horrible! She would have died before the end of the sentence. She was so fond of me, poor dear." "Nay, be calm." "You cannot think how well a woman must love a man before she can silence the remorse that gnaws at the heart of an adulterous wife. I am quite sorry that Reine is not here; she would have told you that she found me this morning praying, with tears in my eyes. I, Monsieur Crevel, for my part, do not make a mockery of religion. Have you ever heard me say a word I ought not on such a subject?" Crevel shook his head in negation. "I will never allow it to be mentioned in my presence. I can make fun of anything under the sun: kings, politics, finance, everything that is sacred in the eyes of the world, judges, matrimony, and love, old men and maidens; but the Church and God, there I draw the line. I know I am wicked. I am sacrificing my future life to you, and you have no conception of the immensity of my love." Crevel clasped his hands. "No, unless you could see into my heart and fathom the depth of my conviction, so as to know the extent of my sacrifice. I feel in me the making of a Magdalen. And see how respectfully I treat the priests. Think of the gifts I make to the Church. My mother brought me up in the Catholic faith, and I know what is meant by God. It is to sinners like us that His voice is most awful." Valerie wiped away 2 tears that trickled down her cheeks. Crevel was in dismay. Madame Marneffe stood up in her excitement. "Be calm, my darling, you alarm me." Madame Marneffe fell on her knees. "Dear Heaven, I am not bad all through!" she cried, clasping her hands. "Vouchsafe to rescue thy wandering lamb, strike her, crush her, snatch her from foul and adulterous hands, and how gladly she will nestle on thy shoulder, how willingly she will return to the fold." She got up and looked at Crevel. Her colorless eyes frightened him. "Yes, Crevel, and do you know, I too am frightened sometimes. The justice of God is exerted in this nether world as well as in the next. What mercy can I expect at God's hands? His vengeance overtakes the guilty in many ways; it assumes every aspect of disaster. That is what my mother told me on her deathbed, speaking of her own old age. But if I should lose you," she added, hugging Crevel with a sort of savage frenzy, "oh, I should die!" Madame Marneffe released Crevel, knelt down again at the armchair, folded her hands, and in what a bewitching attitude! And with incredible fervor poured out the following prayer: "And thou, Saint Valerie, my patron saint, why dost thou so rarely visit the pillow of her who was entrusted to thy care? Oh, come this evening, as thou didst this morning, to inspire me with holy thoughts, and I will quit the path of sin. Like the Magdalen, I will give up deluding joys and the false glitter of the world, even the man I love so well. My precious duck! No more of the precious duck, monsieur," said she, turning round like a virtuous wife, her eyes full of tears, but dignified, cold, and indifferent. "Leave me," she went on, pushing him from her. "What is my duty? To belong wholly to my husband. He is a dying man, and what am I doing? Deceiving him on the edge of the grave. He believes your child to be his. I will tell him the truth, and begin by securing his pardon before I ask for God's. We must part. Good bye, Monsieur Crevel," and she stood up to offer him an icy cold hand. "Good bye, my friend. We shall meet no more till we meet in a better world. You have to thank me for some enjoyment, criminal indeed. Now I want, oh yes, I shall have your esteem." Crevel was weeping bitter tears. "You great pumpkin!" she exclaimed with an infernal peal of laughter. "That is how your pious women go about it to drag from you a plum of 200,000 francs! And you, who talk of the Marechal de Richelieu, the prototype of Lovelace, you could be taken in by such a stale trick as that! I could get hundreds of thousands of francs out of you any day if I chose, you old ninny! Keep your money. If you have more than you know what to do with, it is mine. If you give 2 sous to that respectable woman, who is pious forsooth because she is 56 years of age, we shall never meet again, and you may take her for your mistress. You could come back to me next day bruised all over from her bony caresses, and sodden with her tears, and sick of her little barmaid's caps and her whimpering, which must turn her favors into showers." "In point of fact," said Crevel, 200,000 francs is a round sum of money." "They have fine appetites, have the goody sort. By the poker! They sell their sermons dearer than we sell the rarest and realest thing on earth pleasure. And they can spin a yarn. There, I know them. I have seen plenty in my mother's house. They think everything is allowable for the Church and for Really, my dear love, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, for you are not so open handed. You have not given me 200,000 francs all told." "Oh yes," said Crevel, "your little house will cost as much as that." "Then you have 400,000 francs?" said she thoughtfully. "No." "Then, sir, you meant to lend that old horror the 200,000 francs due for my hotel? What a crime! What high treason!" "Only listen to me. If you were giving the money to some idiotic philanthropic scheme, you would be regarded as a coming man," she went on with increasing eagerness, "and I should be the first to advise it. For you are too simple to write a big political book that might make you famous. As for style, you have not enough to butter a pamphlet. But you might do as other men do who are in your predicament, and who get a halo of glory about their name by putting it at the top of some social or moral or general or national enterprise. Benevolence is out of date, quite vulgar. Providing for old offenders and making them more comfortable than the poor devils who are honest is played out. What I should like to see is some invention of your own with an endowment of 200,000 francs, something difficult and really useful. Then you would be talked about as a man of mark, a Montyon, and I should be very proud of you. But as to throwing 200,000 francs into a holy water shell, or lending them to a bigot cast off by her husband, and who knows why? There is always some reason. Does anyone cast me off, I ask you? Is a piece of idiocy, which in our days could only come into the head of a retired perfumer. It reeks of the counter. You would not dare look at yourself in the glass 2 days after. Go and pay the money in where it will be safe. Run, fly. I will not admit you again without the receipt in your hand. Go, as fast and soon as you can." She pushed Crevel out of the room by the shoulders, seeing avarice blossoming in his face once more. When she heard the outer door shut, she exclaimed: "Then Lisbeth is revenged over and over again. What a pity that she is at her old Marshal's now. We would have had a good laugh. So that old woman wants to take the bread out of my mouth. I will startle her a little." End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac, translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 30. Marshal Hulot, being obliged to live in a style suited to the highest military rank, had taken a handsome house in the Rue du Montparnasse, where there are 3 or 4 princely residences. Though he rented the whole house, he inhabited only the ground floor. When Lisbeth went to keep house for him, she at once wished to let the first floor, which, as she said, would pay the whole rent, so that the Count would live almost rent-free, but the old soldier would not hear of it. For some months past the Marshal had had many sad thoughts. He had guessed how miserably poor his sister-in-law was, and suspected her griefs without understanding their cause. The old man, so cheerful in his deafness, became taciturn. He could not help thinking that his house would one day be a refuge for the Baroness and her daughter, and it was for them that he kept the first floor. The smallness of his fortune was so well known at headquarters that the War Minister, the Prince de Wissembourg, begged his old comrade to accept a sum of money for his household expenses. This sum the Marshal spent in furnishing the ground floor, which was in every way suitable; for, as he said, he would not accept the Marshal's baton to walk the streets with. The house had belonged to a senator under the Empire, and the ground floor drawing rooms had been very magnificently fitted with carved wood, white and gold, still in very good preservation. The Marshal had found some good old furniture in the same style. In the coach house he had a carriage with 2 batons in saltire on the panels, and when he was expected to appear in full fig at the Minister's, at the Tuileries, for some ceremony or high festival, he hired horses for the job. His servant for more than 30 years was an old soldier of 60, whose sister was the cook, so he had saved 10,000 francs, adding it by degrees to a little hoard he intended for Hortense. Every day the old man walked along the boulevard from the Rue de Montparnasse to the Rue Plumet, and every pensioner, as he passed, stood at attention, without fail, to salute him. Then the Marshal rewarded the veteran with a smile. "Who is the man you always stand at attention to salute?" said a young workman one day to an old captain and pensioner. "I will tell you, boy," replied the officer. The boy stood resigned, as a man does to listen to an old gossip. "In 1809," said the captain, "we were covering the flank of the main army, marching on Vienna under the Emperor's command. We came to a bridge defended by 3 batteries of cannon, one above another, on a sort of cliff, 3 redoubts like 3 shelves, and commanding the bridge. We were under Marshal Massena. That man whom you see there was Colonel of the Grenadier Guards, and I was one of them. Our columns held one bank of the river, the batteries were on the other. 3 times they tried for the bridge, and 3 times they were driven back. "Go and find Hulot," said the Marshal. "Nobody but he and his men can bolt that morsel." So we came. The General, who was just retiring from the bridge, stopped Hulot under fire to tell him how to do it, and he was in the way. "I don't want advice, but room to pass," said our General coolly, marching across at the head of his men. And then rattle 30 guns raking us at once. "By Heaven!" cried the workman, "that accounts for some of these crutches. And if you, like me, my boy, had heard those words so quietly spoken, you would bow before that man down to the ground. It is not so famous as Arcole, but perhaps it was finer. We followed Hulot at the double, right up to those batteries. All honor to those we left there." And the old man lifted his hat. "The Austrians were amazed at the dash of it. The Emperor made the man you saw a count; he honored us all by honoring our leader, and the King of to-day was very right to make him a Marshal." "Hurrah for the Marshal!" cried the workman. "Oh, you may shout, shout away! The Marshal is as deaf as a post from the roar of cannon." This anecdote may give some idea of the respect with which the Invalides regarded Marshal Hulot, whose republican proclivities secured him the popular sympathy of the whole quarter of the town. Sorrow taking hold on a spirit so calm and strict and noble was a heart-breaking spectacle. The Baroness could only tell lies, with a woman's ingenuity, to conceal the whole dreadful truth from her brother-in-law. In the course of this miserable morning, the Marshal, who, like all old men, slept but little, had extracted from Lisbeth full particulars as to his brother's situation, promising to marry her as the reward of her revelations. Any one can imagine with what glee the old maid allowed the secrets to be dragged from her, which she had been dying to tell ever since she had come into the house; for by this means she made her marriage more certain. "Your brother is incorrigible," Lisbeth shouted into the Marshal's best ear. Her strong, clear tones enabled her to talk to him, but she wore out her lungs, so anxious was she to prove to her future husband that to her he would never be deaf. "He has had 3 mistresses," said the old man, "and his wife was an Adeline. Poor Adeline!" "If you will take my advice," shrieked Lisbeth, "you will use your influence with the Prince de Wissembourg to secure her some suitable appointment. She will need it, for the Baron's pay is pledged for 3 years." "I will go to the War Office," said he, "and see the Prince, to find out what he thinks of my brother, and ask for his interest to help my sister. Think of some place that is fit for her." The charitable ladies of Paris, in concert with the Archbishop, have formed various beneficent associations. They employ superintendents, very decently paid, whose business it is to seek out cases of real want. Such an occupation would exactly suit dear Adeline; it would be work after her own heart. "Send to order the horses," said the Marshal. "I will go and dress. I will drive to Neuilly if necessary." "How fond he is of her! She will always cross my path wherever I turn," said Lisbeth to herself. Lisbeth was already supreme in the house, but not with the Marshal's cognizance. She had struck terror into the 3 servants, for she had allowed herself a housemaid, and she exerted her old maidish energy in taking stock of everything, examining everything, and arranging in every respect for the comfort of her dear Marshal. Lisbeth, quite as republican as he could be, pleased him by her democratic opinions, and she flattered him with amazing dexterity. For the last fortnight the old man, whose house was better kept and who was cared for as a child by its mother, had begun to regard Lisbeth as a part of what he had dreamed of. "My dear Marshal," she shouted, following him out on to the steps, "pull up the windows, do not sit in a draught, to oblige me." The Marshal, who had never been so cosseted in his life, went off smiling at Lisbeth, though his heart was aching. At the same hour, Baron Hulot was quitting the War Office to call on his chief, Marshal the Prince de Wissembourg, who had sent for him. Though there was nothing extraordinary in one of the generals on the board being sent for, Hulot's conscience was so uneasy that he fancied he saw a cold and sinister expression in Mitouflet's face. "Mitouflet, how is the Prince?" he asked, locking the door of his private room and following the messenger who led the way. "He must have a crow to pluck with you, Monsieur le Baron," replied the man, "for his face is set at stormy." Hulot turned pale and said no more. He crossed the anteroom and reception rooms, and with a violently beating heart found himself at the door of the Prince's private study. The chief, at this time 70 years old, with perfectly white hair and the tanned complexion of a soldier of that age, commanded attention by a brow so vast that imagination saw in it a field of battle. Under this dome, crowned with snow, sparkled a pair of eyes of the Napoleon blue, usually sad-looking and full of bitter thoughts and regrets, their fire overshadowed by the penthouse of the strongly projecting brow. This man, Bernadotte's rival, had hoped to find his seat on a throne, but those eyes could flash formidable lightnings when they expressed strong feelings. Then his voice, always somewhat hollow, rang with strident tones. When he was angry, the Prince was a soldier once more. He spoke the language of Lieutenant Cotin; he spared nothing, nobody. Hulot d'Ervy found the old lion, his hair shaggy like a mane, standing by the fireplace, his brows knit, his back against the mantel shelf, and his eyes apparently fixed on vacancy. "Here, at your orders, Prince," said Hulot, affecting a graceful ease of manner. The Marshal looked hard at the Baron, without saying a word, during the time it took him to come from the door to within a few steps of where the chief stood. This leaden stare was like the eye of God. Hulot could not meet it. He looked down in confusion. "He knows everything," said he to himself. "Does your conscience tell you nothing?" asked the Marshal in his deep, hollow tones. "It tells me, sir, that I have been wrong, no doubt, in ordering razzias in Algeria without referring the matter to you. At my age and with my tastes, after 45 years of service, I have no fortune. You know the principles of the 400 elect representatives of France. Those gentlemen are envious of every distinction. They have pared down even the minister's pay. That says everything. Ask them for money for an old servant. What can you expect of men who pay a whole class so badly as they pay the government legal officials? Who give 30 sous a day to the labourers on the works at Toulon, when it is a physical impossibility to live there and keep a family on less than 40 sous? Who never think of the atrocity of giving salaries of 600 francs, up to 1,000 or 1,200 perhaps, to clerks living in Paris, and who want to secure our places for themselves as soon as the pay rises to 40,000; who, finally, refuse to restore to the Crown a piece of Crown property confiscated from the Crown in 1830, property acquired, too, by Louis XVI out of his privy purse. If you had no private fortune, Prince, you would be left high and dry, like my brother, with your pay and not another sou, and no thought of your having saved the army, and me with it, in the boggy plains of Poland. You have robbed the State. You have made yourself liable to be brought before the bench at assizes," said the Marshal, "like that clerk of the Treasury, and you take this, monsieur, with such levity." "But there is a great difference, monseigneur," cried the Baron. "Have I dipped my hands into a cash box entrusted to my care?" "When a man of your rank commits such an infamous crime," said the Marshal, "he is doubly guilty if he does it clumsily. You have compromised the honor of our official administration, which hitherto has been the purest in Europe. And all for 200,000 francs and a hussy," said the Marshal in a terrible voice. "You are a Councillor of State, and a private soldier who sells anything belonging to his regiment is punished with death. Here is a story told to me one day by Colonel Pourin of the 2nd Lancers. At Saverne, one of his men fell in love with a little Alsatian girl who had a fancy for a shawl. The jade teased this poor devil of a lancer so effectually that though he could show 20 years' service, and was about to be promoted to be quartermaster, the pride of the regiment, to buy this shawl he sold some of his company's kit. Do you know what this lancer did, Baron d'Ervy? He swallowed some window glass after pounding it down, and died in 11 hours of an illness in hospital. Try, if you please, to die of apoplexy, that we may not see you dishonored." Hulot looked with haggard eyes at the old warrior, and the prince, reading the look which betrayed the coward, felt a flush rise to his cheeks. His eyes flamed. "Will you, sir, abandon me?" Hulot stammered. Marshal Hulot, hearing that only his brother was with the minister, ventured at this juncture to come in, and, like all deaf people, went straight up to the prince. "Oh," cried the hero of Poland, "I know what you are here for, my old friend, but we can do nothing." "Do nothing?" echoed Marshal Hulot, who had heard only the last word. "Nothing. You have come to intercede for your brother. But do you know what your brother is?" "My brother?" asked the deaf man. "Yes, he is a damned infernal blackguard, and unworthy of you." The Marshal in his rage shot from his eyes those fulminating fires which, like Napoleon's, broke a man's will and judgment. "You lie, Cottin," said Marshal Hulot, turning white. "Throw down your baton as I throw mine. I am ready." The prince went up to his old comrade, looked him in the face, and shouted in his ear as he grasped his hand: "Are you a man?" "You will see that I am." "Well, then, pull yourself together. You must face the worst misfortune that can befall you." The prince turned round, took some papers from the table, and placed them in the Marshal's hands, saying, "Read that." The Comte de Forzheim read the following letter, which lay uppermost: "To His Excellency the President of the Council, private and confidential, Algiers. My dear Prince, we have a very ugly business on our hands, as you will see by the accompanying documents. The story, briefly told, is this: Baron Hulot d'Ervy sent out to the province of Oran an uncle of his as a broker in grain and forage, and gave him an accomplice in the person of a storekeeper. This storekeeper, to curry favor, has made a confession, and finally made his escape. The public prosecutor took the matter up very thoroughly, seeing, as he supposed, that only 2 inferior agents were implicated. But Johann Fischer, uncle to your chief of the commissariat department, finding that he was to be brought up at the assizes, stabbed himself in prison with a nail. That would have been the end of the matter if this worthy and honest man, deceived, it would seem, by his agent and by his nephew, had not thought proper to write to Baron Hulot. This letter, seized as a document, so greatly surprised the public prosecutor that he came to see me. Now, the arrest and public trial of a Councillor of State would be such a terrible thing, of a man high in office, too, who has a good record for loyal service, for after the Beresina it was he who saved us all by reorganizing the administration, that I desired to have all the papers sent to me. Is the matter to take its course? Now that the principal agent is dead, will it not be better to smother up the affair and sentence the storekeeper in default? The public prosecutor has consented to my forwarding the documents for your perusal. The Baron Hulot d'Ervy being resident in Paris, the proceedings will lie with your Supreme Court. We have hit on this rather shabby way of ridding ourselves of the difficulty for the moment. Only, my dear Marshal, decide quickly. This miserable business is too much talked about already, and it will do as much harm to us as to you all if the name of the principal culprit, known at present only to the public prosecutor, the examining judge, and myself, should happen to leak out." At this point the letter fell from Marshal Hulot's hands. He looked at his brother. He saw that there was no need to examine the evidence. But he looked for Johann Fischer's letter, and after reading it at a glance, held it out to Hector. From the prison at Oran. Dear nephew, when you read this letter, I shall have ceased to live. Be quite easy, no proof can be found to incriminate you. When I am dead and your Jesuit of a Chardin fled, the trial must collapse. The face of our Adeline, made so happy by you, makes death easy to me. Now you need not send the 200,000 francs. Good-bye. This letter will be delivered by a prisoner for a short term, whom I can trust, I believe. Johann Fischer. "I beg your pardon," said Marshal Hulot to the Prince de Wissembourg with pathetic pride. "Come, come, say tu, not the formal vous," replied the Minister, clasping his old friend's hand. "The poor lancer killed no one but himself," he added, with a thunderous look at Hulot d'Ervy. "How much have you had?" said the Comte de Forzheim to his brother. 200,000 francs. "My dear friend," said the Count, addressing the Minister, "you shall have the 200,000 francs within 48 hours. It shall never be said that a man bearing the name of Hulot has wronged the public treasury of a single sou." "What nonsense!" said the Prince. "I know where the money is, and I can get it back. Send in your resignation and ask for your pension," he went on, sending a double sheet of foolscap flying across to where the Councillor of State had sat down by the table, for his legs gave way under him. "To bring you to trial would disgrace us all. I have already obtained from the Superior Board their sanction to this line of action. Since you can accept life with dishonor, in my opinion the last degradation, you will get the pension you have earned, only take care to be forgotten." The Minister rang. "Is Marneffe, the head clerk, out there?" "Yes, monseigneur." "Show him in." "You," said the Minister as Marneffe came in, "you and your wife have wittingly and intentionally ruined the Baron d'Ervy, whom you see." "Monsieur le Ministre, I beg your pardon. We are very poor. I have nothing to live on but my pay, and I have 2 children, and the one that is coming will have been brought into the family by Monsieur le Baron." "What a villain he looks!" said the Prince, pointing to Marneffe and addressing Marshal Hulot. "No more of Sganarelle's speeches," he went on. "You will disgorge 200,000 francs or be packed off to Algiers." "But, Monsieur le Ministre, you do not know my wife. She has spent it all. Monsieur le Baron asked 6 persons to dinner every evening. 50,000 francs a year are spent in my house." "Leave the room," said the Minister, in the formidable tones that had given the word to charge in battle. "You will have notice of your transfer within 2 hours. Go." "I prefer to send in my resignation," said Marneffe insolently, "for it is too much to be what I am already, and thrashed into the bargain. That would not satisfy me at all." And he left the room. "What an impudent scoundrel!" said the Prince. Marshal Hulot, who had stood up throughout this scene, as pale as a corpse, studying his brother out of the corner of his eye, went up to the Prince and took his hand, repeating: "In 48 hours the pecuniary mischief shall be repaired. But honor Good-bye, Marshal. It is the last shot that kills. Yes, I shall die of it," he said in his ear. "What the devil brought you here this morning?" said the Prince, much moved. "I came to see what can be done for his wife," replied the Count, pointing to his brother. "She is wanting bread, especially now." "He has his pension." "It is pledged." "The devil must possess such a man," said the Prince with a shrug. "What philtre do those baggages give you to rob you of your wits?" he went on to Hulot d'Ervy. How could you, you who know the precise details with which in French offices everything is written down at full length, consuming reams of paper to certify to the receipt or outlay of a few centimes, you who have so often complained that 100 signatures are needed for a mere trifle, to discharge a soldier, to buy a currycomb, how could you hope to conceal a theft for any length of time? To say nothing of the newspapers, and the envious, and the people who would like to steal. Those women must rob you of your common sense. Do they cover your eyes with walnut shells? Or are you yourself made of different stuff from us? You ought to have left the office as soon as you found that you were no longer a man, but a temperament. If you have complicated your crime with such gross folly, you will end, I will not say where. "Promise me, Cottin, that you will do what you can for her," said the Marshal, who heard nothing, and was still thinking of his sister-in-law. "Depend on me," said the Minister. "Thank you, and good-bye then. Come, monsieur," he said to his brother. The Prince looked with apparent calmness at the two brothers, so different in their demeanor, conduct, and character, the brave man and the coward, the ascetic and the profligate, the honest man and the peculator, and he said to himself, "That mean creature will not have courage to die. And my poor Hulot, such an honest fellow, has death in his knapsack, I know." He sat down again in his big chair and went on reading the despatches from Africa with a look characteristic at once of the coolness of a leader and of the pity roused by the sight of a battlefield. For in reality no one is so humane as a soldier, stern as he may seem in the icy determination acquired by the habit of fighting, and so absolutely essential in the battlefield. Next morning, some of the newspapers contained, under various headings, the following paragraphs: Monsieur le Baron Hulot d'Ervy has applied for his retiring pension. The unsatisfactory state of the Algerian exchequer, which has come out in consequence of the death and disappearance of 2 employees, has had some share in this distinguished official's decision. On hearing of the delinquencies of the agents whom he had unfortunately trusted, Monsieur le Baron Hulot had a paralytic stroke in the War Minister's private room. Monsieur Hulot d'Ervy, brother to the Marshal Comte de Pforzheim, has been 45 years in the service. His determination has been vainly opposed, and is greatly regretted by all who know Monsieur Hulot, whose private virtues are as conspicuous as his administrative capacity. No one can have forgotten the devoted conduct of the Commissary General of the Imperial Guard at Warsaw, or the marvelous promptitude with which he organized supplies for the various sections of the army so suddenly required by Napoleon in 1815. One more of the heroes of the Empire is retiring from the stage. Monsieur le Baron Hulot has never ceased since 1830 to be one of the guiding lights of the State Council and of the War Office. Algiers. The case known as the forage supply case, to which some of our contemporaries have given absurd prominence, has been closed by the death of the chief culprit. Johann Wisch has committed suicide in his cell. His accomplice, who had absconded, will be sentenced in default. Wisch, formerly an army contractor, was an honest man and highly respected, who could not survive the idea of having been the dupe of Chardin, the storekeeper who has disappeared. And in the Paris News the following paragraph appeared: Monsieur le Maréchal, the Minister of War, to prevent the recurrence of such scandals for the future, has arranged for a regular commissariat office in Africa. A head clerk in the War Office, Monsieur Marneffe, is spoken of as likely to be appointed to the post of director. The office vacated by Baron Hulot is the object of much ambition. The appointment is promised, it is said, to Monsieur le Comte Martial de la Roche-Hugon, deputy, brother-in-law to Monsieur le Comte de Rastignac. Monsieur Massal, Master of Appeals, will fill his seat on the Council of State, and Monsieur Claude Vignon becomes Master of Appeals. Of all kinds of false gossip, the most dangerous for the opposition newspapers is the official bogus paragraph. However keen journalists may be, they are sometimes the voluntary or involuntary dupes of the cleverness of those who have risen from the ranks of the press, like Claude Vignon, to the higher realms of power. The newspaper can only be circumvented by the journalist. It may be said, as a parody on a line by Voltaire, "The Paris news is never what the foolish folk believe." End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 31. Marshal Hulot drove home with his brother, who took the front seat, respectfully leaving the whole of the back of the carriage to his senior. The two men spoke not a word. Hector was helpless. The Marshal was lost in thought, like a man who is collecting all his strength and bracing himself to bear a crushing weight. On arriving at his own house, still without speaking, but by an imperious gesture, he beckoned his brother into his study. The Count had received from the Emperor Napoleon a splendid pair of pistols from the Versailles factory. He took the box with its inscription, given by the Emperor Napoleon to General Hulot, out of his desk, and placing it on the top, he showed it to his brother, saying, "There is your remedy." Lisbeth, peeping through the chink of the door, flew down to the carriage and ordered the coachman to go as fast as he could gallop to the Rue Plumet. Within about 20 minutes she had brought back Adeline, whom she had told of the Marshal's threat to his brother. The Marshal, without looking at Hector, rang the bell for his factotum, the old soldier who had served him for 30 years. "Beaupied," said he, "fetch my notary, and Count Steinbock, and my niece Hortense, and the stockbroker to the Treasury. It is now 10:30. They must all be here by 12. Take hackney cabs, and go faster than that," he added, a republican allusion which in past days had been often on his lips. And he put on the scowl that had brought his officers to attention when he was beating the broom on the heaths of Brittany in 1799. See Les Chouans. "You shall be obeyed, Marechal," said Beaupied, with a military salute. Still paying no heed to his brother, the old man came back into his study, took a key out of his desk, and opened a little malachite box mounted in steel, the gift of the Emperor Alexander. By Napoleon's orders, he had gone to restore to the Russian Emperor the private property seized at the Battle of Dresden, in exchange for which Napoleon hoped to get back Vandamme. The Tsar rewarded General Hulot very handsomely, giving him this casket, and saying that he hoped one day to show the same courtesy to the Emperor of the French. But he kept Vandamme. The imperial arms of Russia were displayed in gold on the lid of the box, which was inlaid with gold. The Marshal counted the bank notes it contained. He had 152,000 francs. He saw this with satisfaction. At the same moment, Madame Hulot came into the room, in a state to touch the heart of the sternest judge. She flew into Hector's arms, looking alternately with a crazy eye at the Marshal and at the case of pistols. "What have you to say against your brother? What has my husband done to you?" said she, in such a voice that the Marshal heard her. "He has disgraced us all," replied the Republican veteran, who spoke with a vehemence that reopened one of his old wounds. "He has robbed the Government. He has cast odium on my name. He makes me wish I were dead. He has killed me. I have only strength enough left to make restitution. I have been abased before the Condé of the Republic, the man I esteem above all others, and to whom I unjustifiably gave the lie, the Prince of Wissembourg. Is that nothing? That is the score his country has against him." He wiped away a tear. "Now, as to his family," he went on, He is robbing you of the bread I had saved for you, the fruit of 30 years' economy, of the privations of an old soldier. Here is what was intended for you," and he held up the banknotes. "He has killed his uncle Fischer, a noble and worthy son of Alsace, who could not, as he can, endure the thought of a stain on his peasant's honor. To crown all, God, in his adorable clemency, had allowed him to choose an angel among women. He has had the unspeakable happiness of having an Adeline for his wife, and he has deceived her. He has soaked her in sorrows. He has neglected her for prostitutes, for street hussies, for ballet girls, actresses, Cadine, Josepha, Marneffe. And that is the brother I treated as a son and made my pride. Go, wretched man. If you can accept the life of degradation you have made for yourself, leave my house. I have not the heart to curse a brother I have loved so well. I am as foolish about him as you are, Adeline, but never let me see him again. I forbid his attending my funeral or following me to the grave. Let him show the decency of a criminal, if he can feel no remorse." The Marshal, as pale as death, fell back on the settee, exhausted by his solemn speech. And for the first time in his life, perhaps, tears gathered in his eyes and rolled down his cheeks. "My poor uncle!" cried Lisbeth, putting a handkerchief to her eyes. "Brother," said Adeline, kneeling down by the Marshal, "live for my sake. Help me in the task of reconciling Hector to the world and making him redeem the past." "He!" cried the Marshal. "If he lives, he is not at the end of his crimes. A man who has misprized an Adeline, who has smothered in his own soul the feelings of a true republican which I tried to instil into him, the love of his country, of his family, and of the poor, that man is a monster, a swine. Take him away if you still care for him, for a voice within me cries to me to load my pistols and blow his brains out. By killing him I should save you all, and I should save him too from himself." The old man started to his feet with such a terrifying gesture that poor Adeline exclaimed, "Hector, come!" She seized her husband's arm, dragged him away and out of the house. But the Baron was so broken down that she was obliged to call a coach to take him to the Rue Plumet, where he went to bed. The man remained there for several days in a sort of half dissolution, refusing all nourishment without a word. By floods of tears Adeline persuaded him to swallow a little broth. She nursed him, sitting by his bed, and feeling only, of all the emotions that once had filled her heart, the deepest pity for him. At 12:30, Lisbeth showed into her dear Marshal's room, for she would not leave him, so much was she alarmed at the evident change in him, Count Steinbock and the notary. "Monsieur le Comte," said the Marshal, "I would beg you to be so good as to put your signature to a document authorizing my niece, your wife, to sell a bond for certain funds of which she at present holds only the reversion. You, Mademoiselle Fischer, will agree to this sale, thus losing your life interest in the securities." "Yes, dear Count," said Lisbeth without hesitation. "Good, my dear," said the old soldier. "I hope I may live to reward you. But I did not doubt you. You are a true republican, a daughter of the people." He took the old maid's hand and kissed it. "Monsieur Hannequin," he went on, speaking to the notary, "draw up the necessary document in the form of a power of attorney, and let me have it within 2 hours, so that I may sell the stock on the Bourse to day. My niece, the Countess, holds the security. She will be here to sign the power of attorney when you bring it, and so will mademoiselle. Monsieur le Comte will be good enough to go with you and sign it at your office." The artist, at a nod from Lisbeth, bowed respectfully to the Marshal and went away. Next morning at 10 o'clock, the Comte de Forzheim sent in to announce himself to the Prince, and was at once admitted. "Well, my dear Hulot," said the Prince, holding out the newspapers to his old friend, "we have saved appearances, you see. Read." Marshal Hulot laid the papers on his comrade's table, and held out to him the 200,000 francs. "Here is the money of which my brother robbed the State," said he. "What madness!" cried the Minister. "It is impossible," he said into the speaking trumpet handed to him by the Marshal, "to manage this restitution. We should be obliged to declare your brother's dishonest dealings, and we have done everything to hide them." "Do what you like with the money, but the family shall not owe 1 sou of its fortune to a robbery on the funds of the State," said the Count. "I will take the King's commands in the matter. We will discuss it no further," replied the Prince, perceiving that it would be impossible to conquer the old man's sublime obstinacy on the point. "Good bye, Cottin," said the old soldier, taking the Prince's hand. "I feel as if my soul were frozen." Then, after going a step towards the door, he turned round, looked at the Prince, and seeing that he was deeply moved, he opened his arms to clasp him in them. The two old soldiers embraced each other. "I feel as if I were taking leave of the whole of the old army in you," said the Count. "Good bye, my good old comrade," said the Minister. "Yes, it is good bye, for I am going where all our brave men are for whom we have mourned." Just then Claude Vignon was shown in. The two relics of the Napoleonic phalanx bowed gravely to each other, effacing every trace of emotion. "You have, I hope, been satisfied by the papers," said the Master of Appeals elect. "I contrived to let the Opposition papers believe that they were letting out our secrets." "Unfortunately, it is all in vain," replied the Minister, watching Hulot as he left the room. "I have just gone through a leave taking that has been a great grief to me. For, indeed, Marshal Hulot has not 3 days to live. I saw that plainly enough yesterday. That man, one of those honest souls that are above proof, a soldier respected by the bullets in spite of his valor, received his death blow, there in that armchair, and dealt by my hand in a letter. Ring and order my carriage. I must go to Neuilly," said he, putting the 200,000 francs into his official portfolio. Notwithstanding Lisbeth's nursing, Marshal Hulot 3 days later was a dead man. Such men are the glory of the party they support. To Republicans, the Marshal was the ideal of patriotism, and they all attended his funeral, which was followed by an immense crowd. The army, the state officials, the court, and the populace all came to do homage to this lofty virtue, this spotless honesty, this immaculate glory. Such a last tribute of the people is not a thing to be had for the asking. This funeral was distinguished by one of those tributes of delicate feeling, of good taste, and sincere respect, which from time to time remind us of the virtues and dignity of the old French nobility. Following the Marshal's bier came the old Marquis de Montauran, the brother of him who, in the great rising of the Chouans in 1799, had been the foe, the luckless foe of Hulot. That Marquis, killed by the balls of the Blues, had confided the interests of his young brother to the Republican soldier. See Les Chouans. Hulot had so faithfully acted on the noble Royalist's verbal will that he succeeded in saving the young man's estates, though he himself was at the time an émigré. And so the homage of the old French nobility was not wanting to the leader who, 9 years since, had conquered Madame. This death, happening just 4 days before the banns were cried for the last time, came upon Lisbeth like the thunderbolt that burns the garnered harvest with the barn. The peasant of Lorraine, as often happens, had succeeded too well. The Marshal had died of the blows dealt to the family by herself and Madame Marneffe. The old maid's vindictiveness, which success seemed to have somewhat mollified, was aggravated by this disappointment of her hopes. Lisbeth went, crying with rage, to Madame Marneffe, for she was homeless, the Marshal having agreed that his lease was at any time to terminate with his life. Crevel, to console Valerie's friend, took charge of her savings, added to them considerably, and invested the capital in 5%, giving her the life interest and putting the securities into Celestine's name. Thanks to this stroke of business, Lisbeth had an income of about 2,000 francs. When the Marshal's property was examined and valued, a note was found, addressed to his sister-in-law, to his niece Hortense, and to his nephew Victorin, desiring that they would pay among them an annuity of 1,200 francs to Mademoiselle Lisbeth Fischer, who was to have been his wife. Adeline, seeing her husband between life and death, succeeded for some days in hiding from him the fact of his brother's death. But Lisbeth came in mourning, and the terrible truth was told him 11 days after the funeral. The crushing blow revived the sick man's energies. He got up, found his family collected in the drawing-room, all in black, and suddenly silent as he came in. In a fortnight, Hulot, as lean as a spectre, looked to his family the mere shadow of himself. "I must decide on something," said he in a husky voice as he seated himself in an easy chair and looked round at the party, of whom Crevel and Steinbock were absent. "We cannot stay here, the rent is too high," Hortense was saying, just as her father came in. "As to a home," said Victorin, breaking the painful silence, "I can offer my mother." As he heard these words, which excluded him, the Baron raised his head, which was sunk on his breast as though he were studying the pattern of the carpet, though he did not even see it, and he gave the young lawyer an appealing look. The rights of a father are so indefeasibly sacred, even when he is a villain and devoid of honor, that Victorin paused. "To your mother," the Baron repeated. "You are right, my son." "The room's over ours, in our wing," said Celestine, finishing her husband's sentence. "I am in your way, my dears?" said the Baron, with the mildness of a man who has judged himself. "But do not be uneasy as to the future; you will have no further cause for complaint of your father. You will not see him till the time when you need no longer blush for him." He went up to Hortense and kissed her brow. He opened his arms to his son, who rushed into his embrace, guessing his father's purpose. The Baron signed to Lisbeth, who came to him, and he kissed her forehead. Then he went to his room, whither Adeline followed him in an agony of dread. "My brother was quite right, Adeline," he said, holding her hand. "I am unworthy of my home life. I dared not bless my children, who have behaved so nobly, but in my heart. Tell them that I could only venture to kiss them, for the blessing of a bad man, a father who has been an assassin and the scourge of his family, instead of its protector and its glory, might bring evil on them. But assure them that I shall bless them every day. As to you, God alone, for He is Almighty, can ever reward you according to your merits. I can only ask your forgiveness." And he knelt at her feet, taking her hands and wetting them with his tears. "Hector, Hector, your sins have been great, but divine mercy is infinite, and you may repair all by staying with me. Rise up in Christian charity, my dear. I am your wife and not your judge. I am your possession. Do what you will with me. Take me wherever you go. I feel strong enough to comfort you, to make life endurable to you, by the strength of my love, my care and respect. Our children are settled in life, they need me no more. Let me try to be an amusement to you, an occupation. Let me share the pain of your banishment and of your poverty, and help to mitigate it. I could always be of some use, if it were only to save the expense of a servant." "Can you forgive, my dearly beloved Adeline?" "Yes, only get up, my dear." "Well, with that forgiveness I can live," said he, rising to his feet. "I came back into this room that my children should not see their father's humiliation. Oh, the sight constantly before their eyes of a father so guilty as I am is a terrible thing. It must undermine parental influence and break every family tie. So I cannot remain among you, and I must go to spare you the odious spectacle of a father bereft of dignity. Do not oppose my departure, Adeline. It would only be to load with your own hand the pistol to blow my brains out. Above all, do not seek me in my hiding place. You would deprive me of the only strong motive remaining in me, that of remorse." Hector's decisiveness silenced his dejected wife. Adeline, lofty in the midst of all this ruin, had derived her courage from her perfect union with her husband, for she had dreamed of having him for her own, of the beautiful task of comforting him, of leading him back to family life, and reconciling him to himself. "But, Hector, would you leave me to die of despair, anxiety, and alarms?" said she, seeing herself bereft of the mainspring of her strength. "I will come back to you, dear angel, sent from heaven expressly for me, I believe. I will come back, if not rich, at least with enough to live in ease. Listen, my sweet Adeline, I cannot stay here for many reasons. In the first place, my pension of 6,000 francs is pledged for 4 years, so I have nothing. That is not all. I shall be committed to prison within a few days in consequence of the bills held by Vauvinet. So I must keep out of the way until my son, to whom I will give full instructions, shall have bought in the bills. My disappearance will facilitate that. As soon as my pension is my own and Vauvinet is paid off, I will return to you. You would be sure to let out the secret of my hiding place. Be calm. Do not cry, Adeline. It is only for a month. Where will you go? What will you do? What will become of you? Who will take care of you now that you are no longer young? Let me go with you. We will go abroad," said she. "Well, well, we will see," he replied. The Baron rang and ordered Mariette to collect all his things and pack them quickly and secretly. Then, after embracing his wife with a warmth of affection to which she was unaccustomed, he begged her to leave him alone for a few minutes while he wrote his instructions for Victorin, promising that he would not leave the house till dark or without her. As soon as the Baroness was in the drawing-room, the cunning old man stole out through the dressing-closet to the anteroom and went away, giving Mariette a slip of paper on which was written, "Address my trunks to go by railway to Corbeil, to Monsieur Hector, cloak-room, Corbeil." The Baron jumped into a hackney coach and was rushing across Paris by the time Mariette came to give the Baroness this note, and say that her master had gone out. Adeline flew back into her room, trembling more violently than ever. Her children followed on hearing her give a piercing cry. They found her in a dead faint, and they put her to bed, for she was seized by a nervous fever which held her for a month between life and death. "Where is he?" was the only thing she would say. Victorin sought for him in vain. And this is why. The Baron had driven to the Place du Palais Royal. There this man, who had recovered all his wits to work out a scheme which he had premeditated during the days he had spent crushed with pain and grief, crossed the Palais Royal on foot and took a handsome carriage from a livery stable in the Rue Joquelet. In obedience to his orders, the coachman went to the Rue de la Ville l'Evêque and into the courtyard of Josepha's mansion, the gates opening at once at the call of the driver of such a splendid vehicle. Josepha came out, prompted by curiosity, for her manservant had told her that a helpless old gentleman, unable to get out of his carriage, begged her to come to him for a moment. "Josepha, it is I." The singer recognized her Hulot only by his voice. "What, you poor old man? On my honor, you look like a 20-franc piece that the Jews have sweated and the money changers refuse." "Alas, yes," replied Hulot. "I am snatched from the jaws of death. But you are as lovely as ever. Will you be kind? "That depends," said she. "Everything is relative." "Listen," said Hulot. "Can you put me up for a few days in a servant's room under the roof? I have nothing, not a farthing, not a hope. No food, no pension, no wife, no children, no roof over my head, without honor, without courage, without a friend, and worse than all that, liable to imprisonment for not meeting a bill." "Poor old fellow, you are without most things. Are you also sans culotte?" "You laugh at me. I am done for," cried the Baron, "and I counted on you as Gourville did on Ninon." "And it was a real lady, I am told, who brought you to this," said Josepha. "Those precious sluts know how to pluck a goose even better than we do. Why, you are like a corpse that the crows have done with. I can see daylight through." "Time is short, Josepha." "Come in, old boy. I am alone, as it happens, and my people don't know you. Send away your trap. Is it paid for?" "Yes," said the Baron, getting out with the help of Josepha's arm. "You may call yourself my father, if you like," said the singer, moved to pity. She made Hulot sit down in the splendid drawing room where he had last seen her. "And is it the fact, old man," she went on, "that you have killed your brother and your uncle, ruined your family, mortgaged your children's house over and over again, and robbed the government till in Africa, all for your princess?" Hulot sadly bent his head. "Well, I admire that!" cried Josepha, starting up in her enthusiasm. "It is a general flare up. It is Sardanapalus. Splendid, thoroughly complete. I may be a hussy, but I have a soul. I tell you, I like a spendthrift like you, crazy over a woman, 1,000 times better than those torpid, heartless bankers, who are supposed to be so good, and who ruin no end of families with their rails. Gold for them and iron for their gulls. You have only ruined those who belong to you; you have sold no one but yourself. And then you have excuses, physical and moral." She struck a tragic attitude and spouted, "'Tis Venus whose grasp never parts from her prey.' And there you are!" And she pirouetted on her toe. Vice, Hulot found, could forgive him. Vice smiled on him from the midst of unbridled luxury. Here, as before a jury, the magnitude of a crime was an extenuating circumstance. "And is your lady pretty, at any rate?" asked Josepha, trying, as a preliminary act of charity, to divert Hulot's thoughts, for his depression grieved her. "On my word, almost as pretty as you are," said the Baron, artfully. "And monstrously droll? So I have been told. What does she do, I say? Is she better fun than I am?" "I don't want to talk about her," said Hulot. "And I hear she has come round my Crevel, and little Steinbock, and a gorgeous Brazilian?" "Very likely." "And that she has got a house as good as this that Crevel has given her. The baggage! She is my provost marshal, and finishes off those I have spoiled. I tell you why I am so curious to know what she is like, old boy. I just caught sight of her in the Bois in an open carriage, but a long way off. She is a most accomplished harpy, Carabine says. She is trying to eat up Crevel, but he only lets her nibble. Crevel is a knowing hand, good-natured but hard-headed, who will always say yes, and then go his own way. He is vain and passionate, but his cash is cold. You can never get anything out of such fellows beyond 1,000 to 3,000 francs a month. They jib at any serious outlay, as a donkey does at a running stream. Not like you, old boy. You are a man of passions; you would sell your country for a woman. And look here, I am ready to do anything for you. You are my father; you started me in life; it is a sacred duty. What do you want? Do you want 100,000 francs? I will wear myself to a rag to gain them. As to giving you bed and board, that is nothing. A place will be laid for you here every day. You can have a good room on the second floor, and 100 crowns a month for pocket money." The Baron, deeply touched by such a welcome, had a last qualm of honor. "No, my dear child, no. I did not come here for you to keep me," said he. "At your age it is something to be proud of," said she. "This is what I wish, my child. Your Duc d'Herouville has immense estates in Normandy, and I want to be his steward, under the name of Thoul. I have the capacity, and I am honest. A man may borrow of the government and yet not steal from a cash box." Said Josepha. "Once drunk, drinks again." "In short, I only want to live out of sight for 3 years." "Well, it is soon done," said Josepha. "This evening, after dinner, I have only to speak. The Duke would marry me if I wished it, but I have his fortune, and I want something better his esteem. He is a Duke of the first water. He is high minded, as noble and great as Louis XIV and Napoleon rolled into one, though he is a dwarf. Besides, I have done for him what Lachausse did for Rochefide. By taking my advice, he has made 2 millions. Now, listen to me, old popgun. I know you. You are always after the women, and you would be dancing attendance on the Normandy girls, who are splendid creatures, and getting your ribs cracked by their lovers and fathers, and the Duke would have to get you out of the scrape. Why, can't I see by the way you look at me that the young man is not dead in you, as Fénelon put it? No, this stewardship is not the thing for you. A man cannot be off with his Paris and with us, old boy, for the saying. You would die of weariness at Herouville." "What is to become of me?" said the Baron, "for I will only stay here till I see my way." "Well, shall I find a pigeon hole for you? Listen, you old pirate. Women are what you want. They are consolation in all circumstances. Attend now. At the end of the alley, Rue Saint Maur du Temple, there is a poor family I know of where there is a jewel of a little girl, prettier than I was at 16. Ah, there is a twinkle in your eye already. The child works 16 hours a day at embroidering costly pieces for the silk merchants, and earns 16 sous a day, 1 sou an hour, and feeds, like the Irish, on potatoes fried in rat's dripping, with bread, 5 times a week, and drinks canal water out of the town pipes because the Seine water costs too much. And she cannot set up on her own account for lack of 6 or 7,000 francs. Your wife and children bore you to death, don't they? Besides, one cannot submit to be nobody where one has been a little almighty. A father who has neither money nor honor can only be stuffed and kept in a glass case." The Baron could not help smiling at these abominable jests. "Well, now, Bijou is to come to-morrow morning to bring me an embroidered wrapper, a gem. It has taken 6 months to make; no one else will have any stuff like it. Bijou is very fond of me. I give her tidbits and my old gowns, and I send orders for bread and meat and wood to the family, who would break the shin bones of the first comer if I bid them. I try to do a little good. Ah, I know what I endured from hunger myself. Bijou has confided to me all her little sorrows. There is the making of a super at the Ambigu Comique in that child. Her dream is to wear fine dresses like mine, above all to ride in a carriage. I shall say to her, 'Look here, little one, would you like to have a friend of' How old are you?" she asked, interrupting herself. 72? I have given up counting. "Would you like an old gentleman of 72?" I shall say, "very clean and neat, and who does not take snuff, who is as sound as a bell, and as good as a young man? He will marry you in the 13th arrondissement, and be very kind to you. He will place 7,000 francs in your account, and furnish you a room all in mahogany, and if you are good, he will sometimes take you to the play. He will give you 100 francs a month for pocket money, and 50 francs for housekeeping. I know Bijou; she is myself at 14. I jumped for joy when that horrible Crevel made me his atrocious offers. Well, and you, old man, will be disposed of for 3 years. She is a good child, well behaved. For 3 or 4 years she will have her illusions, not for longer." Hulot did not hesitate. He had made up his mind to refuse. But to seem grateful to the kind-hearted singer, who was benevolent after her lights, he affected to hesitate between vice and virtue. "Why, you are as cold as a paving stone in winter!" she exclaimed in amazement. "Come now, you will make a whole family happy. A grandfather who runs all the errands, a mother who is being worn out with work, and two sisters, one of them very plain, who make 32 sous a day while putting their eyes out. It will make up for the misery you have caused at home, and you will expiate your sin while you are having as much fun as a minx at Mabille." Hulot, to put an end to this temptation, moved his fingers as if he were counting out money. "Oh, be quite easy as to ways and means," replied Josepha. "My Duke will lend you 10,000 francs, 7,000 to start an embroidery shop in Bijou's name, and 3,000 for furnishing, and every 3 months you will find a cheque here for 650 francs. When you get your pension paid you can repay the 17,000 francs. Meanwhile, you will be as happy as a cow in clover, and hidden in a hole where the police will never find you. You must wear a loose serge coat, and you will look like a comfortable householder. Call yourself Thoul, if that is your fancy. I will tell Bijou that you are an uncle of mine come from Germany, having failed in business, and you will be cosseted like a divinity. There now, Daddy, and who knows, you may have no regrets. In case you should be bored, keep one Sunday rig out, and you can come and ask me for a dinner and spend the evening here." "Ay, and I meant to settle down and behave myself. Look here, borrow 20,000 francs for me, and I will set out to make my fortune in America, like my friend d'Aiglemont when Nucingen cleaned him out." "You!" cried Josepha. "Nay, leave morals to workaday folks, to raw recruits, to the worthy citizens who have nothing to boast of but their virtue. You were born to be something better than a nincompoop. You are as a man what I am as a woman, a spendthrift of genius." "We will sleep on it and discuss it all tomorrow morning." "You will dine with the Duke. My d'Herouville will receive you as civilly as if you were the savior of the State, and to-morrow you can decide. Come, be jolly, old boy. Life is a garment. When it is dirty, we must brush it; when it is ragged, it must be patched, but we keep it on as long as we can." This philosophy of life and her high spirits postponed Hulot's keenest pangs. At noon next day, after a capital breakfast, Hulot saw the arrival of one of those living masterpieces which Paris alone of all the cities in the world can produce, by means of the constant concubinage of luxury and poverty, of vice and decent honesty, of suppressed desire and renewed temptation, which makes the French capital the daughter of Nineveh, of Babylon, and of imperial Rome. Mademoiselle Olympe Bijou, a child of 16, had the exquisite face which Raphael drew for his virgins, eyes of pathetic innocence, weary with overwork, black eyes with long lashes, their moisture parched with the heat of laborious nights and darkened with fatigue, a complexion like porcelain, almost too delicate, a mouth like a partly opened pomegranate, a heaving bosom, a full figure, pretty hands, the whitest teeth, and a mass of black hair, and the whole meagrely set off by a cotton frock at 75 centimes the metre, leather shoes without heels, and the cheapest gloves. The girl, all unconscious of her charms, had put on her best frock to wait on the fine lady. The Baron, gripped again by the clutch of profligacy, felt all his life concentrated in his eyes. He forgot everything on beholding this delightful creature. He was like a sportsman in sight of the game. If an emperor were present, he must take aim. "And warranted sound," said Josepha in his ear. "An honest child and wanting bread. This is Paris. I have been there." "It is a bargain," replied the old man, getting up and rubbing his hands. When Olympe Bijou was gone, Josepha looked mischievously at the Baron. "If you want things to keep straight, Daddy," said she, "be as firm as the public prosecutor on the bench. Keep a tight hand on her. Be a Bartholo. Wear Auguste, Hippolyte, Nestor, Victor, or, that is gold, in every form. When once the child is fed and dressed, if she gets the upper hand, she will drive you like a serf. I will see to settling you comfortably. The Duke does the handsome; he will lend, that is, give you 10,000 francs, and he deposits 8,000 with his notary, who will pay you 600 francs every quarter, for I cannot trust you. Now, am I nice?" Adorable. 10 days after deserting his family, when they were gathered round Adeline, who seemed to be dying, as she said again and again in a weak voice, "Where is he?" Hector, under the name of Thoul, was established in the Rue Saint Maur, at the head of a business as embroiderer, under the name of Thoul and Bijou. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac, translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 32. Victorin Hulot, under the overwhelming disasters of his family, had received the finishing touch which makes or mars the man. He was perfection. In the great storms of life we act like the captain of a ship who, under the stress of a hurricane, lightens the ship of its heaviest cargo. The young lawyer lost his self-conscious pride, his too evident assertiveness, his arrogance as an orator, and his political pretensions. He was as a man what his wife was as a woman. He made up his mind to make the best of his Celestine, who certainly did not realize his dreams, and was wise enough to estimate life at its true value by contenting himself in all things with the second best. He vowed to fulfil his duties, so much had he been shocked by his father's example. These feelings were confirmed as he stood by his mother's bed on the day when she was out of danger. Nor did this happiness come single. Claude Vignon, who called every day from the Prince de Wissembourg to inquire as to Madame Hulot's progress, desired the re-elected deputy to go with him to see the minister. "His Excellency," said he, "wants to talk over your family affairs with you." The Prince had long known Victorin Hulot, and received him with a friendliness that promised well. "My dear fellow," said the old soldier, "I promised your uncle in this room that I would take care of your mother. That saintly woman, I am told, is getting well again. Now is the time to pour oil into your wounds. I have for you here 200,000 francs. I will give them to you." The lawyer's gesture was worthy of his uncle, the Marshal. "Be quite easy," said the Prince, smiling. "It is money in trust. My days are numbered; I shall not always be here, so take this sum and fill my place towards your family. You may use this money to pay off the mortgage on your house. These 200,000 francs are the property of your mother and your sister. If I gave the money to Madame Hulot, I fear that, in her devotion to her husband, she would be tempted to waste it. And the intention of those who restore it to you is, that it should produce bread for Madame Hulot and her daughter, the Countess Steinbock. You are a steady man, the worthy son of your noble mother, the true nephew of my friend the Marshal. You are appreciated here, you see, and elsewhere. So be the guardian angel of your family, and take this as a legacy from your uncle and me." "Monseigneur," said Hulot, taking the minister's hand and pressing it, "such men as you know that thanks in words mean nothing. Gratitude must be proven." "Prove yours," said the old man. "In what way?" "By accepting what I have to offer you," said the minister. We propose to appoint you to be attorney to the War Office, which just now is involved in litigations in consequence of the plan for fortifying Paris, consulting clerk also to the Prefecture of Police, and a member of the Board of the Civil List. These 3 appointments will secure you salaries amounting to 18,000 francs, and will leave you politically free. You can vote in the Chamber in obedience to your opinions and your conscience. Act in perfect freedom on that score. It would be a bad thing for us if there were no national opposition. Also, a few lines from your uncle, written a day or 2 before he breathed his last, suggested what I could do for your mother, whom he loved very truly. Mesdames Popinot, de Rastignac, de Navarreins, d'Espard, de Grandlieu, de Carigliano, de Lenoncourt, and de la Bâtie have made a place for your mother as a lady superintendent of their charities. These ladies, presidents of various branches of benevolent work, cannot do everything themselves. They need a lady of character who can act for them by going to see the objects of their beneficence, ascertaining that charity is not imposed upon, and whether the help given really reaches those who applied for it, finding out that the poor who are ashamed to beg, and so forth. Your mother will fulfill an angelic function. She will be thrown in with none but priests and these charitable ladies. She will be paid 6,000 francs and the cost of her hackney coaches. You see, young man, that a pure and nobly virtuous man can still assist his family, even from the grave. Such a name as your uncle's is, and ought to be, a buckler against misfortune in a well-organized scheme of society. Follow in his path. You have started in it, I know. Continue in it. Such delicate kindness cannot surprise me in my mother's friend, said Victorin. I will try to come up to all your hopes. Go at once and take comfort to your family. By the way, added the Prince as he shook hands with Victorin, your father has disappeared? Alas, yes. So much the better. That unhappy man has shown his wit, in which indeed he is not lacking. There are bills of his to be met. Well, you shall have 6 months' pay of your 3 appointments in advance. This prepayment will help you perhaps to get the notes out of the hands of the moneylender. And I will see Nucingen, and perhaps may succeed in releasing your father's pension, pledged to him, without its costing you or our office a sou. The peer has not killed the banker in Nucingen. He is insatiable. He wants some concession, I know not what. So, on his return to the Rue Plumet, Victorin could carry out his plan of lodging his mother and sister under his roof. The young lawyer, already famous, had, for his sole fortune, one of the handsomest houses in Paris, purchased in 1834 in preparation for his marriage, situated on the boulevard between the Rue de la Paix and the Rue Louis-le-Grand. A speculator had built 2 houses between the boulevard and the street, and between these, with the gardens and courtyards to the front and back, there remained still standing a splendid wing, the remains of the magnificent mansion of the Verneuil. The younger Hulot had purchased this fine property on the strength of Mademoiselle Crevel's marriage portion for 1,000,000 francs when it was put up to auction, paying 500,000 down. He lived on the ground floor, expecting to pay the remainder out of letting the rest. But though it is safe to speculate in house property in Paris, such investments are capricious or hang fire, depending on unforeseen circumstances. As the Parisian lounger may have observed, the boulevard between the Rue de la Paix and the Rue Louis-le-Grand prospered but slowly. It took so long to furbish and beautify itself that trade did not set up its display there till 1840, the gold of the money changers, the fairy work of fashion, and the luxurious splendor of shop fronts. In spite of 200,000 francs given by Crevel to his daughter at the time when his vanity was flattered by this marriage, before the Baron had robbed him of Josepha, In spite of the 200,000 francs paid off by Victorin in the course of 7 years, the property was still burdened with a debt of 500,000 francs, in consequence of Victorin's devotion to his father. Happily, a rise in rents and the advantages of the situation had at this time improved the value of the houses. The speculation was justifying itself after 8 years' patience, during which the lawyer had strained every nerve to pay the interest and some trifling amounts of the capital borrowed. The tradespeople were ready to offer good rents for the shops, on condition of being granted leases for 18 years. The dwelling apartments rose in value by the shifting of the centre in Paris life, henceforth transferred to the region between the Bourse and the Madeleine, now the seat of the political power and financial authority in Paris. The money paid to him by the minister, added to a year's rent in advance and the premiums paid by his tenants, would finally reduce the outstanding debt to 200,000 francs. The two houses, if entirely let, would bring in 100,000 francs a year. Within 2 years more, during which the Hulots could live on his salaries, added to by the Marshal's investments, Victorin would be in a splendid position. This was manna from heaven. Victorin could give up the first floor of his own house to his mother, and the second to Hortense, excepting 2 rooms reserved for Lisbeth. With Cousin Betty as the housekeeper, this compound household could bear all these charges and yet keep up a good appearance, as beseemed a pleader of note. The great stars of the law courts were rapidly disappearing, and Victorin Hulot, gifted with a shrewd tongue and strict honesty, was listened to by the bench and councillors. He studied his cases thoroughly, and advanced nothing that he could not prove. He would not hold every brief that offered. In fact, he was a credit to the bar. The Baroness' home in the Rue Plumet had become so odious to her that she allowed herself to be taken to the Rue Louis-le-Grand. Thus, by her son's care, Adeline occupied a fine apartment. She was spared all the daily worries of life, for Lisbeth consented to begin again, working wonders of domestic economy, such as she had achieved for Madame Marneffe, seeing here a way of exerting her silent vengeance on those 3 noble lives, the object each of her hatred, which was kept growing by the overthrow of all her hopes. Once a month she went to see Valerie, sent, indeed, by Hortense, who wanted news of Wenceslas, and by Celestine, who was seriously uneasy at the acknowledged and well-known connection between her father and a woman to whom her mother-in-law and sister-in-law owed their ruin and their sorrows. As may be supposed, Lisbeth took advantage of this to see Valerie as often as possible. Thus about 20 months passed by, during which the Baroness recovered her health, though her palsied trembling never left her. She made herself familiar with her duties, which afforded her a noble distraction from her sorrow and constant food for the divine goodness of her heart. She also regarded it as an opportunity for finding her husband in the course of one of those expeditions which took her into every part of Paris. During this time Vauvinet had been paid, and the pension of 6,000 francs was almost redeemed. Victorin could maintain his mother as well as Hortense out of the 10,000 francs interest on the money left by Marshal Hulot in trust for them. Adeline's salary amounted to 6,000 francs a year, and this, added to the Baron's pension when it was freed, would presently secure an income of 12,000 francs a year to the mother and daughter. Thus the poor woman would have been almost happy but for her perpetual anxieties as to the Baron's fate, for she longed to have him with her to share the improved fortunes that smiled on the family. And but for the constant sight of her forsaken daughter, and but for the terrible thrusts constantly and unconsciously dealt her by Lisbeth, whose diabolical character had free course. A scene which took place at the beginning of the month of March 1843 will show the results of Lisbeth's latent and persistent hatred, still seconded, as she always was, by Madame Marneffe. Two great events had occurred in the Marneffe household. In the first place, Valerie had given birth to a stillborn child, whose little coffin had cost her 2,000 francs a year. And then, as to Marneffe himself, 11 months since, this is the report given by Lisbeth to the Hulot family one day on her return from a visit of discovery at the Hotel Marneffe. "This morning," said she, "that dreadful Valerie sent for Dr. Bianchon to ask whether the medical men who had condemned her husband yesterday had made no mistake. Bianchon pronounced that to-night at the latest that horrible creature will depart to the torments that await him. Old Crevel and Madame Marneffe saw the doctor out, and your father, my dear Celestine, gave him 5 gold pieces for his good news. When he came back into the drawing room, Crevel cut capers like a dancer. He embraced that woman, exclaiming, 'Then at last you will be Madame Crevel.' And to me, when she had gone back to her husband's bedside, for he was at his last gasp, your noble father said to me, 'With Valerie as my wife, I can become a peer of France. I shall buy an estate I have my eye on, Presles, which Madame de Serizy wants to sell. I shall be Crevel de Presles, member of the Common Council of Seine-et-Oise, and deputy. I shall have a son. I shall be everything I have ever wished to be.' 'Heh!' said I, 'and what about your daughter?' 'Bah!' says he, 'she is only a woman, and she is quite too much of an Hulot. Valerie has a horror of them all. My son in law has never chosen to come to this house. Why has he given himself such airs as a mentor, a Spartan, a Puritan, a philanthropist? Besides, I have squared accounts with my daughter. She has had all her mother's fortune, and 200,000 francs to that. So I am free to act as I please. I shall judge of my son in law and Celestine by their conduct on my marriage. As they behave, so shall I. If they are nice to their stepmother, I will receive them. I am a man, after all." In short, all this rhodomontade, and an attitude like Napoleon on the column. The 10 months' widowhood insisted on by the law had now elapsed some few days since. The estate of Presles was purchased. Victorin and Celestine had that very morning sent Lisbeth to make inquiries as to the marriage of the fascinating widow to the mayor of Paris, now a member of the Common Council of the department of Seine-et-Oise. Celestine and Hortense, in whom the ties of affection had been drawn closer since they had lived under the same roof, were almost inseparable. The Baroness, carried away by a sense of honesty which led her to exaggerate the duties of her place, devoted herself to the work of charity of which she was the agent. She was out almost every day from 11 till 5. The sisters in law, united in their cares for the children whom they kept together, sat at home and worked. They had arrived at the intimacy which thinks aloud, and were a touching picture of two sisters, one cheerful and the other sad. The less happy of the two, handsome, lively, high-spirited, and clever, seemed by her manner to defy her painful situation, while the melancholy Celestine, sweet and calm, and as equable as reason itself, might have been supposed to have some secret grief. It was this contradiction, perhaps, that added to their warm friendship. Each supplied the other with what she lacked. Seated in a little summer house in the garden, which the speculator's trowel had spared by some fancy of the builder's, who believed that he was preserving these 100 feet square of earth for his own pleasure, they were admiring the first green shoots of the lilac trees, a spring festival which can only be fully appreciated in Paris when the inhabitants have lived for 6 months oblivious of what vegetation means among the cliffs of stone where the ocean of humanity tosses to and fro. "Célestine," said Hortense to her sister-in-law, who had complained that in such fine weather her husband should be kept at the Chamber, "I think you do not fully appreciate your happiness. Victorin is a perfect angel, and you sometimes torment him." "My dear, men like to be tormented. Certain ways of teasing are a proof of affection. If your poor mother had only been, I will not say exacting, but always prepared to be exacting, you would not have had so much to grieve over." "Lisbeth is not come back. I shall have to sing the song of Malbrouck," said Hortense. "I do long for some news of Wenceslas. What does he live on? He has not done a thing these 2 years." "Victorin saw him, he told me, with that horrible woman not long ago, and he fancied that she maintains him in idleness. If you only would, dear soul, you might bring your husband back to you yet." Hortense shook her head. "Believe me," Celestine went on, "the position will ere long be intolerable. In the first instance, rage, despair, indignation gave you strength. The awful disasters that have come upon us since, 2 deaths, ruin, and the disappearance of Baron Hulot, have occupied your mind and heart. But now you live in peace and silence. You will find it hard to bear the void in your life. And as you cannot and will never leave the path of virtue, you will have to be reconciled to Wenceslas. Victorin, who loves you so much, is of that opinion. There is something stronger than one's feelings even, and that is nature." "But such a mean creature!" cried the proud Hortense. "He cares for that woman because she feeds him. And has she paid his debts, do you suppose? Good heaven! I think of that man's position day and night. He is the father of my child, and he is degrading himself." "But look at your mother, my dear," said Celestine. Celestine was one of those women who, when you have given them reasons enough to convince a Breton peasant, still go back for the 100th time to their original argument. The character of her face, somewhat flat, dull, and common, her light brown hair in stiff, neat bands, her very complexion spoke of a sensible woman, devoid of charm, but also devoid of weakness. The Baroness would willingly go to join her husband in his disgrace, to comfort him and hide him in her heart from every eye, Celestine went on. Why, she has a room made ready upstairs for Monsieur Hulot, as if she expected to find him and bring him home from one day to the next." "Oh yes, my mother is sublime," replied Hortense. "She has been so every minute of every day for 26 years, but I am not like her. It is not my nature. How can I help it? I am angry with myself sometimes. But you do not know, Celestine, what it would be to make terms with infamy." "There is my father," said Celestine placidly. "He has certainly started on the road that ruined yours. He is 10 years younger than the Baron, to be sure, and was only a tradesman. But how can it end? This Madame Marneffe has made a slave of my father; he is her dog. She is mistress of his fortune and his opinions, and nothing can open his eyes. I tremble when I remember that their banns of marriage are already published. My husband means to make a last attempt. He thinks it a duty to try to avenge society and the family, and bring that woman to account for all her crimes. Alas, my dear Hortense, such lofty souls as Victorin and hearts like ours come too late to a comprehension of the world and its ways. This is a secret, dear, and I have told you because you are interested in it, but never by a word or a look betray it to Lisbeth, or your mother, or anybody, for—" "Here is Lisbeth," said Hortense. "Well, cousin, and how is the Inferno of the Rue Barbet going on?" "Badly for you, my children. Your husband, my dear Hortense, is more crazy about that woman than ever, and she, I must own, is madly in love with him. Your father, dear Celestine, is gloriously blind. That, to be sure, is nothing. I have had occasion to see it once a fortnight. Really, I am lucky never to have had anything to do with men. They are besotted creatures. 5 days hence, you, dear child, and Victorin will have lost your father's fortune." "Then the banns are cried," said Celestine. "Yes," said Lisbeth, "and I have just been arguing your case. I pointed out to that monster, who is going the way of the other, that if he would only get you out of the difficulties you are in by paying off the mortgage on your house, you would show your gratitude and receive your stepmother." Hortense started in horror. "Victorin will see about that," said Celestine coldly. "But do you know what Monsieur le Maire's answer was?" said Lisbeth. "I mean to leave them where they are. Horses can only be broken in by lack of food, sleep, and sugar. Why, Baron Hulot was not so bad as Monsieur Crevel. So, my poor dears, you may say good bye to the money. And such a fine fortune! Your father paid 3,000,000 francs for the Presles estate, and he has 30,000 francs a year in stocks. Oh, he has no secrets from me. He talks of buying the Hôtel des Navarreins in the Rue du Bac. Madame Marneffe herself has 40,000 francs a year. Ah, here is our guardian angel. Here comes your mother," she exclaimed, hearing the rumble of wheels. And presently the Baroness came down the garden steps and joined the party. At 55, though crushed by so many troubles, and constantly trembling as if shivering with ague, Adeline, whose face was indeed pale and wrinkled, still had a fine figure, a noble outline, and natural dignity. Those who saw her said, "She must have been beautiful." Worn with the grief of not knowing her husband's fate, of being unable to share with him this oasis in the heart of Paris, this peace and seclusion, and the better fortune that was dawning on the family, her beauty was the beauty of a ruin. As each gleam of hope died out, each day of search proved vain, Adeline sank into fits of deep melancholy that drove her children to despair. The Baroness had gone out that morning with fresh hopes, and was anxiously expected. An official, who was under obligations to Hulot, to whom he owed his position and advancement, declared that he had seen the Baron in a box at the Ambigu Comique theatre, with a woman of extraordinary beauty. So Adeline had gone to call on the Baron Verneuil. This important personage, while asserting that he had positively seen his old patron, and that his behavior to the woman indicated an illicit establishment, told Madame Hulot that to avoid meeting him the Baron had left long before the end of the play. He looked like a man at home with the damsel, but his dress betrayed some lack of means, said he in conclusion. "Well?" said the three women as the Baroness came towards them. "Well, Monsieur Hulot is in Paris, and to me," said Adeline, "it is a gleam of happiness only to know that he is within reach of us." "But he does not seem to have mended his ways," Lisbeth remarked when Adeline had finished her report of her visit to Baron Verneuil. "He has taken up some little work girl, but where can he get the money from? I could bet that he begs of his former mistresses, Mademoiselle Jenny Cadine or Josepha." The Baroness trembled more severely than ever, every nerve quivered. She wiped away the tears that rose to her eyes, and looked mournfully up to heaven. "I cannot think that a Grand Commander of the Legion of Honor will have fallen so low," said she. "For his pleasure, what would he not do?" said Lisbeth. "He robbed the State, he will rob private persons, commit murder, who knows?" "Oh, Lisbeth!" cried the Baroness, "keep such thoughts to yourself." At this moment Louise came up to the family group, now increased by the arrival of the two Hulot children and little Wenceslas, to see if their grandmother's pockets did not contain some sweetmeats. "What is it, Louise?" asked one and another. "A man who wants to see Mademoiselle Fischer." "Who is the man?" asked Lisbeth. "He is in rags, mademoiselle, and covered with flue like a mattress picker. His nose is red, and he smells of brandy. He is one of those men who work half of the week at most. This uninviting picture had the effect of making Lisbeth hurry into the courtyard of the house in the Rue Louis le Grand, where she found a man smoking a pipe colored in a style that showed him an artist in tobacco. "Why have you come here, Père Chardin?" she asked. "It is understood that you go on the first Saturday in every month to the gate of the Hôtel Marneffe, Rue Barbet de Jouy. I have just come back after waiting there for 5 hours, and you did not come." "I did go there, good and charitable lady," replied the mattress picker. "But there was a game at pool going on in the Café des Savants, Rue de Cerf Volant, and every man has his fancy. Now, mine is billiards. If it wasn't for billiards, I might be eating off silver plate. For, I tell you this," and he fumbled for a scrap of paper in his ragged trousers pocket, "it is billiards that leads on to a dram and plum brandy. It is ruinous, like all fine things, in the things it leads to. I know your orders, but the old 'un is in such a quandary that I came on to forbidden grounds. If the hair was all hair, we might sleep sound on it, but it is mixed. God is not for all, as the saying goes. He has his favorites. Well, he has the right. Now, here is the writing of your estimable relative and my very good friend. His political opinion." Chardin attempted to trace some zigzag lines in the air with the forefinger of his right hand. Lisbeth, not listening to him, read these few words: "Dear cousin, be my providence. Give me 300 francs this day. Hector." "What does he want so much money for?" "The landlord," said Chardin, still trying to sketch arabesques. "And then my son, you see, has come back from Algiers, through Spain and Bayonne, and he has found nothing. Against his rule, for a sharp cove is my son, saving your presence. How can he help it? He is in want of food, but he will repay all we lend him, for he is going to get up a company. He has ideas, he has, that will carry him—" "To the police court," Lisbeth put in. "He murdered my uncle, I shall not forget that." Why, he could not bleed a chicken, honorable lady." "Here are the 300 francs," said Lisbeth, taking 15 gold pieces out of her purse. "Now go, and never come here again." She saw the father of the Oran storekeeper off the premises, and pointed out the drunken old creature to the porter. "At any time when that man comes here, if by chance he should come again, do not let him in. If he should ask whether Monsieur Hulot junior or Madame la Baronne Hulot lives here, tell him you know of no such persons." "Very good, mademoiselle." "Your place depends on it if you make any mistake, even without intending it," said Lisbeth in the woman's ear. "Cousin," she went on to Victorin, who just now came in, "a great misfortune is hanging over your head." "What is that?" said Victorin. "Within a few days Madame Marneffe will be your wife's stepmother." "That remains to be seen," replied Victorin. For 6 months past, Lisbeth had very regularly paid a little allowance to Baron Hulot, her former protector, whom she now protected. She knew the secret of his dwelling place, and relished Adeline's tears, saying to her, as we have seen, when she saw her cheerful and hopeful, "You may expect to find my poor cousin's name in the papers some day under the heading Police Report." But in this, as on a former occasion, she let her vengeance carry her too far. She had aroused the prudent suspicions of Victorin. He had resolved to be rid of this Damocles' sword, so constantly flourished over them by Lisbeth, and of the female demon to whom his mother and the family owed so many woes. The Prince de Wissembourg, knowing all about Madame Marneffe's conduct, approved of the young lawyer's secret project. He had promised him, as a president of the council can promise, the secret assistance of the police to enlighten Crevel and rescue a fine fortune from the clutches of the diabolical courtesan, whom he could not forgive either for causing the death of Marshal Hulot or for the Baron's utter ruin. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac, translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 33. The words spoken by Lisbeth, "He begs of his former mistresses," haunted the Baroness all night. Like sick men given over by the physicians who have recourse to quacks, like men who have fallen into the lowest Dantesque circle of despair, or drowning creatures who mistake a floating stick for a hawser, she ended by believing in the baseness of which the mere idea had horrified her, and it occurred to her that she might apply for help to one of those terrible women. Next morning, without consulting her children or saying a word to anybody, she went to see Mademoiselle Josepha Mirah, prima donna of the Royal Academy of Music, to find or to lose the hope that had gleamed before her like a will-o'-the-wisp. At midday the great singer's waiting maid brought her in the card of the Baronne Hulot, saying that this person was waiting at the door, having asked whether mademoiselle could receive her. "Are the rooms done?" "Yes, mademoiselle." "And the flowers fresh?" "Yes, mademoiselle." "Just tell Jean to look round and see that everything is as it should be before showing the lady in, and treat her with the greatest respect. Go, and come back to dress me. I must look my very best." She went to study herself in the long glass. "Now to put our best foot foremost," said she to herself. "Vice under arms to meet virtue. Poor woman, what can she want of me? I cannot bear to see. The noble victim of outrageous fortune." And she sang through the famous aria as the maid came in again. "Madame," said the girl, "the lady has a nervous trembling." "Offer her some orange water, some rum, some broth." "I did, mademoiselle, but she declines everything, and says it is an infirmity, a nervous complaint." "Where is she?" "In the big drawing room." "Well, make haste, child. Give me my smartest slippers, the dressing gown embroidered by Bijou, and no end of lace frills. Do my hair in a way to astonish a woman. This woman plays a part against mine. And tell the lady, for she is a real great lady, my girl, nay, more, she is what you will never be, a woman whose prayers can rescue souls from your purgatory. Tell her I was in bed, as I was playing last night, and that I am just getting up." The Baroness, shown into Josepha's handsome drawing room, did not note how long she was kept waiting there, though it was a long half hour. This room, entirely redecorated even since Josepha had had the house, was hung with silk in purple and gold color. The luxury which fine gentlemen were wont to lavish on their petites maisons, the scenes of their profligacy, of which the remains still bear witness to the follies from which they were so aptly named, was displayed to perfection, thanks to modern inventiveness, in the 4 rooms opening into each other, where the warm temperature was maintained by a system of hot air pipes with invisible openings. The Baroness, quite bewildered, examined each work of art with the greatest amazement. Here she found fortunes accounted for that melt in the crucible under which pleasure and vanity feed the devouring flames. This woman, who for 26 years had lived among the dead relics of imperial magnificence, whose eyes were accustomed to carpets patterned with faded flowers, rubbed gilding, silks as forlorn as her heart, half understood the powerful fascinations of vice as she studied its results. It was impossible not to wish to possess these beautiful things, these admirable works of art, the creation of the unknown talent which abounds in Paris in our day and produces treasures for all Europe. Each thing had the novel charm of unique perfection. The models being destroyed, every vase, every figure, every piece of sculpture was the original. This is the crowning grace of modern luxury. to own the thing which is not vulgarized by the 2,000 wealthy citizens, whose notion of luxury is the lavish display of the splendors that shops can supply, is the stamp of true luxury, the luxury of the fine gentlemen of the day, the shooting stars of the Paris firmament. As she examined the flower stands, filled with the choicest exotic plants, mounted in chased brass and inlaid in the style of Boule, the Baroness was scared by the idea of the wealth in this apartment. And this impression naturally shed a glamour over the person round whom all this profusion was heaped. Adeline imagined that Josepha Mirah, whose portrait by Joseph Bridau was the glory of the adjoining boudoir, must be a singer of genius, a Malibran, and she expected to see a real star. She was sorry she had come, but she had been prompted by a strong and so natural a feeling, by such purely disinterested devotion, that she collected all her courage for the interview. Besides, she was about to satisfy her urgent curiosity, to see for herself what was the charm of this kind of women, that they could extract so much gold from the miserly ore of Paris mud. The Baroness looked at herself to see if she were not a blot on all this splendor, but she was well dressed in her velvet gown, with a little cape trimmed with beautiful lace, and her velvet bonnet of the same shade was becoming. Seeing herself still as imposing as any queen, always a queen, even in her fall, she reflected that the dignity of sorrow was a match for the dignity of talent. At last, after much opening and shutting of doors, she saw Josepha. The singer bore a strong resemblance to Allori's Judith, which dwells in the memory of all who have ever seen it in the Pitti Palace, near the door of one of the great rooms. She had the same haughty mien, the same fine features, black hair simply knotted, and a yellow wrapper with little embroidered flowers, exactly like the brocade worn by the immortal homicide conceived of by Bronzino's nephew. "Madame la Baronne, I am quite overwhelmed by the honor you do me in coming here," said the singer, resolved to play her part as a great lady with a grace. She pushed forward an easy chair for the Baroness and seated herself on a stool. She discerned the faded beauty of the woman before her, and was filled with pity as she saw her shaken by the nervous palsy that, on the least excitement, became convulsive. She could read at a glance the saintly life described to her of old by Hulot and Crevel, and she not only ceased to think of a contest with her, she humiliated herself before a superiority she appreciated. The great artist could admire what the courtesan laughed to scorn. "Mademoiselle, despair brought me here. It reduces us to any means." A look in Josepha's face made the Baroness feel that she had wounded the woman from whom she hoped for so much, and she looked at her. Her beseeching eyes extinguished the flash in Josepha's. The singer smiled. It was a wordless dialogue of pathetic eloquence. "It is now 2 years and a half since Monsieur Hulot left his family, and I do not know where to find him, though I know that he lives in Paris," said the Baroness with emotion. "A dream suggested to me the idea, an absurd one perhaps, that you may have interested yourself in Monsieur Hulot. If you could enable me to see him, oh, mademoiselle, I would pray heaven for you every day as long as I live in this world." 2 large tears in the singer's eyes told what her reply would be. "Madame," said she, "I have done you an injury without knowing you, but now that I have the happiness of seeing in you the most perfect virtue on earth, believe me, I am sensible of the extent of my fault. I repent sincerely, and believe me, I will do all in my power to remedy it." She took Madame Hulot's hand, and before the lady could do anything to hinder her, she kissed it respectfully, even humbling herself to bend one knee. Then she rose, as proud as when she stood on the stage in the part of Mathilde, and rang the bell. "Go on horseback," said she to the manservant, "and kill the horse if you must, to find little Bijou, Rue Saint Maur du Temple, and bring her here. Put her into a coach, and pay the coachman to come at a gallop. Do not lose a moment, or you lose your place. Madame," she went on, coming back to the Baroness and speaking to her in respectful tones, "you must forgive me. As soon as the Duc d'Herouville became my protector, I dismissed the Baron, having heard that he was ruining his family for me. What more could I do? In an actress's career, a protector is indispensable from the first day of her appearance on the boards. Our salaries do not pay half our expenses; we must have a temporary husband. I did not value Monsieur Hulot, who took me away from a rich man, a conceited idiot. Old Crevel would undoubtedly have married me." "So he told me," said the Baroness, interrupting her. "Well, then, you see, madame, I might at this day have been an honest woman with only one legitimate husband." "You have many excuses, mademoiselle," said Adeline, "and God will take them into account. But for my part, far from reproaching you, I came, on the contrary, to make myself your debtor in gratitude." "Madame, for nearly 3 years I have provided for Monsieur le Baron's necessities." "You?" interrupted the Baroness, with tears in her eyes. "Oh, what can I do for you? I can only pray." "I and Monsieur le Duc d'Herouville," the singer said. "A noble soul, a true gentleman." And Josepha related the settling and marriage of Monsieur Thoul. "And so, thanks to you, mademoiselle, the Baron has wanted nothing?" "We have done our best to that end, madame." "And where is he now?" "About 6 months ago, Monsieur le Duc told me that the Baron, known to the notary by the name of Thoul, had drawn all the 8,000 francs that were to have been paid to him in fixed sums once a quarter," replied Josepha. "We have heard no more of the Baron, neither I nor Monsieur d'Herouville. Our lives are so full, we artists are so busy, that I really have not time to run after old Thoul. As it happens, for the last 6 months, Bijou, who works for me, his what shall I say?" "His mistress," said Madame Hulot. "His mistress," repeated Josepha, "has not been here. Mademoiselle Olympe Bijou is perhaps divorced. Divorce is common in the 13th arrondissement." Josepha rose, and foraging among the rare plants in her stands, made a charming bouquet for Madame Hulot, whose expectations, it may be said, were by no means fulfilled. Like those worthy folk who take men of genius to be a sort of monsters, eating, drinking, walking, and speaking unlike other people, the Baroness had hoped to see Josepha the opera singer, the witch, the amorous and amusing courtesan. She saw a calm and well-mannered woman, with the dignity of talent, the simplicity of an actress who knows herself to be at night a queen, and also, better than all, a woman of the town whose eyes, attitude, and demeanor paid full and ungrudging homage to the virtuous wife, the Mater Dolorosa of the sacred hymn, and who was crowning her sorrows with flowers, as the Madonna is crowned in Italy. "Madame," said the manservant, reappearing at the end of half an hour, "Madame Bijou is on her way, but you are not to expect little Olympe. Your needlewoman, madame, is settled in life; she is married." "More or less?" said Josepha. "No, madame, really married. She is at the head of a very fine business. She has married the owner of a large and fashionable shop, on which they have spent millions of francs on the Boulevard des Italiens, and she has left the embroidery business to her sister and mother. She is Madame Grenouville. The fat tradesman—" "A Crevel?" "Yes, madame," said the man. "Well, he has settled 30,000 francs a year on Mademoiselle Bijou by the marriage articles, and her elder sister, they say, is going to be married to a rich butcher." "Your business looks rather hopeless, I am afraid," said Josepha to the Baroness. "Monsieur le Baron is no longer where I lodged him." 10 minutes later, Madame Bijou was announced. Josepha very prudently placed the Baroness in the boudoir and drew the curtain over the door. "You would scare her," said she to Madame Hulot. "She would let nothing out if she suspected that you were interested in the information. Leave me to catechize her. Hide there, and you will hear everything. It is a scene that is played quite as often in real life as on the stage." "Well, Mother Bijou," she said to an old woman dressed in tartan stuff, and who looked like a porter's wife in her Sunday best, "so you are all very happy? Your daughter is in luck." "Oh, happy! As for that, my daughter gives us 100 francs a month, while she rides in a carriage and eats off silver plate. She is a millionaire, is my daughter. Olympe might have lifted me above labor. To have to work at my age, is that being good to me?" "She ought not to be ungrateful, for she owes her beauty to you," replied Josepha. "But why did she not come to see me? It was I who placed her in ease by settling her with my uncle." "Yes, madame, with old Monsieur Thoul, but he is very old and broken." "But what have you done with him? Is he with you? She was very foolish to leave him. He is worth millions now." "Heaven above us!" cried the mother. "What did I tell her when she behaved so badly to him? And he as mild as milk, poor old fellow! Oh, didn't she just give it him hot? Olympe was perverted, madame." "But how?" "She got to know a claqueur, madame, saving your presence, a man paid to clap, you know, the grand nephew of an old mattress picker of the Faubourg Saint Marceau. This good for naught, as all your good-looking fellows are, paid to make a piece go, is the cock of the walk out on the Boulevard du Temple, where he works up the new plays, and takes care that the actresses get a reception, as he calls it. First he has a good breakfast in the morning, then before the play he dines, to be up to the mark, as he says. In short, he is a born lover of billiards and drams. But that is not following a trade, as I said to Olympe." "It is a trade men follow, unfortunately," said Josepha. "Well, the rascal turned Olympe's head, and he, madame, did not keep good company, when I tell you he was very near being nabbed by the police in a tavern where thieves meet. However, Monsieur Braulard, the leader of the claque, got him out of that. He wears gold earrings, and he lives by doing nothing, hanging on to women, who are fools about these good-looking scamps. He spent all the money Monsieur Thoul used to give to the child. Then the business was going to grief. What embroidery brought in went out across the billiard table. However, the young fellow had a pretty sister, madame, who, like her brother, lived by hook and by crook, and no better than she should be neither, over in the students' quarter." "One of the sluts at the Chaumiere," said Josepha. "So, madame," said the old woman. "So Idamore, his name is Idamore, leastways, that is what he calls himself, for his real name is Chardin. Idamore fancied that your uncle had a deal more money than he owned to, and he managed to send his sister Elodie, and that was a stage name he gave her, to send her to be a workwoman at our place, without my daughter's knowing who she was. And gracious goodness, but that girl turned the whole place topsy-turvy. She got all those poor girls into mischief. Impossible to whitewash them, saving your presence. And she was so sharp, she won over poor old Thoul, and took him away, and we don't know where, and left us in a pretty fix, with a lot of bills coming in. To this day, as ever is, we have not been able to settle up. But my daughter, who knows all about such things, keeps an eye on them as they fall due. Then, when Idamore saw he had got hold of the old man, through his sister, you understand, he threw over my daughter, and now he has got hold of a little actress at the Funambule. And that was how my daughter came to get married, as you will see." "But you must know where the mattress picker lives?" said Josepha. "What, old Chardin? As if he lived anywhere at all! He is drunk by 6 in the morning, he makes a mattress once a month, he hangs about the wine shops all day, he plays at pools." He plays at pools?" said Josepha. "You do not understand, madame. Pools of billiards, I mean, and he wins 3 or 4 a day, and then he drinks." "Water out of the pools, I suppose," said Josepha. "But if Idamore haunts the boulevard, by inquiring through my friend Vrolard, we could find him." "I don't know, madame. All this was 6 months ago. Idamore was one of the sort who are bound to find their way into the police courts, and from that to Melun, and the who knows?" "To the prison yard," said Josepha. "Well, madame, you know everything," said the old woman, smiling. "Well, if my girl had never known that scamp, she would now be Still, she was in luck all the same, you will say, for Monsieur Grenouville fell so much in love with her that he married her." "And what brought that about?" "Olympe was desperate, madame, when she found herself left in the lurch for that little actress, and she took a rod out of pickle for her, I can tell you. My word, but she gave her a dressing! And when she had lost poor old Toul, who worshipped her, she would have nothing more to say to the men. However, Monsieur Grenouville, who had been dealing largely with us, to the tune of 200 embroidered China crape shawls every quarter, he wanted to console her, but whether or no, she would not listen to anything without the mayor and the priest. 'I mean to be respectable,' said she, 'or perish,' and she stuck to it. Monsieur Grenouville consented to marry her on condition of her giving us all up, and we agreed." "For a handsome consideration?" said Josepha, with her usual perspicacity. "Yes, madame, 10,000 francs, and an allowance to my father, who is past work." "I begged your daughter to make old Toul happy, and she has thrown me over. That is not fair. I will take no interest in any one for the future. That is what comes of trying to do good. Benevolence certainly does not answer as a speculation. Olympe ought at least to have given me notice of this jobbing. Now, if you find the old man Toul within a fortnight, I will give you 1,000 francs. It will be a hard task, my good lady. Still, there are a good many 5-franc pieces in 1,000 francs, and I will try to earn your money. Good morning, then, Madame Bijou." On going into the boudoir, the singer found that Madame Hulot had fainted; but in spite of having lost consciousness, her nervous trembling kept her still perpetually shaking, as the pieces of a snake that has been cut up still wriggle and move. Strong salts, cold water, and all the ordinary remedies were applied to recall the Baroness to her senses, or rather to the apprehension of her sorrows. "Ah, mademoiselle, how far has he fallen!" cried she, recognizing Josepha, and finding that she was alone with her. "Take heart, madame," replied the actress, who had seated herself on a cushion at Adeline's feet, and was kissing her hands. "We shall find him, and if he is in the mire, well, he must wash himself. Believe me, with people of good breeding, it is a matter of clothes. Allow me to make up for you the harm I have done you, for I see how much you are attached to your husband, in spite of his misconduct, or you should not have come here. Well, you see, the poor man is so fond of women. If you had had a little of our dash, you would have kept him from running about the world, for you would have been what we can never be, all the women man wants. The State ought to subsidize a school of manners for honest women, but governments are so prudish. Still, they are guided by men whom we privately guide. My word, I pity nations. But the matter in question is how you can be helped, and not to laugh at the world. Well, madame, be easy. Go home again, and do not worry. I will bring your Hector back to you, as he was as a man of 30. "Ah, mademoiselle, let us go to see that Madame Grenouville," said the Baroness. "She surely knows something. Perhaps I may see the Baron this very day, and be able to snatch him at once from poverty and disgrace." "Madame, I will show you the deep gratitude I feel towards you by not displaying the stage singer Josepha, the Duc d'Herouville's mistress, in the company of the noblest, saintliest image of virtue. I respect you too much to be seen by your side. This is not acted humility, it is sincere homage. You make me sorry, madame, that I cannot tread in your footsteps, in spite of the thorns that tear your feet and hands. But it cannot be helped. I am one with art, as you are one with virtue." "Poor child!" said the Baroness, moved amid her own sorrows by a strange sense of compassionate sympathy. "I will pray to God for you are the victim of society, which must have theatres. When you are old, repent; you will be heard if God vouchsafes to hear the prayers of a martyr, madame," Josepha put in, and she respectfully kissed the Baroness' skirt. But Adeline took the actress' hand, and drawing her towards her, kissed her on the forehead. Coloring with pleasure, Josepha saw the Baroness into the hackney coach with the humblest politeness. "It must be some visiting lady of charity," said the manservant to the maid, "for she does not do so much for any one, not even for her dear friend Madame Jenny Cadine." "Wait a few days," said she, "and you will see him, madame, or I renounce the God of my fathers, and that from a Jewess, you know, is a promise of success." At the very time when Madame Hulot was calling on Josepha, Victorin, in his study, was receiving an old woman of about 75, who, to gain admission to the lawyer, had used the terrible name of the head of the detective force. The man in waiting announced, "Madame de Saint Esteve." "I have assumed one of my business names," said she, taking a seat. Victorin felt a sort of internal chill at the sight of this dreadful old woman. Though handsomely dressed, she was terrible to look upon, for her flat, colorless, strongly marked face, furrowed with wrinkles, expressed a sort of cold malignity. Marat, as a woman of that age, might have been like this creature, a living embodiment of the Reign of Terror. This sinister old woman's small, pale eyes twinkled with a tiger's bloodthirsty greed. Her broad, flat nose, with nostrils expanded into oval cavities, breathed the fires of hell, and resembled the beak of some evil bird of prey. The spirit of intrigue lurked behind her low, cruel brow. Long hairs had grown from her wrinkled chin, betraying the masculine character of her schemes. Any one seeing that woman's face would have said that artists had failed in their conceptions of Mephistopheles. "My dear sir," she began with a patronizing air, "I have long since given up active business of any kind. What I have come to you to do, I have undertaken for the sake of my dear nephew, whom I love more than I could love a son of my own. Now, the head of the police, to whom the president of the council said a few words in his ear as regards yourself, in talking to Monsieur Chapuzot, thinks as the police ought not to appear in a matter of this description, you understand. They gave my nephew a free hand, but my nephew will have nothing to say to it, except as before the council. He will not be seen in it." "Then your nephew is " "You have hit it, and I am rather proud of him," said she, interrupting the lawyer, "for he is my pupil, and he soon could teach his teacher. We have considered this case, and have come to our own conclusions. Will you hand over 30,000 francs to have the whole thing taken off your hands? I will make a clean sweep of all, and you need not pay till the job is done." "Do you know the persons concerned?" "No, my dear sir, I look for information from you. What we are told is that a certain old idiot has fallen into the clutches of a widow. This widow, of 29, has played her cards so well that she has 40,000 francs a year, of which she has robbed 2 fathers of families. She is now about to swallow down 80,000 francs a year by marrying an old boy of 61. She will thus ruin a respectable family and hand over this vast fortune to the child of some lover by getting rid at once of the old husband. That is the case as stated." "Quite correct," said Victorin. "My father-in-law, Monsieur Crevel—" "Formerly a perfumer, a mayor. Yes, I live in his district, under the name of Mame Nourrisson," said the woman. "The other person is Madame Marneffe." "I do not know," said Madame de Saint Esteve, "but within 3 days I will be in a position to count her shifts." "Can you hinder the marriage?" asked Victorin. "How far have they got?" "To the second time of asking. We must carry off the woman. To day is Sunday. There are but 3 days, for they will be married on Wednesday, no doubt. That is impossible. But she may be killed." Victorin Hulot started with an honest man's horror at hearing these 5 words uttered in cold blood. "Murder?" said he. "And how could you do it?" "For 40 years now, monsieur, we have played the part of Fate," replied she, with terrible pride, "and do just what we will in Paris. More than one family, even in the Faubourg Saint Germain, has told me all its secrets, I can tell you. I have made and spoiled many a match. I have destroyed many a will, and saved many a man's honor. I have in there," and she tapped her forehead, "a store of secrets which are worth 36,000 francs a year to me. And you will be one of my lambs. Oh! Could such a woman as I am be what I am if she revealed her ways and means? I act. Whatever I may do, sir, will be the result of an accident. You need feel no remorse. You will be like a man cured by a clairvoyant. By the end of the month it seems all the work of nature." Victorin broke out in a cold sweat. The sight of an executioner would have shocked him less than this prolix and pretentious sister of the hulks. As he looked at her purple red gown, she seemed to him dyed in blood. "Madame, I do not accept the help of your experience and skill if success is to cost anybody's life, or the least criminal act is to come of it." "You are a great baby, monsieur," replied the woman. "You wish to remain blameless in your own eyes, while you want your enemy to be overthrown." Victorin shook his head in denial. "Yes," she went on, "you want this Madame Marneffe to drop the prey she has between her teeth. But how do you expect to make a tiger drop his piece of beef? Can you do it by patting his back and saying, 'Poor puss'? You are illogical. You want a battle fought, but you object to blows. Well, I grant you the innocence you are so careful over. I have always found that there was material for hypocrisy in honesty. One day, 3 months hence, a poor priest will come to beg of you 40,000 francs for a pious work, a convent to be rebuilt in the Levant, in the desert. If you are satisfied with your lot, give the good man the money. You will pay more than that into the treasury. It will be a mere trifle in comparison with what you will get, I can tell you." She rose, standing on the broad feet that seemed to overflow her satin shoes. She smiled, bowed, and vanished. "The devil has a sister," said Victorin, rising. He saw the hideous stranger to the door, a creature called up from the dens of the police, as on the stage a monster comes up from the third cellar at the touch of a fairy's wand in a ballet extravaganza. After finishing what he had to do at the courts, Victorin went to call on Monsieur Chapuzot, the head of one of the most important branches of the Central Police, to make some inquiries about the stranger. Finding Monsieur Chapuzot alone in his office, Victorin thanked him for his help. "You sent me an old woman who might stand for the incarnation of the criminal side of Paris." Monsieur Chapuzot laid his spectacles on his papers and looked at the lawyer with astonishment. "I should not have taken the liberty of sending anybody to see you without giving you notice beforehand or a line of introduction," said he. "Then it was Monsieur le Prefet?" "I think not," said Chapuzot. "The last time that the Prince de Wissembourg dined with the Minister of the Interior, he spoke to the Prefet of the position in which you find yourself, a deplorable position, and asked him if you could be helped in any friendly way. The Prefet, who was interested by the regrets His Excellency expressed as to this family affair, did me the honor to consult me about it. Ever since the present Prefet has held the reins of this department, so useful and so vilified, he has made it a rule that family matters are never to be interfered in. He is right in principle and in morality, but in practice he is wrong. In the 45 years that I have served in the police, it did, from 1799 till 1815, great services in family concerns. Since 1820, a constitutional government and the press have completely altered the conditions of existence. So my advice, indeed, was not to intervene in such a case, and the Prefet did me the honor to agree with my remarks. The head of the detective branch has orders, in my presence, to take no steps. So, if you have had any one sent to you by him, he will be reprimanded. It might cost him his place. The police will do this or that is easily said. The police, the police! But, my dear sir, the Marshal and the Ministerial Council do not know what the police is. The police alone knows the police. But as for ours, only Fouché, Monsieur Lenoir, and Monsieur de Sartine have had any notion of it. Everything is changed now. We are reduced and disarmed. I have seen many private disasters develop, which I could have checked with 5 grains of despotic power. We shall be regretted by the very men who have crippled us when they, like you, stand face to face with some moral monstrosities which ought to be swept away as we sweep away mud. In public affairs, the police is expected to foresee everything, or when the safety of the public is involved. But the family, it is sacred. I would do my utmost to discover and hinder a plot against the king's life. I would see through the walls of a house. But as to laying a finger on a household, or peeping into private interests, never, so long as I sit in this office. I should be afraid." "Of what?" "Of the press, Monsieur le Député, of the Left Centre." "What then can I do?" said Hulot after a pause. "Well, you are the family," said the official. "That settles it. You can do what you please. But as to helping you, as to using the police as an instrument of private feelings and interests, how is it possible? There lies, you see, the secret of the persecution, necessary, but pronounced illegal by the bench, which was brought to bear against the predecessor of our present chief detective. Bibi Lupin undertook investigations for the benefit of private persons. This might have led to great social dangers. With the means at his command, the man would have been formidable, an underlying fate." "But in my place?" said Hulot. "Why, you ask my advice, you who sell it?" replied Monsieur Chapuzot. "Come, come, my dear sir, you are making fun of me." Hulot bowed to the functionary and went away without seeing that gentleman's almost imperceptible shrug as he rose to open the door. "And he wants to be a statesman," said Chapuzot to himself as he returned to his reports. Victorin went home, still full of perplexities which he could confide to no one. At dinner, the Baroness joyfully announced to her children that within a month their father might be sharing their comforts, and end his days in peace among his family. "Oh, I would gladly give my 3,600 francs a year to see the Baron here!" cried Lisbeth. "But, my dear Adeline, do not dream beforehand of such happiness, I entreat you." "Lisbeth is right," said Celestine. "My dear mother, wait till the end." The Baroness, all feeling and all hope, related her visit to Josepha, expressed her sense of the misery of such women in the midst of good fortune, and mentioned Chardin, the mattress picker, the father of the Oran storekeeper, thus showing that her hopes were not groundless. By 7 next morning, Lisbeth had driven in a hackney coach to the Quai de la Tournelle, and stopped the vehicle at the corner of the Rue de Poissy. "Go to the Rue des Bernardins," said she to the driver. "Number 7, a house with an entry and no porter. Go up to the 4th floor, ring at the door to the left, on which you will see Mademoiselle Chardin, lace and shawls mended. She will answer the door. Ask for the Chevalier. She will say he is out. Say in reply, 'Yes, I know, but find him, for his bonne is out on the quay in a coach, and wants to see him.'" 20 minutes later, an old man, who looked about 80, with perfectly white hair and a nose reddened by the cold, and a pale, wrinkled face like an old woman's, came shuffling slowly along in list slippers, a shiny alpaca overcoat hanging on his stooping shoulders, no ribbon at his buttonhole, the sleeves of an undervest showing below his coat cuffs, and his shirt front unpleasantly dingy. He approached timidly, looked at the coach, recognized Lisbeth, and came to the window. "Why, my dear cousin, what a state you are in!" "Elodie keeps everything for herself," said Baron Hulot. "Those Chardins are a blackguard crew." "Will you come home to us?" "Oh, no, no!" cried the old man. "I would rather go to America." "Adeline is on the scent." "Oh, if only some one would pay my debts!" said the Baron, with a suspicious look, "for Samanon is after me." "We have not paid up the arrears yet. Your son still owes 100,000 francs." "Poor boy!" "And your pension will not be free before 7 or 8 months. If you will wait a minute, I have 2,000 francs here." The Baron held out his hand with fearful avidity. "Give it me, Lisbeth, and may God reward you. Give it me, I know where to go." "But you will tell me, old wretch?" "Yes, yes. Then I can wait 8 months, for I have discovered a little angel, a good child, an innocent thing, not old enough to be depraved." "Do not forget the police court," said Lisbeth, who flattered herself that she would some day see Hulot there. "No, it is in the Rue de Charonne," said the Baron, "a part of the town where no fuss is made about anything. No one will ever find me there. I am called Pere Thorec, Lisbeth, and I shall be taken for a retired cabinet maker. The girl is fond of me, and I will not allow my back to be shorn any more." "No, that has been done," said Lisbeth, looking at his coat. "Supposing I take you there?" Baron Hulot got into the coach, deserting Mademoiselle Elodie without taking leave of her, as he might have tossed aside a novel he had finished. In half an hour, during which Baron Hulot talked to Lisbeth of nothing but little Atala Judici, for he had fallen by degrees to those base passions that ruin old men, she set him down with 2,000 francs in his pocket in the Rue de Charonne, Faubourg Saint Antoine, at the door of a doubtful and sinister looking house. "Good day, cousin. So now you are to be called Thorec, I suppose. Send none but commissionaires if you need me, and always take them from different parts." "Trust me. Oh, I am really very lucky," said the Baron, his face beaming with the prospect of new and future happiness. "No one can find him there," said Lisbeth, and she paid the coach at the Boulevard Beaumarchais, and returned to the Rue Louis le Grand in the omnibus. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 34. On the following day, Crevel was announced at the hour when all the family were together in the drawing room, just after breakfast. Celestine flew to throw her arms round her father's neck, and behaved as if she had seen him only the day before, though, in fact, he had not called there for more than 2 years. "Good morning, father," said Victorin, offering his hand. "Good morning, children," said the pompous Crevel. "Madame la Baronne, I throw myself at your feet. Good heavens, how the children grow! They are pushing us off the perch. Grandpa, they say, we want our turn in the sunshine. Madame la Comtesse, you are as lovely as ever," he went on, addressing Hortense. "Aha! And here is the best of good money, Cousin Betty, the wise virgin." "Why, you are really very comfortable here," said he, after scattering these greetings with a cackle of loud laughter that hardly moved the rubicund muscles of his broad face. He looked at his daughter with some contempt. "My dear Celestine, I will make you a present of all my furniture out of the Rue des Saussayes. It will just do here. Your drawing room wants furnishing up. Ha! there is that little rogue Wenceslas. Well, and are we very good children, I wonder? You must have pretty manners, you know." "To make up for those who have none," said Lisbeth. "That sarcasm, my dear Lisbeth, has lost its sting. I am going, my dear children, to put an end to the false position in which I have so long been placed. I have come, like a good father, to announce my approaching marriage without any circumlocution." "You have a perfect right to marry," said Victorin, "and for my part I give you back the promise you made me when you gave me the hand of my dear Celestine." "What promise?" said Crevel. "Not to marry," replied the lawyer. "You will do me the justice to allow that I did not ask you to pledge yourself, that you gave your word quite voluntarily and in spite of my desire, for I pointed out to you at the time that you were unwise to bind yourself." "Yes, I do remember, my dear fellow," said Crevel, ashamed of himself. "But, on my honor, if you will but live with Madame Crevel, my children, you will find no reason to repent. Your good feeling touches me, Victorin, and you will find that generosity to me is not unrewarded. Come, by the poker, welcome your stepmother, and come to the wedding." "But you have not told us the lady's name, papa," said Celestine. "Why, it is an open secret," replied Crevel. "Do not let us play at guess who can. Lisbeth must have told you." "My dear Monsieur Crevel," replied Lisbeth, "there are certain names we never utter here." "Well, then, it is Madame Marneffe." "Monsieur Crevel," said the lawyer very sternly, "neither my wife nor I can be present at that marriage. Not out of interest, for I spoke in all sincerity just now. Yes, I am most happy to think that you may find happiness in this union; but I act on considerations of honor and good feeling, which you must understand, and which I cannot speak of here, as they reopen wounds still ready to bleed." The Baroness telegraphed a signal to Hortense, who tucked her little one under her arm, saying, "Come, Wenceslas, and have your bath. Good bye, Monsieur Crevel." The Baroness also bowed to Crevel without a word, and Crevel could not help smiling at the child's astonishment when threatened with this impromptu tubbing. "You, monsieur," said Victorin, when he found himself alone with Lisbeth, his wife, and his father in law, "are about to marry a woman loaded with the spoils of my father. It was she who, in cold blood, brought him down to such depths, a woman who is the son in law's mistress after ruining the father in law, who is the cause of constant grief to my sister. And you fancy that I shall seem to sanction your madness by my presence? I deeply pity you, dear Monsieur Crevel; you have no family feeling. You do not understand the unity of the honor which binds the members of it together. There is no arguing with passion, as I have too much reason to know. The slaves of their passions are as deaf as they are blind. Your daughter, Celestine, has too strong a sense of her duty to proffer a word of reproach." "That would indeed be a pretty thing!" cried Crevel, trying to cut short this harangue. "Celestine would not be my wife if she made the slightest remonstrance," the lawyer went on. "But I, at least, may try to stop you before you step over the precipice, especially after giving you ample proof of my disinterestedness. It is not your fortune, it is you that I care about. Nay, to make it quite plain to you, I may add, if it were only to set your mind at ease with regard to your marriage contract, that I am now in a position which leaves me with nothing to wish for." "Thanks to me!" exclaimed Crevel, whose face was purple. "Thanks to Celestine's fortune," replied Victorin. "And if you regret having given to your daughter as a present from yourself a sum which is not half what her mother left her, I can only say that we are prepared to give it back." "And do you not know, my respected son in law," said Crevel, striking an attitude, "that under the shelter of my name Madame Marneffe is not called upon to answer for her conduct excepting as my wife, as Madame Crevel?" "That is no doubt quite the correct thing," said the lawyer, "very generous so far as the affections are concerned and the vagaries of passion; but I know of no name, nor law, nor title that can shelter the theft of 300,000 francs so meanly wrung from my father. I tell you plainly, my dear father in law, your future wife is unworthy of you, she is false to you, and is madly in love with my brother in law, Steinbock, whose debts she had paid." "It is I who paid them." "Very good," said Hulot. "I am glad for Count Steinbock's sake. He may some day repay the money. But he is loved, much loved, and often." "Loved!" cried Crevel, whose face showed his utter bewilderment. "It is cowardly and dirty and mean and cheap to calumniate a woman. When a man says such things, monsieur, he must bring proof." "I will bring proof." "I shall expect it." "By the day after to morrow, my dear Monsieur Crevel, I shall be able to tell you the day, the hour, the very minute when I can expose the horrible depravity of your future wife." "Very well, I shall be delighted," said Crevel, who had recovered himself. "Good bye, my children, for the present. Good bye, Lisbeth." "See him out, Lisbeth," said Celestine in an undertone. "And is this the way you take yourself off?" cried Lisbeth to Crevel. "Aha!" said Crevel. "My son in law is too clever by half; he is getting on. The courts and the Chamber, judicial trickery and political dodges, are making a man of him with a vengeance. So he knows I am to be married on Wednesday, and on a Sunday my gentleman proposes to fix the hour, within 3 days, when he can prove that my wife is unworthy of me. That is a good story. Well, I am going back to sign the contract. Come with me, Lisbeth. Yes, come, they will never know. I meant to have left Celestine 40,000 francs a year, but Hulot has just behaved in a way to alienate my affection for ever." "Give me 10 minutes, Pere Crevel. Wait for me in your carriage at the gate. I will make some excuse for going out." "Very well, all right." "My dears," said Lisbeth, who found all the family reassembled in the drawing room, "I am going with Crevel. The marriage contract is to be signed this afternoon, and I shall hear what he has settled. It will probably be my last visit to that woman. Your father is furious; he will disinherit you." "His vanity will prevent that," said the son in law. "He was bent on owning the estate of Presles, and he will keep it, I know him. Even if he were to have children, Celestine would still have half of what he might leave; the law forbids his giving away all his fortune. Still, these questions are nothing to me; I am only thinking of our honor. Go then, cousin," and he pressed Lisbeth's hand, "and listen carefully to the contract." 20 minutes after, Lisbeth and Crevel reached the house in the Rue Barbet, where Madame Marneffe was awaiting, in mild impatience, the result of a step taken by her commands. Valerie had in the end fallen a prey to the absorbing love which, once in her life, masters a woman's heart. Wenceslas was its object, and, a failure as an artist, he became in Madame Marneffe's hands a lover so perfect that he was to her what she had been to Baron Hulot. Valerie was holding a slipper in one hand, and Steinbock clasped the other, while her head rested on his shoulder. The rambling conversation in which they had been engaged ever since Crevel went out may be ticketed, like certain lengthy literary efforts of our day, "All rights reserved," for it cannot be reproduced. This masterpiece of personal poetry naturally brought a regret to the artist's lips, and he said, not without some bitterness, "What a pity it is that I married! For if I had but waited, as Lisbeth told me, I might now have married you." "Who but a Pole would wish to make a wife of a devoted mistress?" cried Valerie. "To change love into duty and pleasure into a bore." "I know you to be so fickle," replied Steinbock. "Did I not hear you talking to Lisbeth of that Brazilian, Baron Montes?" "Do you want to rid me of him?" "It would be the only way to hinder his seeing you," said the ex sculptor. "Let me tell you, my darling, for I tell you everything," said Valerie. "I was saving him up for a husband. The promises I have made to that man! Oh, long before I knew you," said she, in reply to a movement from Wenceslas. "And those promises, of which he avails himself to plague me, oblige me to get married almost secretly; for if he should hear that I am marrying Crevel, he is the sort of man that would kill me." "Oh, as to that," said Steinbock, with a scornful expression, which conveyed that such a danger was small indeed for a woman beloved by a Pole. And in the matter of valor there is no brag or bravado in a Pole, so thoroughly and seriously brave are they all. "And that idiot Crevel," she went on, "who wants to make a great display and indulge his taste for inexpensive magnificence in honor of the wedding, places me in difficulties from which I see no escape." Could Valerie confess to this man, whom she adored, that since the discomfiture of Baron Hulot, this Baron Henri Montes had inherited the privilege of calling on her at all hours of the day or night, and that, notwithstanding her cleverness, she was still puzzled to find a cause of quarrel in which the Brazilian might seem to be solely in the wrong? She knew the Baron's almost savage temper, not unlike Lisbeth's, too well not to quake as she thought of this Othello of Rio de Janeiro. As the carriage drove up, Steinbock released Valerie, for his arm was round her waist, and took up a newspaper, in which she was found absorbed. Valerie was stitching with elaborate care at the slippers she was working for Crevel. "How they slander her!" whispered Lisbeth to Crevel, pointing to this picture as they opened the door. "Look at her hair, not in the least tumbled. To hear Victorin, you might have expected to find two turtle doves in a nest." "My dear Lisbeth," cried Crevel, in his favorite position, "you see that to turn Lucretia into Aspasia, you have only to inspire a passion." "And have I not always told you," said Lisbeth, "that women like a burly profligate like you?" "And she would be most ungrateful too," said Crevel, "for as to the money I have spent here, Grandot and I alone can tell." And he waved a hand at the staircase. In decorating this house, which Crevel regarded as his own, Grandot had tried to compete with Claretti, in whose hands the Duc d'Herouville had placed Josepha's villa. But Crevel, incapable of understanding art, had, like all sordid souls, wanted to spend a certain sum fixed beforehand. Grandot, fettered by a contract, had found it impossible to embody his architectural dream. The difference between Josepha's house and that in the Rue Barbet was just that between the individual stamp on things and commonness. The objects you admired at Crevel's were to be bought in any shop. These two types of luxury are divided by the river Million. A mirror, if unique, is worth 6,000 francs. A mirror designed by a manufacturer who turns them out by the dozen costs 500. A genuine lustre by Boule will sell at a public auction for 3,000 francs. The same thing reproduced by casting may be made for 1,000 or 1,200. One is archaeologically what a picture by Raphael is in painting, the other is a copy. At what would you value a copy of a Raphael? Thus Crevel's mansion was a splendid example of the luxury of idiots, while Josepha's was a perfect model of an artist's home. "War is declared," said Crevel, going up to Madame Marneffe. She rang the bell. "Go and find Monsieur Berthier," said she to the manservant, "and do not return without him. If you had succeeded," said she, embracing Crevel, "we would have postponed our happiness, my dear daddy, and have given a really splendid entertainment. But when a whole family is set against a match, my dear, decency requires that the wedding shall be a quiet one, especially when the lady is a widow." "On the contrary, I intend to make a display of magnificence à la Louis XIV," said Crevel, who of late had held the 18th century rather cheap. "I have ordered new carriages. There is one for monsieur and one for madame, 2 neat coupés, and a chaise, a handsome travelling carriage with a splendid hammercloth, on springs that tremble like Madame Hulot." "Oho! You intend? Then you have ceased to be my lamb? No, no, my friend, you will do what I intend. We will sign the contract quietly, just ourselves, this afternoon. Then on Wednesday we will be regularly married, really married, in mufti, as my poor mother would have said. We will walk to church, plainly dressed, and have only a low mass. Our witnesses are Stidmann, Steinbock, Vignon, and Massol, all wide-awake men, who will be at the mairie by chance, and who will so far sacrifice themselves as to attend mass. Your colleague will perform the civil marriage, for once in a way, as early as 9:30. Mass is at 10, we shall be home to breakfast by 11:30. I have promised our guests that we will sit at table till the evening. There will be Bixiou, your old official chum du Tillet, Lousteau, Vernisset, Léon de Lora, Vernou, all the wittiest men in Paris, who will not know that we are married. We will play them a little trick. We will get just a little tipsy, and Lisbeth must join us. I want her to study matrimony. Bixiou shall make love to her and enlighten her darkness." For 2 hours Madame Marneffe went on talking nonsense, and Crevel made this judicious reflection: "How can so light-hearted a creature be utterly depraved? Feather-brained, yes, but wicked? Nonsense!" "Well, and what did the young people say about me?" said Valerie to Crevel at a moment when he sat down by her on the sofa. "All sorts of horrors?" "They will have it that you have a criminal passion for Wenceslas, you who are virtue itself." "I love him. I should think so, my little Wenceslas!" cried Valerie, calling the artist to her, taking his face in her hands and kissing his forehead. "A poor boy with no fortune and no one to depend on, cast off by a carroty giraffe! What do you expect, Crevel? Wenceslas is my poet, and I love him as if he were my own child, and make no secret of it. Bah! Your virtuous women see evil everywhere and in everything. Bless me, could they not sit by a man without doing wrong? I am a spoilt child who has had all it ever wanted, and bonbons no longer excite me. Poor things, I am sorry for them. And who slandered me so?" "Victorin," said Crevel. "Then why did you not stop his mouth, the odious legal macaw, with the story of the 200,000 francs and his mamma?" "Oh, the Baroness had fled," said Lisbeth. "They had better take care, Lisbeth," said Madame Marneffe with a frown. "Either they will receive me and do it handsomely, and come to their stepmother's house, all the party, or I will see them in lower depths than the Baron has reached, and you may tell them I said so. At last I shall turn nasty. On my honor, I believe that evil is the scythe with which to cut down the good." At 3 o'clock, Monsieur Berthier, Cardot's successor, read the marriage contract after a short conference with Crevel, for some of the articles were made conditional on the action taken by Monsieur and Madame Victorin Hulot. Crevel settled on his wife a fortune consisting, in the first place, of 40,000 francs in dividends on specified securities; secondly, of the house and all its contents; and thirdly, of 3,000,000 francs not invested. He also assigned to his wife every benefit allowed by law; he left all the property free of duty, and in the event of their dying without issue, each devised to the survivor the whole of their property and real estate. By this arrangement, the fortune left to Celestine and her husband was reduced to 2,000,000 of francs in capital. If Crevel and his second wife should have children, Celestine's share was limited to 500,000 francs, as the life interest in the rest was to accrue to Valerie. This would be about the 9th part of his whole real and personal estate. Lisbeth returned to dine in the Rue Louis le Grand, despair written on her face. She explained and bewailed the terms of the marriage contract, but found Celestine and her husband insensible to the disastrous news. "You have provoked your father, my children. Madame Marneffe swears that you shall receive Monsieur Crevel's wife and go to her house," said she. "Never," said Victorin. "Never," said Celestine. "Never," said Hortense. Lisbeth was possessed by the wish to crush the haughty attitude assumed by all the Hulots. "She seems to have arms that she can turn against you," she replied. "I do not know all about it, but I shall find out. She spoke vaguely of some history of 200,000 francs in which Adeline is implicated." The Baroness fell gently backward on the sofa she was sitting on, in a fit of hysterical sobbing. "Go there, go, my children!" she cried. "Receive the woman. Monsieur Crevel is an infamous wretch. He deserves the worst punishment imaginable. Do as the woman desires you. She is a monster, she knows all." After gasping out these words with tears and sobs, Madame Hulot collected her strength to go to her room, leaning on her daughter and Celestine. "What is the meaning of all this?" cried Lisbeth, left alone with Victorin. The lawyer stood rigid, in very natural dismay, and did not hear her. "What is the matter, my dear Victorin?" "I am horrified," said he, and his face scowled darkly. "Woe to anybody who hurts my mother! I have no scruples then. I would crush that woman like a viper if I could. What, does she attack my mother's life, my mother's honor?" "She said, but do not repeat it, my dear Victorin, she said you should all fall lower even than your father. And she scolded Crevel roundly for not having shut your mouths with this secret that seems to be such a terror to Adeline." A doctor was sent for the Baroness was evidently worse. He gave her a draught containing a large dose of opium, and Adeline, having swallowed it, fell into a deep sleep, but the whole family were greatly alarmed. Early next morning Victorin went out, and on his way to the courts called at the prefecture of the police, where he begged Vautrin, the head of the detective department, to send him Madame de Saint Esteve. "We are forbidden, monsieur, to meddle in your affairs; but Madame de Saint Esteve is in business, and will attend to your orders," replied this famous police officer. On his return home, the unhappy lawyer was told that his mother's reason was in danger. Dr. Bianchon, Dr. Larrabee, and Professor Angard had met in consultation, and were prepared to apply heroic remedies to hinder the rush of blood to the head. At the moment when Victorin was listening to Dr. Bianchon, who was giving him at some length his reasons for hoping that the crisis might be got over, the manservant announced that a client, Madame de Saint Esteve, was waiting to see him. Victorin left Bianchon in the middle of a sentence and flew downstairs like a madman. "Is there any hereditary lunacy in the family?" said Bianchon, addressing Larrabee. The doctors departed, leaving a hospital attendant, instructed by them to watch Madame Hulot. "A whole life of virtue," was the only sentence the sufferer had spoken since the attack. Lisbeth never left Adeline's bedside. She sat up all night, and was much admired by the two younger women. "Well, my dear Madame de Saint Esteve," said Victorin, showing the dreadful old woman into his study and carefully shutting the doors, "how are we getting on?" "Aha, my dear friend," said she, looking at Victorin with cold irony, "so you have thought things over." "Have you done anything?" "Will you pay 50,000 francs?" "Yes," replied Victorin, "for we must get on. Do you know that by one single phrase that woman has endangered my mother's life and reason? So I say, get on." "We have got on," replied the old woman. "Well?" cried Victorin with a gulp. "Well, you do not cry off the expenses?" "On the contrary." "They run up to 23,000 francs already." Victorin looked helplessly at the woman. "Well, could we hoodwink you, you, one of the shining lights of the law?" said she. "For that sum we have secured a maid's conscience and a picture by Raphael. It is not dear." Hulot, still bewildered, sat with wide open eyes. "Well, then," his visitor went on, "we have purchased the honesty of Mademoiselle Reine Toussart, a damsel from whom Madame Marneffe has no secrets." "I understand." "But if you shy, say so." "I will play blindfold," he replied. "My mother has told me that that couple deserve the worst torments." "The rack is out of date," said the old woman. "You answer for the result?" "Leave it all to me," said the woman. "Your vengeance is simmering." She looked at the clock. It was 6. "Your avenger is dressing. The fires are lighted at the Rocher de Cancale. The horses are pawing the ground. My irons are getting hot. Oh, I know your Madame Marneffe by heart. Everything is ready, and there are some boluses in the rat trap. I will tell you to morrow morning if the mouse is poisoned. I believe she will be. Good evening, my son." "Good bye, madame." "Do you know English?" "Yes." "Well, my son, thou shalt be king. That is to say, you shall come into your inheritance," said the dreadful old witch, foreseen by Shakespeare, and who seemed to know her Shakespeare. She left Hulot amazed at the door of his study. "The consultation is for to-morrow," said she, with the gracious air of a regular client. She saw two persons coming, and wished to pass in their eyes a pinchbeck countess. "What impudence!" thought Hulot, bowing to his pretended client. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 35. Baron Montes de Montejanos was a lion, but a lion not accounted for. Fashionable Paris, Paris of the turf and of the town, admired the ineffable waistcoats of this foreign gentleman, his spotless patent leather boots, his incomparable sticks, his much coveted horses, and the negro servants who rode the horses, and who were entirely slaves and most consumedly thrashed. His fortune was well known. He had a credit account up to 700,000 francs in the great banking house of du Tillet. But he was always seen alone. When he went to first nights, he was in a stall. He frequented no drawing rooms. He had never given his arm to a girl on the streets. His name would not be coupled with that of any pretty woman of the world. To pass his time, he played whist at the Jockey Club. The world was reduced to calumny, or, which it thought funnier, to laughing at his peculiarities. He went by the name of Combabus. Bixiou, Léon de Lora, Lousteau, Florine, Mademoiselle Heloise Brisetout, and Nathan, supping one evening with the notorious Carabine, with a large party of lions and lionesses, had invented this name with an excessively burlesque explanation. Massol, as being on the Council of State, and Claude Vignon, erewhile professor of Greek, had related to the ignorant damsels the famous anecdote, preserved in Rollin's Ancient History, concerning Cambabus, that voluntary Abelard who was placed in charge of the wife of a king of Assyria, Persia, Bactria, Mesopotamia, and other geographical divisions peculiar to old Professor du Bocage, who continued the work of D'Anville, the creator of the East of antiquity. This nickname, which gave Carabine's guests laughter for a quarter of an hour, gave rise to a series of over-free jests, to which the Academy could not award the Montyon prize, but among which the name was taken up, to rest thenceforth on the curly mane of the handsome Baron, called by Josepha the splendid Brazilian, as one might say a splendid Catoxantha. Carabine, the loveliest of her tribe, whose delicate beauty and amusing wit had snatched the sceptre of the 13th arrondissement from the hands of Mademoiselle Turquet, better known by the name of Malaga, Mademoiselle Séraphine Sinet, this was her real name, was to du Tillet the banker what Josepha Mirah was to the Duc d'Hérouville. Now, on the morning of the very day when Madame de Saint Estève had prophesied success to Victorin, Carabine had said to du Tillet at about 7 o'clock, "If you want to be very nice, you will give me a dinner at the Rocher de Cancale and bring Cambabus. We want to know, once for all, whether he has a mistress. I bet that he has, and I should like to win." "He is still at the Hôtel des Princes. I will call," replied du Tillet. "We will have some fun. Ask all the youngsters, the youngster Bixiou, the youngster Laura, in short, all the clan." At 7:30 that evening, in the handsomest room of the restaurant where all Europe has dined, a splendid silver service was spread, made on purpose for entertainments where vanity pays the bill in banknotes. A flood of light fell in ripples on the chased rims. Waiters, whom a provincial might have taken for diplomatists but for their age, stood solemnly, as knowing themselves to be overpaid. 5 guests had arrived, and were waiting for 9 more. These were, first and foremost, Bixiou, still flourishing in 1843, the salt of every intellectual dish, always supplied with fresh wit, a phenomenon as rare in Paris as virtue is. Léon de Lora, the greatest living painter of landscape and the sea, who has this great advantage over all his rivals, that he has never fallen below his first successes. The courtesans could never dispense with these 2 kings of ready wit. No supper, no dinner was possible without them. Séraphine Sinet, dite Carabine, as the mistress en titre of the amphitryon, was one of the first to arrive, and the brilliant lighting showed off her shoulders, unrivalled in Paris, her throat as round as if turned in a lathe, without a crease, her saucy face and dress of satin brocade in 2 shades of blue, trimmed with Honiton lace enough to have fed a whole village for a month. Pretty Jenny Cadine, not acting that evening, came in a dress of incredible splendor. Her portrait is too well known to need any description. A party is always a Longchamp of evening dress for these ladies, each anxious to win the prize for her millionaire by thus announcing to her rivals, "This is the price I am worth." A third woman, evidently at the initial stage of her career, gazed almost shamefaced at the luxury of her 2 established and wealthy companions. Simply dressed in white cashmere trimmed with blue, her head had been dressed with real flowers by a coiffeur of the old-fashioned school, whose awkward hands had unconsciously given the charm of ineptitude to her fair hair. Still unaccustomed to any finery, she showed the timidity, to use a hackneyed phrase, inseparable from a first appearance. She had come from Valognes to find in Paris some use for her distracting youthfulness. Her innocence that might have stirred the senses of a dying man and her beauty worthy to hold its own with any that Normandy has ever supplied to the theatres of the capital. The lines of that unblemished face were the ideal of angelic purity. Her milk-white skin reflected the light like a mirror. The delicate pink in her cheeks might have been laid on with a brush. She was called Cydalise, and, as will be seen, she was an important pawn in the game played by Mame Nourrisson to defeat Madame Marneffe. "Your arm is not a match for your name, my child," said Jenny Cadine, to whom Carabine had introduced this masterpiece of 16, having brought her with her. And in fact, Cydalise displayed to public admiration a fine pair of arms, smooth and satiny, but red with healthy young blood. "What do you want for her?" said Jenny Cadine in an undertone to Carabine. "A fortune." "What are you going to do with her?" "Well, Madame Combabus." "And what are you to get for such a job?" "Guess." "A service of plate?" "I have 3." "Diamonds?" "I am selling them." "A green monkey?" "No, a picture by Raphael." "What maggot is that in your brain?" "Josepha makes me sick with her pictures," said Carabine. "I want some better than hers." Du Tillet came with the Brazilian, the hero of the feast. The Duc d'Herouville followed with Josepha. The singer wore a plain velvet gown, but she had on a necklace worth 120,000 francs, pearls hardly distinguishable from her skin, like white camellia petals. She had stuck one scarlet camellia in her black hair, a patch. The effect was dazzling. And she had amused herself by putting 11 rows of pearls on each arm. As she shook hands with Jenny Cadine, the actress said, "Lend me your mittens." Josepha unclasped them one by one, and handed them to her friend on a plate. "There's style," said Carabine. "Quite the Duchess. You have robbed the ocean to dress the nymph, Monsieur le Duc," she added, turning to the little Duc d'Herouville. The actress took 2 of the bracelets. She clasped the other 20 on the singer's beautiful arms, which she kissed. Lousteau, the literary cadger, La Palférine and Malaga, Massol, Vauvinet, and Théodore Gaillard, a proprietor of one of the most important political newspapers, completed the party. The Duc d'Herouville, polite to everybody, as a fine gentleman knows how to be, greeted the Comte de la Palférine with the particular nod which, while it does not imply either esteem or intimacy, conveys to all the world, "We are of the same race, the same blood, equals." And this greeting, the shibboleth of the aristocracy, was invented to be the despair of the upper citizen class. Carabine placed Combabus on her left, and the Duc d'Herouville on her right. Cydalise was next to the Brazilian, and beyond her was Bixiou. Malaga sat by the Duke. Oysters appeared at 7 o'clock. At 8 they were drinking iced punch. Every one is familiar with the bill of fare of such a banquet. By 9 o'clock they were talking as people talk after 42 bottles of various wines drunk by 14 persons. Dessert was on the table, the odious dessert of the month of April. Of all the party, the only one affected by the heady atmosphere was Cydalise, who was humming a tune. None of the party, with the exception of the poor country girl, had lost their reason. The drinkers and the women were the experienced elite of the society that sups. Their wits were bright, their eyes glistened, but with no loss of intelligence, though the talk drifted into satire, anecdote, and gossip. Conversation, hitherto confined to the inevitable circle of racing, horses, hammerings on the Bourse, the different occupations of the lions themselves, and the scandals of the town, showed a tendency to break up into intimate tete-a-tete, the dialogues of two hearts. And at this stage, at a signal from Carabine to Léon de Lora, Bixiou, La Palférine, and du Tillet, love came under discussion. A doctor in good society never talks of medicine, true nobles never speak of their ancestors, men of genius do not discuss their works, said Josepha. Why should we talk business? If I got the opera put off in order to dine here, it was assuredly not to work. So let us change the subject, dear children. But we are speaking of real love, my beauty, said Malaga, of the love that makes a man fling all to the dogs, father, mother, wife, children, and retire to Clichy. Talk away then, don't know yer, said the singer. The slang words borrowed from the street Arab and spoken by these women may be a poem on their lips, helped by the expression of the eyes and face. "What, do not I love you, Josepha?" said the Duke in a low voice. "You perhaps may love me truly," said she in his ear, and she smiled, "but I do not love you in the way they describe, with such love as makes the world dark in the absence of the man beloved. You are delightful to me, useful, but not indispensable, and if you were to throw me over to-morrow, I could have 3 dukes for one." "Is true love to be found in Paris?" asked Léon de Lora. "Men have not even time to make a fortune. How can they give themselves over to true love, which swamps a man as water melts sugar? A man must be enormously rich to indulge in it, for love annihilates him. For instance, like our Brazilian friend over there. As I said long ago, extremes defeat themselves. A true lover is like an eunuch. Women have ceased to exist for him. He is mystical. He is like the true Christian, an anchorite of the desert. See our noble Brazilian." Every one at table looked at Henri Montes de Montejanos, who was shy at finding every eye centred on him. "He has been feeding there for an hour without discovering, any more than an ox at pasture, that he is sitting next to, I will not say in such company the loveliest, but the freshest woman in all Paris." "Everything is fresh here, even the fish. It is what the house is famous for," said Carabine. Baron Montes looked good-naturedly at the painter and said, "Very good, I drink to your very good health." And bowing to Léon de Lora, he lifted his glass of port wine and drank it with much dignity. "Are you then truly in love?" asked Malaga of her neighbor, thus interpreting his toast. The Brazilian refilled his glass, bowed to Carabine, and drank again. "To the lady's health, then," said the courtesan, in such a droll tone that Lora, du Tillet, and Bixiou burst out laughing. The Brazilian sat like a bronze statue. This impassibility provoked Carabine. She knew perfectly well that Montes was devoted to Madame Marneffe, but she had not expected this dogged fidelity, this obstinate silence of conviction. A woman is as often gauged by the attitude of her lover as a man is judged from the tone of his mistress. The Baron was proud of his attachment to Valerie and of hers to him. His smile had, to these experienced connoisseurs, a touch of irony. He was really grand to look upon. Wine had not flushed him, and his eyes, with their peculiar lustre as of tarnished gold, kept the secrets of his soul. Even Carabine said to herself, "What a woman she must be! How she has sealed up that heart!" "He is a rock," said Bixiou in an undertone, imagining that the whole thing was a practical joke, and never suspecting the importance to Carabine of reducing this fortress. While this conversation, apparently so frivolous, was going on at Carabine's right, the discussion of love was continued on her left, between the Duc d'Herouville, Lousteau, Josepha, Jenny Cadine, and Massol. They were wondering whether such rare phenomena were the result of passion, obstinacy, or affection. Josepha, bored to death by it all, tried to change the subject. "You are talking of what you know nothing about. Is there a man among you who ever loved a woman beneath him, enough to squander his fortune and his children's, to sacrifice his future and blight his past, to risk going to the hulks for robbing the government, to kill an uncle and a brother, to let his eye be so effectually blinded that he did not even perceive that it was done to hinder his seeing the abyss into which, as a crowning jest, he was being driven? Du Tillet has a cash box under his left breast. Léon de Lora has his wit. Bixiou would laugh at himself for a fool if he loved any one but himself. Masson has a minister's portfolio in the place of a heart. Lousteau can have nothing but viscera, since he could endure to be thrown over by Madame de Baudry. Monsieur le Duc is too rich to prove his love by his ruin. Vauvinet is not in it. I do not regard a bill broker as one of the human race, and you have never loved, nor I, nor Jenny Cadine, nor Malaga. For my part, I never but once even saw the phenomenon I have described. It was," and she turned to Jenny Cadine, "that poor Baron Hulot, whom I am going to advertise for, like a lost dog, for I want to find him." "Oh!" said Carabine to herself, and looking keenly at Josepha. "Then Madame Nourrisson has two pictures by Raphael, since Josepha is playing my hand." "Poor fellow," said Vauvinet, "he was a great man. Magnificent! And what a figure, what a style! The air of Francis I. What a volcano! And how full of ingenious ways of getting money! He must be looking for it now, wherever he is, and I make no doubt he extracts it even from the walls built of bones that you may see in the suburbs of Paris near the city gates." "And all that," said Bixiou, "for that little Madame Marneffe. There is a precious hussy for you." "She is just going to marry my friend Crevel," said du Tillet. "And she is madly in love with my friend Steinbock," Léon de Lora put in. These three phrases were like so many pistol shots fired point blank at Montes. He turned white, and the shock was so painful that he rose with difficulty. "You are a set of blackguards!" cried he. "You have no right to speak the name of an honest woman in the same breath with those fallen creatures. Above all, not to make it a mark for your slander." He was interrupted by unanimous bravos and applause. Bixiou, Léon de Lora, Vauvinet, du Tillet, and Masson set the example, and there was a chorus. "Hurrah for the Emperor!" said Bixiou. "Crown him! Crown him!" cried Vauvinet. "Three groans for such a good dog! Hurrah for Brazil!" cried Lousteau. "So, my copper-colored Baron, it is our Valerie that you love. And you are not disgusted?" said Léon de Lora. "His remark is not parliamentary, but it is grand," observed Masson. "But, my most delightful customer," said du Tillet, "you were recommended to me. I am your banker. Your innocence reflects on my credit." "Yes, tell me, you are a reasonable creature," said the Brazilian to the banker. "Thanks on behalf of the company," said Bixiou with a bow. "Tell me the real facts," Montes went on, heedless of Bixiou's interjection. "Well, then," replied du Tillet, "I have the honor to tell you that I am asked to the Crevel wedding." "Aha! Combabus holds a brief for Madame Marneffe," said Josepha, rising solemnly. She went round to Montes with a tragic look, patted him kindly on the head, looked at him for a moment with comical admiration, and nodded sagely. "Hulot was the first instance of love through fire and water," said she. "This is the second. But it ought not to count, as it comes from the tropics." Montes had dropped into his chair again when Josepha gently touched his forehead, and looked at du Tillet as he said, If I am the victim of a Paris jest, if you only wanted to get at my secret," and he sent a flashing look round the table, embracing all the guests in a flaming glance that blazed with the sun of Brazil. "I beg of you as a favor to tell me so," he went on, in a tone of almost childlike entreaty, "but do not vilify the woman I love." "Nay, indeed," said Carabine in a low voice. "But if, on the contrary, you are shamefully betrayed, cheated, tricked by Valerie, if I should give you the proof in an hour, in my own house, what then?" "I cannot tell you before all these Iagos," said the Brazilian. Carabine understood him to say magos, baboons. "Well, well, say no more," she replied, smiling. "Do not make yourself a laughing-stock for all the wittiest men in Paris. Come to my house. We will talk it over." Montes was crushed. "Proofs!" he stammered. "Consider." "Only too many," replied Carabine. "And if the mere suspicion hits you so hard, I fear for your reason." "Is this creature obstinate, I ask you? He is worse than the late lamented King of Holland. I say, Lousteau, Bixiou, Masson, all the crew of you, are you not invited to breakfast with Madame Marneffe the day after to-morrow?" said Leon de Lora. "Ja," said du Tillet, "I have the honor of assuring you, Baron, that if you had by any chance thought of marrying Madame Marneffe, you are thrown out like a bill in Parliament, beaten by a black ball called Crevel. My friend, my old comrade Crevel, has 80,000 francs a year, and you, I suppose, did not show such a good hand, for if you had, you, I imagine, would have been preferred." Montes listened with a half absent, half smiling expression, which struck them all with terror. At this moment the head waiter came to whisper to Carabine that a lady, a relation of hers, was in the drawing-room and wished to speak to her. Carabine rose and went out to find Madame Nourrisson, decently veiled with black lace. "Well, child, am I to go to your house? Has he taken the hook?" "Yes, mother, and the pistol is so fully loaded that my only fear is that it will burst," said Carabine. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 36. About an hour later, Montes, Cydalise, and Carabine, returning from the Rocher de Cancale, entered Carabine's little sitting-room in the Rue Saint Georges. Madame Nourrisson was sitting in an armchair by the fire. "Here is my worthy old aunt," said Carabine. "Yes, child, I came in person to fetch my little allowance. You would have forgotten me, though you are kind-hearted, and I have some bills to pay to-morrow. Buying and selling clothes, I am always short of cash. Who is this at your heels? The gentleman looks very much put out about something." The dreadful Madame Nourrisson, at this moment so completely disguised as to look like a respectable old body, rose to embrace Carabine, one of the 100 and odd courtesans she had launched on their horrible career of vice. "He is an Othello who is not to be taken in, whom I have the honor of introducing to you, Monsieur le Baron Montes de Montejanos." "Oh, I have heard him talked about, and know his name. You are nicknamed Combabus, because you love but one woman, and in Paris that is the same as loving no one at all. And is it by chance the object of your affections who is fretting you? Madame Marneffe, Crevel's woman? I tell you what, my dear sir, you may bless your stars instead of cursing them. She is a good-for-nothing baggage, is that little woman. I know her tricks." "Get along," said Carabine, into whose hand Madame Nourrisson had slipped a note while embracing her. "You do not know your Brazilians. They are wrong-headed creatures that insist on being impaled through the heart. The more jealous they are, the more jealous they want to be. Monsieur talks of dealing death all round, but he will kill nobody because he is in love. However, I have brought him here to give him the proofs of his discomfiture, which I have got from that little Steinbock." Montes was drunk. He listened as if the women were talking about somebody else. Carabine went to take off her velvet wrap, and read a facsimile of a note, as follows: "Dear Puss, he dines with Popinot this evening, and will come to fetch me from the opera at 11. I shall go out at about 5:30, and count on finding you at our paradise. Order dinner to be sent in from the Maison d'Or. Dress so as to be able to take me to the opera. We shall have 4 hours to ourselves. Return this note to me. Not that your Valerie doubts you. I would give you my life, my fortune, and my honor, but I am afraid of the tricks of chance. Here, Baron, this is the note sent to Count Steinbock this morning. Read the address. The original document is burnt." Montes turned the note over and over, recognized the writing, and was struck by a rational idea, which is sufficient evidence of the disorder of his brain. "And pray," said he, looking at Carabine, "what object have you in torturing my heart? For you must have paid very dear for the privilege of having the note in your possession long enough to get it lithographed." "Foolish man," said Carabine, at a nod from Madame Nourrisson. "Don't you see that poor child Cydalise, a girl of 16, who has been pining for you these 3 months, till she has lost her appetite for food or drink, and who is heartbroken because you have never even glanced at her?" Cydalise put her handkerchief to her eyes with an appearance of emotion. "She is furious," Carabine went on, "though she looks as if butter would not melt in her mouth, furious to see the man she adores duped by a villainous hussy. She would kill Valerie." "Oh, as for that," said the Brazilian, "that is my business." "What, killing?" said old Nourrisson. "No, my son, we don't do that here nowadays." "Oh," said Montes, "I am not a native of this country. I live in a parish where I can laugh at your laws, and if you give me proof—" "Well, that note, is that nothing?" "No," said the Brazilian, "I do not believe in the writing. I must see for myself." "See!" cried Carabine, taking the hint at once from a gesture of her supposed aunt. "You shall see, my dear tiger, all you wish to see, on one condition." "And that is?" "Look at Cydalise." At a wink from Madame Nourrisson, Cydalise cast a tender look at the Baron. "Will you be good to her? Will you make her a home?" asked Carabine. "A girl of such beauty is well worth a house and a carriage. It would be a monstrous shame to leave her to walk the streets. And besides, she is in debt. How much do you owe?" asked Carabine, nipping Cydalise's arm. "She is worth all she can get," said the old woman. "The point is that she can find a buyer." "Listen," cried Montes, fully aware at last of this masterpiece of womankind. "You will show me Valerie—" "And Count Steinbock, certainly," said Madame Nourrisson. For the past 10 minutes the old woman had been watching the Brazilian. She saw that he was an instrument tuned up to the murderous pitch she needed, and above all, so effectually blinded that he would never heed who had led him on to it. And she spoke. "Cydalise, my Brazilian jewel, is my niece, so her concerns are partly mine. All this catastrophe will be the work of a few minutes, for a friend of mine lets the furnished room to Count Steinbock, where Valerie is at this moment, taking coffee. A queer sort of coffee, but she calls it her coffee. So let us understand each other, Brazil. I like Brazil. It is a hot country. What is to become of my niece?" "You old ostrich," said Montes, the plumes in the woman's bonnet catching his eye. "You interrupted me. If you show me, if I see Valerie and that artist together—" "As you would wish to be," said Carabine, "that is understood." Then I will take this girl and carry her away." "Where?" asked Carabine. "To Brazil," replied the Baron. "I will make her my wife. My uncle left me 10 leagues square of entailed estate. That is how I still have that house and home. I have 100 negroes, nothing but negroes and negresses and negro brats, all bought by my uncle." "Nephew to a nigger driver," said Carabine, with a grimace. "That needs some consideration. Cydalise, child, are you fond of the blacks?" "Pooh, Carabine, no nonsense," said the old woman. "The deuce is in it. Monsieur and I are doing business." "If I take up another Frenchwoman, I mean to have her to myself," the Brazilian went on. "I warn you, mademoiselle, I am king there, and not a constitutional king. I am Czar. My subjects are mine by purchase, and no one can escape from my kingdom, which is 100 leagues from any human settlement, hemmed in by savages on the interior, and divided from the sea by a wilderness as wide as France." "I should prefer a garret here." "So thought I," said Montes, "since I sold all my land and possessions at Rio to come back to Madame Marneffe." "A man does not make such a voyage for nothing," remarked Madame Nourrisson. "You have a right to look for love for your own sake, particularly being so good looking. Oh, he is very handsome," said she to Carabine. "Very handsome, handsomer than the postillon de Longjumeau," replied the courtesan. Cydalise took the Brazilian's hand, but he released it as politely as he could. "I came back for Madame Marneffe," the man went on where he had left off, "but you do not know why I was 3 years thinking about it." "No, savage," said Carabine. "Well, she had so repeatedly told me that she longed to live with me alone in a desert." "Oh! He is not a savage after all," cried Carabine, with a shout of laughter. "He is of the highly civilized tribe of Flats." "She had told me this so often," Montes went on, regardless of the courtesan's mockery, "that I had a lovely house fitted up in the heart of that vast estate. I came back to France to fetch Valerie, and the first evening I saw her." "Saw her is very proper," said Carabine. "I will remember it." "She told me to wait till that wretched Marneffe was dead, and I agreed, and forgave her for having admitted the attentions of Hulot. Whether the devil had her in hand, I don't know, but from that instant that woman has humored my every whim, complied with all my demands. Never for one moment has she given me cause to suspect her." "That is supremely clever," said Carabine to Madame Nourrisson, who nodded in sign of assent. "My faith in that woman," said Montes, and he shed a tear, "was a match for my love. Just now I was ready to fight everybody at table." "So I saw," said Carabine. "And if I am cheated, if she is going to be married, if she is at this moment in Steinbock's arms, she deserves 1,000 deaths. I will kill her as I would smash a fly." "And how about the gendarmes, my son?" said Madame Nourrisson, with a smile that made your flesh creep. "And the police agents, and the judges, and the assizes, and all the set out?" added Carabine. "You are bragging, my dear fellow," said the old woman, who wanted to know all the Brazilian's schemes of vengeance. "I will kill her," he calmly repeated. "You called me a savage. Do you imagine that I am fool enough to go, like a Frenchman, and buy poison at the chemist's shop? During the time while we were driving here, I thought out my means of revenge, if you should prove to be right as concerns Valerie. One of my negroes has the most deadly of animal poisons, and incurable anywhere but in Brazil. I will administer it to Cydalise, who will give it to me. Then, by the time when death is a certainty to Crevel and his wife, I shall be beyond the Azores with your cousin, who will be cured, and I will marry her. We have our own little tricks, we savages. Cydalise," said he, looking at the country girl, "is the animal I need. How much does she owe?" 100,000 francs, said Cydalise. "She says little, but to the purpose," said Carabine in a low tone to Madame Nourrisson. "I am going mad!" cried the Brazilian in a husky voice, dropping onto a sofa. "I shall die of this. But I must see, for it is impossible. A lithographed note? What is to assure me that it is not a forgery? Baron Hulot was in love with Valerie?" said he, recalling Josepha's harangue. "Nay, the proof that he did not love is that she is still alive. I will not leave her living for anybody else, if she is not wholly mine." Montes was terrible to behold. He bellowed, he stormed, he broke everything he touched. Rosewood was as brittle as glass. "How he destroys things!" said Carabine, looking at the old woman. "My good boy," said she, giving the Brazilian a little slap, "Roland the Furious is very fine in a poem, but in a drawing room he is prosaic and expensive." "My son," said old Nourrisson, rising to stand in front of the crestfallen Baron, "I am of your way of thinking. When you love in that way and are joined till death does you part, life must answer for love. The one who first goes carries everything away. It is a general wreck. You command my esteem, my admiration, my consent, especially for your inoculation, which will make me a friend of the negro. But you love her. You will hark back?" "I? If she is so infamous, Well, come now, you are talking too much, it strikes me. A man who means to be avenged, and who says he has the ways and means of a savage, doesn't do that. If you want to see your object in her paradise, you must take Cydalise and walk straight in with her on your arm, as if the servant had made a mistake. But no scandal. If you mean to be revenged, you must eat the leek, seem to be in despair, and allow her to bully you. Do you see?" said Madame Nourrisson, finding the Brazilian quite amazed by so subtle a scheme. "All right, old ostrich," he replied. "Come along, I understand." "Good bye, little one," said the old woman to Carabine. She signed to Cydalise to go on with Montes, and remained a minute with Carabine. "Now, child, I have but one fear, and that is that he will strangle her. I should be in a very tight place. We must do everything gently. I believe you have won your picture by Raphael, but they tell me it is only a Mignard. Never mind, it is much prettier. All the Raphaels are gone black, I am told, whereas this one is as bright as a Girodet. All I want is to crow over Josepha, and it is all the same to me whether I have a Mignard or a Raphael. That thief had on such pearls this evening! You would sell your soul for them." Cydalise, Montes, and Madame Nourrisson got into a hackney coach that was waiting at the door. Madame Nourrisson whispered to the driver the address of a house in the same block as the Italian Opera House, which they could have reached in 5 or 6 minutes from the Rue Saint Georges. But Madame Nourrisson desired the man to drive along the Rue Le Pelletier, and to go very slowly, so as to be able to examine the carriages in waiting. "Brazilian," said the old woman, "look out for your angel's carriage and servants." The Baron pointed out Valerie's carriage as they passed it. "She has told them to come for her at 10 o'clock, and she is gone in a cab to the house where she visits Count Steinbock. She has dined there, and will come to the opera in half an hour. It is well contrived," said Madame Nourrisson. "Thus you will see how she has kept you so long in the dark." The Brazilian made no reply. He had become the tiger, and had recovered the imperturbable, cool ferocity that had been so striking at dinner. He was as calm as a bankrupt the day after he has stopped payment. At the door of the house stood a hackney coach with 2 horses, of the kind known as Compagnie Générale, from the company that runs them. "Stay here, in the box," said the old woman to Montes. "This is not an open house like a tavern. I will send for you." The paradise of Madame Marneffe and Wenceslas was not at all like that of Crevel, who, finding it useless now, had just sold his to the Comte Maxime de Trailles. This paradise, the paradise of all comers, consisted of a room on the 4th floor opening to the landing, in a house close to the Italian Opera. On each floor of this house there was a room which had originally served as the kitchen to the apartments on that floor. But the house having become a sort of inn, let out for clandestine love affairs at an exorbitant price, the owner, the real Madame Nourrisson, an old clothes buyer in the Rue Neuve Saint Marc, had wisely appreciated the great value of these kitchens, and had turned them into a sort of dining rooms. Each of these rooms, built between thick party walls and with windows to the street, was entirely shut in by very thick double doors on the landing. Thus the most important secrets could be discussed over a dinner, with no risk of being overheard. For greater security, the windows had shutters inside and out. These rooms, in consequence of this peculiarity, were let for 1,200 francs a month. The whole house, full of such paradises and mysteries, was rented by Madame Nourrisson the first for 28,000 francs of clear profit, after paying her housekeeper, Madame Nourrisson the second, for she did not manage it herself. The paradise let to Count Steinbock had been hung with chintz. The cold hard floor, of common tiles reddened with encaustic, was not felt through a soft thick carpet. The furniture consisted of 2 pretty chairs and a bed in an alcove, just now half hidden by a table loaded with the remains of an elegant dinner, while 2 bottles with long necks and an empty champagne bottle in ice strewed the field of Bacchus cultivated by Venus. There were also, the property no doubt of Valerie, a low easy chair and a man's smoking chair, and a pretty toilet chest of drawers in rosewood, the mirror handsomely framed à la Pompadour. A lamp hanging from the ceiling gave a subdued light, increased by wax candles on the table and on the chimney shelf. This sketch will suffice to give an idea, urbi et orbi, of clandestine passion in the squalid style stamped on it in Paris in 1840. How far, alas, from the adulterous love symbolized by Vulcan's nets 3,000 years ago! When Montes and Cydalise came upstairs, Valerie, standing before the fire, where a log was blazing, was allowing Wenceslas to lace her stays. This is a moment when a woman who is neither too fat nor too thin, but, like Valerie, elegant and slender, displays divine beauty. The rosy skin, mostly soft, invites the sleepiest eye. The lines of her figure, so little hidden, are so charmingly outlined by the white pleats of the shift and the support of the stays, that she is irresistible, like everything that must be parted from. With a happy face smiling at the glass, a foot impatiently marking time, a hand put up to restore order among the tumbled curls, and eyes expressive of gratitude, with the glow of satisfaction which, like a sunset, warms the least details of the countenance, everything makes such a moment a mine of memories. Any man who dares look back on the early errors of his life may perhaps recall some such reminiscences, and understand, though not excuse, the follies of Hulot and Crevel. Women are so well aware of their power at such a moment, that they find in it what may be called the aftermath of the meeting. "Come, come! After 2 years' practice, you do not yet know how to lace a woman's stays? You are too much a Pole. There, it is 10 o'clock, my Wenceslas," said Valerie, laughing at him. At this very moment, a mischievous waiting woman, by inserting a knife, pushed up the hook of the double doors that formed the whole security of Adam and Eve. She hastily pulled the door open, for the servants of these dens have little time to waste, and discovered one of the bewitching tableaux de genre which Gavarni has so often shown at the Salon. "In here, madame," said the girl, and Cydalise went in, followed by Montes. "But there is some one here. Excuse me, madame," said the country girl in alarm. "What? Why, it is Valerie!" cried Montes, violently slamming the door. Madame Marneffe, too genuinely agitated to dissemble her feelings, dropped on to the chair by the fireplace. 2 tears rose to her eyes, and at once dried away. She looked at Montes. saw the girl, and burst into a cackle of forced laughter. The dignity of the insulted woman redeemed the scantiness of her attire. She walked close up to the Brazilian, and looked at him so defiantly that her eyes glittered like knives. "So that," said she, standing face to face with the Baron and pointing to Cydalise, "that is the other side of your fidelity? You who have made me promises that might convert a disbeliever in love? You for whom I have done so much, have even committed crimes? You are right, monsieur. I am not to compare with a child of her age and of such beauty. I know what you are going to say," she went on, looking at Wenceslas, whose undress was proof too clear to be denied. "This is my concern. If I could love you after such gross treachery, for you have spied upon me, you have paid for every step up these stairs, paid the mistress of the house and the servant, perhaps even Reine, a noble deed. If I had any remnant of affection for such a mean wretch, I could give him reasons that would renew his passion. But I leave you, monsieur, to your doubts, which will become remorse. Wenceslas, my gown." She took her dress and put it on, looked at herself in the glass, and finished dressing without heeding the Baron, as calmly as if she had been alone in the room. "Wenceslas, are you ready? Go first." She had been watching Montes in the glass and out of the corner of her eye, and fancied she could see in his pallor an indication of the weakness which delivers a strong man over to a woman's fascinations. She now took his hand, going so close to him that he could not help inhaling the terrible perfumes which men love, and by which they intoxicate themselves. Then, feeling his pulses beat high, she looked at him reproachfully. "You have my full permission to go and tell your history to Monsieur Crevel. He will never believe you. I have a perfect right to marry him, and he becomes my husband the day after tomorrow. I shall make him very happy. Good-bye. Try to forget me." "Oh, Valerie!" cried Henri Montes, clasping her in his arms, "that is impossible. Come to Brazil." Valerie looked in his face and saw him her slave. "Well, if you still love me, Henri, 2 years hence I will be your wife; but your expression at this moment strikes me as very suspicious." "I swear to you that they made me drink, that false friends threw this girl on my hands, and that the whole thing is the outcome of chance," said Montes. "Then I am to forgive you?" she asked with a smile. "But you will marry all the same?" asked the Baron in an agony of jealousy. 80,000 francs a year!" said she, with almost comical enthusiasm. "And Crevel loves me so much that he will die of it." "Ah, I understand," said Montes. "Well, then, in a few days we will come to an understanding," said she. And she departed, triumphant. "I have no scruples," thought the Baron, standing transfixed for a few minutes. "What! That woman believes she can make use of his passion to be quit of that dolt, as she counted on Marneffe's decease? I shall be the instrument of divine wrath." 2 days later, those of du Tillet's guests who had demolished Madame Marneffe tooth and nail were seated round her table an hour after she had shed her skin and changed her name for the illustrious name of a Paris mayor. This verbal treason is one of the commonest forms of Parisian levity. Valerie had had the satisfaction of seeing the Brazilian in the church, for Crevel, now so entirely the husband, had invited him out of bravado. And the Baron's presence at the breakfast astonished no one. All these men of wit and of the world were familiar with the meanness of passion, the compromises of pleasure. Steinbock's deep melancholy, for he was beginning to despise the woman whom he had adored as an angel, was considered to be in excellent taste. The Pole thus seemed to convey that all was at an end between Valerie and himself. Lisbeth came to embrace her dear Madame Crevel, and to excuse herself for not staying to the breakfast on the score of Adeline's sad state of health. "Be quite easy," said she to Valerie. "They will call on you, and you will call on them. Simply hearing the words 200,000 francs has brought the Baroness to death's door. Oh, you have them all hard and fast by that tale. But you must tell it to me." Within a month of her marriage, Valerie was at her 10th quarrel with Steinbock. He insisted on explanations as to Henri Montes, reminding her of the words spoken in their paradise; and, not content with speaking to her in terms of scorn, he watched her so closely that she never had a moment of liberty, so much was she fettered by his jealousy on one side and Crevel's devotion on the other. Bereft now of Lisbeth, whose advice had always been so valuable, she flew into such a rage as to reproach Wenceslas for the money she had lent him. This so effectually roused Steinbock's pride that he came no more to the Crevels' house. So Valerie had gained her point, which was to be rid of him for a time and enjoy some freedom. She waited till Crevel should make a little journey into the country to see Comte Popinot, with a view to arranging for her introduction to the Countess, and was then able to make an appointment to meet the Baron, whom she wanted to have at her command for a whole day, to give him those reasons which were to make him love her more than ever. On the morning of that day, Reine, who estimated the magnitude of her crime by that of the bribe she received, tried to warn her mistress, in whom she naturally took more interest than in strangers. Still, as she had been threatened with madness and ending her days in the Salpêtrière in case of indiscretion, she was cautious. "Madame, you are so well off now," said she. "Why take on again with that Brazilian? I do not trust him at all." "You are very right, Reine, and I mean to be rid of him." "Oh, madame, I am glad to hear it. He frightens me, does that big Moor. I believe him to be capable of anything." "Silly child, you have more reason to be afraid for him when he is with me." At this moment Lisbeth came in. "My dear little pet Nanny, what an age since we met!" cried Valerie. "I am so unhappy. Crevel bores me to death, and Wenceslas is gone. We quarreled." "I know," said Lisbeth, "and that is what brings me here. Victorin met him at about 5 in the afternoon, going into an eating house at 25 sous, and he brought him home, hungry, by working on his feelings, to the Rue Louis le Grand. Hortense, seeing Wenceslas lean and ill and badly dressed, held out her hand. This is how you throw me over?" "Monsieur Henri, madame," the manservant announced in a low voice to Valerie. "Leave me now, Lisbeth. I will explain it all tomorrow." But, as will be seen, Valerie was ere long not in a state to explain anything to anybody. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac, translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 37. Towards the end of May, Baron Hulot's pension was released by Victorin's regular payment to Baron Nucingen. As everybody knows, pensions are paid half yearly, and only on the presentation of a certificate that the recipient is alive; and as Hulot's residence was unknown, the arrears unpaid on Vauvinet's demand remained to his credit in the treasury. Vauvinet now signed his renunciation of any further claims, and it was still indispensable to find the pensioner before the arrears could be drawn. Thanks to Bianchon's care, the Baroness had recovered her health, and to this Josepha's good heart had contributed by a letter, of which the orthography betrayed the collaboration of the Duc d'Herouville. This was what the singer wrote to the Baroness after 20 days of anxious search. "Madame la Baronne, Monsieur Hulot was living 2 months since in the Rue des Bernardins with Élodie Chardin, a lace mender, for whom he had left Mademoiselle Bijou, but he went away without a word, leaving everything behind him, and no one knows where he went. I am not without hope, however, and I have put a man on this track who believes he has already seen him in the Boulevard Bourdon. The poor Jewess means to keep the promise she made to the Christian. Will the angel pray for the devil? That must sometimes happen in heaven. I remain, with the deepest respect, always your humble servant, Josepha Mira. The lawyer, Maître Hulot d'Ervy, hearing no more of the dreadful Madame Nourrisson, seeing his father-in-law married, having brought back his brother-in-law to the family fold, suffering from no importunity on the part of his new stepmother, and seeing his mother's health improve daily, gave himself up to his political and judicial duties, swept along by the tide of Paris life, in which the hours count for days. One night, towards the end of the session, having occasion to write up a report to the Chamber of Deputies, he was obliged to sit at work till late at night. He had gone into his study at 9 o'clock, and while waiting till the manservant should bring in the candles with green shades, his thoughts turned to his father. He was blaming himself for leaving the inquiry so much to the singer, and had resolved to see Monsieur Chapuzot himself on the morrow, when he saw, in the twilight, outside the window, a handsome old head, bald and yellow, with a fringe of white hair. "Would you please to give orders, sir, that a poor hermit is to be admitted, just come from the desert, and who is instructed to beg for contributions towards rebuilding a holy house." This apparition, which suddenly reminded the lawyer of a prophecy uttered by the terrible Nourrisson, gave him a shock. "Let in that old man," said he to the servant. "He will poison the place, sir," replied the man. "He has on a brown gown which he has never changed since he left Syria, and he has no shirt." "Show him in," repeated the master. The old man came in. Victorin's keen eye examined this so-called pilgrim hermit, and he saw a fine specimen of the Neapolitan friars, whose frocks are akin to the rags of the Lazzaroni, whose sandals are tatters of leather, as the friars are tatters of humanity. The get-up was so perfect that the lawyer, though still on his guard, was vexed with himself for having believed it to be one of Madame Nourrisson's tricks. "How much do you want of me?" "Whatever you feel that you ought to give me." Victorin took a 5-franc piece from a little pile on his table and handed it to the stranger. "That is not much on account of 50,000 francs," said the pilgrim of the desert. This speech removed all Victorin's doubts. "And has Heaven kept its word?" he said with a frown. "The question is an offence, my son," said the hermit. "If you do not choose to pay till after the funeral, you are in your rights. I will return in a week's time." "The funeral?" cried the lawyer, starting up. "The world moves on," said the old man as he withdrew, "and the dead move quickly in Paris." When Hulot, who stood looking down, was about to reply, the stalwart old man had vanished. "I don't understand one word of all this," said Victorin to himself. "But at the end of the week I will ask him again about my father, if we have not yet found him. Where does Madame Nourrisson, yes, that was her name, pick up such actors?" On the following day, Dr. Bianchon allowed the Baroness to go down into the garden after examining Lisbeth, who had been obliged to keep to her room for a month by a slight bronchial attack. The learned doctor, who dared not pronounce a definite opinion on Lisbeth's case till he had seen some decisive symptoms, went into the garden with Adeline to observe the effect of the fresh air on her nervous trembling after 2 months of seclusion. He was interested and allured by the hope of curing this nervous complaint. On seeing the great physician sitting with them and sparing them a few minutes, the Baroness and her family conversed with him on general subjects. "Your life is a very full and a very sad one," said Madame Hulot. "I know what it is to spend one's days in seeing poverty and physical suffering." "I know, madame," replied the doctor, "all the scenes of which charity compels you to be a spectator; but you will get used to it in time, as we all do. It is the law of existence. The confessor, the magistrate, the lawyer would find life unendurable if the spirit of the State did not assert itself above the feelings of the individual. Could we live at all but for that? Is not the soldier in time of war brought face to face with spectacles even more dreadful than those we see? And every soldier that has been under fire is kind-hearted. We medical men have the pleasure now and again of a successful cure, as you have that of saving a family from the horrors of hunger, depravity, or misery, and of restoring it to social respectability. But what comfort can the magistrate find, the police agent, or the attorney, who spend their lives in investigating the basest schemes of self-interest, the social monster whose only regret is when it fails, but on whom repentance never dawns? One half of society spends its life in watching the other half. A very old friend of mine is an attorney, now retired, who told me that for 15 years past notaries and lawyers have distrusted their clients quite as much as their adversaries. Your son is a pleader. Has he never found himself compromised by the client for whom he held a brief?" "Very often," said Victorin with a smile. "And what is the cause of this deep-seated evil?" asked the Baroness. "The decay of religion," said Bianchon, "and the preeminence of finance, which is simply solidified selfishness. Money used not to be everything; there were some kinds of superiority that ranked above it, nobility, genius, service done to the State. But nowadays the law takes wealth as the universal standard, and regards it as the measure of public capacity. Certain magistrates are ineligible to the Chamber. Jean Jacques Rousseau would be ineligible. The perpetual subdivision of estate compels every man to take care of himself from the age of 20. Well, then, between the necessity for making a fortune and the depravity of speculation, there is no check or hindrance. For the religious sense is wholly lacking in France, in spite of the laudable endeavors of those who are working for a Catholic revival. And this is the opinion of every man who, like me, studies society at the core." "And you have few pleasures?" said Hortense. "The true physician, madame, is in love with his science," replied the doctor. "He is sustained by that passion as much as by the sense of his usefulness to society. At this very time you see in me a sort of scientific rapture, and many superficial judges would regard me as a man devoid of feeling. I have to announce a discovery to-morrow to the College of Medicine, for I am studying a disease that had disappeared, a mortal disease for which no cure is known in temperate climates, though it is curable in the West Indies, a malady known here in the Middle Ages. A noble fight is that of the physician against such a disease. For the last 10 days I have thought of nothing but these cases, for there are two, a husband and wife." "Are they not connections of yours? For you, madame, are surely Monsieur Crevel's daughter," said he, addressing Celestine. "What! Is my father your patient?" asked Celestine. "Living in the Rue Barbet de Jouy?" "Precisely so," said Bianchon. "And the disease is inevitably fatal?" said Victorin in dismay. "I will go to see him," said Celestine, rising. "I positively forbid it, madame," Bianchon quietly said. "The disease is contagious." "But you go there, monsieur," replied the young woman. "Do you think that a daughter's duty is less binding than a doctor's?" "Madame, a physician knows how to protect himself against infection, and the rashness of your devotion proves to me that you would probably be less prudent than I." Celestine, however, got up and went to her room, where she dressed to go out. "Monsieur," said Victorin to Bianchon, Have you any hope of saving Monsieur and Madame Crevel?" "I hope, but I do not believe that I may," said Bianchon. "The case is to me quite inexplicable. The disease is peculiar to Negroes and the American tribes, whose skin is differently constituted to that of the white races. Now, I can trace no connection with the copper-colored tribes, with Negroes or half-castes, in Monsieur or Madame Crevel. And though it is a very interesting disease to us, it is a terrible thing for the sufferers. The poor woman, who is said to have been very pretty, is punished for her sins, for she is now squalidly hideous, if she is still anything at all. She is losing her hair and teeth, her skin is like a leper's, she is a horror to herself. Her hands are horrible, covered with greenish pustules, her nails are loose, and the flesh is eaten away by the poisoned humours." "And the cause of such a disease?" asked the lawyer. "Oh," said the doctor, "the cause lies in a form of rapid blood poisoning. It degenerates with terrific rapidity. I hope to act on the blood. I am having it analyzed, and I am now going home to ascertain the result of the labors of my friend Professor Duval, the famous chemist, with a view to trying one of those desperate measures by which we sometimes attempt to defeat death." "The hand of God is there," said Adeline, in a voice husky with emotion. "Though that woman has brought sorrows on me which have led me in moments of madness to invoke the vengeance of Heaven, I hope, God knows I hope, you may succeed, doctor." Victorin felt dizzy. He looked at his mother, his sister, and the physician by turns, quaking lest they should read his thoughts. He felt himself a murderer. Hortense, for her part, thought God was just. Celestine came back to beg her husband to accompany her. "If you insist on going, madame, and you too, monsieur, keep at least a foot between you and the bed of the sufferer; that is the chief precaution. Neither you nor your wife must dream of kissing the dying man. And indeed, you ought to go with your wife, Monsieur Hulot, to hinder her from disobeying my injunctions." Adeline and Hortense, when they were left alone, went to sit with Lisbeth. Hortense had such a virulent hatred of Valerie that she could not contain the expression of it. "Cousin Lisbeth," she exclaimed, "my mother and I are avenged. That venomous snake is herself bitten; she is rotting in her bed." "Hortense, at this moment you are not a Christian. You ought to pray to God to vouchsafe repentance to this wretched woman." "What are you talking about?" said Betty, rising from her couch. "Are you speaking of Valerie?" "Yes," replied Adeline. "She is past hope, dying of some horrible disease of which the mere description makes one shudder." Lisbeth's teeth chattered, a cold sweat broke out all over her. The violence of the shock showed how passionate her attachment to Valerie had been. "I must go there," said she. "But the doctor forbids your going out." "I do not care, I must go. Poor Crevel, what a state he must be in, for he loves that woman." "He is dying too," replied Countess Steinbock. "Ah, all our enemies are in the devil's clutches." "In God's hands, my child." Lisbeth dressed in the famous yellow Indian shawl and her black velvet bonnet, and put on her boots. In spite of her relations' remonstrances, she set out as if driven by some irresistible power. She arrived in the Rue Barbet a few minutes after Monsieur and Madame Hulot, and found 7 physicians there, brought by Bianchon to study this unique case. He had just joined them. The physicians assembled in the drawing room were discussing the disease. Now one and now another went into Valerie's room or Crevel's to take a note, and returned with an opinion based on this rapid study. These princes of science were divided in their opinions. One, who stood alone in his views, considered it a case of poisoning, of private revenge, and denied its identity with the disease known in the Middle Ages. 3 others regarded it as a specific deterioration of the blood and the humors. The rest, agreeing with Bianchon, maintained that the blood was poisoned by some hitherto unknown morbid infection. Bianchon produced Professor Duval's analysis of the blood. The remedies to be applied, though absolutely empirical and without hope, depended on the verdict in this medical dilemma. Lisbeth stood as if petrified 3 yards away from the bed where Valerie lay dying, as she saw a priest from Saint Thomas d'Aquin standing by her friend's pillow, and a sister of charity in attendance. Religion could find a soul to save in a mass of rottenness which, of the 5 senses of man, had now only that of sight. The sister of charity, who alone had been found to nurse Valerie, stood apart. Thus the Catholic religion, that divine institution, always actuated by the spirit of self-sacrifice, under its twofold aspect of the spirit and the flesh, was tending this horrible and atrocious creature, soothing her deathbed by its infinite benevolence and inexhaustible stores of mercy. The servants, in horror, refused to go into the room of either their master or mistress. They thought only of themselves, and judged their betters as righteously stricken. The smell was so foul that, in spite of open windows and strong perfumes, no one could remain long in Valerie's room. Religion alone kept guard there. How could a woman so clever as Valerie fail to ask herself to what end these 2 representatives of the Church remained with her? The dying woman had listened to the words of the priest. Repentance had risen on her darkened soul, as the devouring malady had consumed her beauty. The fragile Valerie had been less able to resist the inroads of the disease than Crevel. She would be the first to succumb, and indeed had been the first attacked. "If I had not been ill myself, I would have come to nurse you," said Lisbeth at last, after a glance at her friend's sunken eyes. "I have kept my room this fortnight or 3 weeks, but when I heard of your state from the doctor, I came at once." "Poor Lisbeth, you at least love me still, I see," said Valerie. "Listen, I have only a day or 2 left to think, for I cannot say to live. You see, there is nothing left of me. I am a heap of mud. They will not let me see myself in a glass. Well, it is no more than I deserve. Oh, if I might only win mercy, I would gladly undo all the mischief I have done." "Oh," said Lisbeth, "if you can talk like that, you are indeed a dead woman." "Do not hinder this woman's repentance. Leave her in her Christian mind," said the priest. "There is nothing left," said Lisbeth in consternation. "I cannot recognize her eyes or her mouth. Not a feature of her is there, and her wit has deserted her. Oh, it is awful!" "You don't know," said Valerie, "what death is, what it is to be obliged to think of the morrow of your last day on earth, and of what is to be found in the grave. Worms for the body, and for the soul what? Lisbeth, I know there is another life, and I am given over to terrors which prevent my feeling the pangs of my decomposing body. I, who could laugh at a saint, and say to Crevel that the vengeance of God took every form of disaster, well, I was a true prophet. Do not trifle with sacred things, Lisbeth. If you love me, repent as I do." "I," said Lisbeth, "I see vengeance wherever I turn in nature. Insects even die to satisfy the craving for revenge when they are attacked. And do not these gentlemen tell us," and she looked at the priest, "that God is revenged, and that His vengeance lasts through all eternity?" The priest looked mildly at Lisbeth and said, "You, madame, are an atheist." "But look what I have come to," said Valerie. "And where did you get this gangrene?" asked the old maid, unmoved from her peasant incredulity. "I had a letter from Henri which leaves me in no doubt as to my fate. He has murdered me. And just when I meant to live honestly, to die an object of disgust. Lisbeth, Give up all notions of revenge. Be kind to that family to whom I have left by my will everything I can dispose of. Go, child, though you are the only creature who at this hour does not avoid me with horror. Go, I beseech you, and leave me. I have only time to make my peace with God." "She is wandering in her wits," said Lisbeth to herself as she left the room. The strongest affection known, that of a woman for a woman, had not such heroic constancy as the Church. Lisbeth, stifled by the miasma, went away. She found the physicians still in consultation. But Bianchon's opinion carried the day, and the only question now was how to try the remedies. "At any rate, we shall have a splendid post mortem," said one of his opponents, "and there will be 2 cases to enable us to make comparisons." Lisbeth went in again with Bianchon, who went up to the sick woman without seeming aware of the malodorous atmosphere. "Madame," said he, "we intend to try a powerful remedy which may save you." "And if you save my life," said she, "shall I be as good-looking as ever?" "Possibly," said the judicious physician. "I know your possibly," said Valerie. "I shall look like a woman who has fallen into the fire. No, leave me to the Church. I can please no one now but God. I will try to be reconciled to Him, and that will be my last flirtation. Yes, I must try to come round God." "That is my poor Valerie's last jest. That is all herself," said Lisbeth in tears. Lisbeth thought it her duty to go into Crevel's room, where she found Victorin and his wife sitting about a yard away from the stricken man's bed. "Lisbeth," said he, "they will not tell me what state my wife is in. You have just seen her. How is she?" "She is better. She says she is saved," replied Lisbeth, allowing herself this play on the word to soothe Crevel's mind. "That is well," said the Mayor. "I feared lest I had been the cause of her illness. A man is not a traveller in perfumery for nothing. I had blamed myself. If I should lose her, what would become of me? On my honor, my children, I worship that woman." He sat up in bed and tried to assume his favorite position. "Oh, papa!" cried Celestine, "if only you could be well again, I would make friends with my stepmother. I make a vow." "Poor little Celestine," said Crevel, "come and kiss me." Victorin held back his wife, who was rushing forward. "You do not know, perhaps," said the lawyer gently, "that your disease is contagious, monsieur." "To be sure," replied Crevel, "and the doctors are quite proud of having rediscovered in me some long lost plague of the Middle Ages, which the faculty has had cried like lost property. It is very funny." "Papa," said Celestine, "be brave, and you will get the better of this disease." "Be quite easy, my children. Death thinks twice of it before carrying off a mayor of Paris," said he with monstrous composure. "And if, after all, my district is so unfortunate as to lose a man it has twice honored with its suffrages, you see what a flow of words I have? Well, I shall know how to pack up and go. I have been a commercial traveler. I am experienced in such matters. Ah, my children, I am a man of strong mind." "Papa, promise me to admit the Church." "Never," replied Crevel. "What is to be said? I drank the milk of revolution. I have not Baron Holbach's wit, but I have his strength of mind. I am more Régence than ever, more Musketeer, Abbé Dubois, and Maréchal de Richelieu. By the holy poker! My wife, who is wandering in her head, has just sent me a man in a gown. To me, the admirer of Béranger, the friend of Lisette, the son of Voltaire and Rousseau. The doctor, to feel my pulse, as it were, and see if sickness had subdued me, 'You saw Monsieur l'Abbé?' said he. Well, I imitated the great Montesquieu. Yes, I looked at the doctor. See, like this." and he turned to show three-quarters face, like his portrait, and extended his hand authoritatively. "And I said, 'The slave was here. He showed his order, but he nothing gained.' His order is a pretty jest, showing that even in death Monsieur le Président de Montesquieu preserved his elegant wit, for they had sent him a Jesuit. I admire that passage. I cannot say of his life, but of his death, the passage, another joke. The passage from life to death. The Passage Montesquieu." Victorin gazed sadly at his father-in-law, wondering whether folly and vanity were not forces on a par with true greatness of soul. The causes that act on the springs of the soul seem to be quite independent of the results. Can it be that the fortitude which upholds a great criminal is the same as that which a Champcenetz so proudly walks to the scaffold? By the end of the week, Madame Crevel was buried, after dreadful sufferings, and Crevel followed her within 2 days. Thus the marriage contract was annulled. Crevel was heir to Valerie. On the very day after the funeral, the friar called again on the lawyer, who received him in perfect silence. The monk held out his hand without a word, and without a word Victorin Hulot gave him 80,000 franc notes, taken from a sum of money found in Crevel's desk. Young Madame Hulot inherited the estate of Presles and 30,000 francs a year. Madame Crevel had bequeathed a sum of 300,000 francs to Baron Hulot. Her scrofulous boy Stanislas was to inherit, at his majority, the Hôtel Crevel and 80,000 francs a year. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 38. Among the many noble associations founded in Paris by Catholic charity, there is one, originated by Madame de la Chanterie, for promoting civil and religious marriages between persons who have formed a voluntary but illicit union. Legislators who draw large revenues from the registration fees, and the bourgeois dynasty which benefits by the notary's profits, affect to overlook the fact that 3/4 of the poorer class cannot afford 15 francs for the marriage contract. The pleaders, a sufficiently vilified body, gratuitously defend the cases of the indigent, while the notaries have not as yet agreed to charge nothing for the marriage contract of the poor. As to the revenue collectors, the whole machinery of government would have to be dislocated to induce the authorities to relax their demands. The registrar's office is deaf and dumb. Then the Church, too, receives a duty on marriages. In France, the Church depends largely on such revenues. Even in the house of God, it traffics in chairs and kneeling stools in a way that offends foreigners, though it cannot have forgotten the anger of the Saviour who drove the money changers out of the temple. If the Church is so loath to relinquish its dues, it must be supposed that these dues, known as vestry dues, are one of its sources of maintenance, and then the fault of the Church is the fault of the State. The cooperation of these conditions at a time when charity is too greatly concerned with the negroes and the petty offenders discharged from prison to trouble itself about honest folks in difficulties, results in the existence of a number of decent couples who have never been legally married for lack of 30 francs, the lowest figure for which the notary, the registrar, the mayor, and the Church will unite two citizens of Paris. Madame de la Chanterie's fund, founded to restore poor households to their religious and legal status, hunts up such couples, and with all the more success because it helps them in their poverty before attacking their unlawful union. As soon as Madame Hulot had recovered, she returned to her occupations. And then it was that the admirable Madame de la Chanterie came to beg that Adeline would add the legalization of these voluntary unions to the other good works of which she was the instrument. One of the Baroness's first efforts in this cause was made in the ominous-looking district, formerly known as La Petite Pologne, Little Poland, bounded by the Rue du Rocher, Rue de la Pépinière, and Rue de Miromesnil. There exists there a sort of offshoot of the Faubourg Saint-Marceau. To give an idea of this part of the town, it is enough to say that the landlords of some of the houses tenanted by working men without work, by dangerous characters, and by the very poor employed in unhealthy toil, dare not demand their rents, and can find no bailiffs bold enough to evict insolvent lodgers. At the present time, speculating builders, who are fast changing the aspect of this corner of Paris, and covering the waste ground lying between the Rue d'Amsterdam and the Rue Faubourg du Roule, will no doubt alter the character of the inhabitants, for the trowel is a more civilizing agent than is generally supposed. By erecting substantial and handsome houses with porters at the doors, by bordering the streets with footwalks and shops, speculation, while raising the rents, disperses the squalid class, families bereft of furniture, and lodgers that cannot pay. And so these districts are cleared of such objectionable residents, and the dens vanish into which the police never venture but under the sanction of the law. In June 1844, the poorlus of the Place de la Borde were still far from inviting. The genteel pedestrian, who by chance should turn out of the Rue de la Pépinière into one of those dreadful side streets, would have been dismayed to see how vile a Bohemia dwelt cheek by jowl with the aristocracy. In such places as these, haunted by ignorant poverty and misery driven to bay, flourish the last public letter writers who are to be found in Paris. Wherever you see the two words écrivain public written in a fine copy hand on a sheet of letter paper stuck to the window pane of some low entresol or mud-splashed ground-floor room, you may safely conclude that the neighborhood is the lurking place of many unlettered folks, and of much vice and crime, the outcome of misery. For ignorance is the mother of all sorts of crime. A crime is, in the first instance, a defect of reasoning powers. While the Baroness had been ill, this quarter, to which she was a minor providence, had seen the advent of a public writer who settled in the Passage du Soleil, Sun Alley, a spot of which the name is one of the antitheses dear to the Parisian, for the passage is especially dark. This writer, supposed to be a German, was named Wieder, and he lived on matrimonial terms with a young creature of whom he was so jealous that he never allowed her to go anywhere excepting to some honest stove and flue fitters in the Rue Saint Lazare, Italians, as such fitters always are, but long since established in Paris. These people had been saved from a bankruptcy which would have reduced them to misery by the Baroness, acting in behalf of Madame de la Chanterie. In a few months, comfort had taken the place of poverty, and religion had found a home in hearts which once had cursed heaven with the energy peculiar to Italian stove fitters. So one of Madame Hulot's first visits was to this family. She was pleased at the scene that presented itself to her eyes at the back of the house where these worthy folks lived in the Rue Saint Lazare, not far from the Rue du Rocher. High above the stores and workshops, now well filled, where toiled a swarm of apprentices and workmen, all Italians from the valley of Domo d'Ossola, the master's family occupied a set of rooms which hard work had blessed with abundance. The Baroness was hailed like the Virgin Mary in person. After a quarter of an hour's questioning, Adeline, having to wait for the father to inquire how his business was prospering, pursued her saintly calling as a spy by asking whether they knew of any families needing help. "Ah, dear lady, you who could save the damned from hell," said the Italian wife, "there is a girl quite near here to be saved from perdition." "A girl well known to you?" asked the Baroness. "She is the granddaughter of a master my husband formerly worked for, who came to France in 1798, after the Revolution. By name Judici. Old Judici, in Napoleon's time, was one of the principal stove fitters in Paris. He died in 1819, leaving his son a fine fortune, but the younger Judici wasted all his money on bad women, till at last he married one who was sharper than the rest, and she had this poor little girl, who is just turned 15." "And what is wrong with her?" asked Adeline, struck by the resemblance between this Judici and her husband. "Well, madame, this child, named Atala, ran away from her father and came to live close by here with an old German of 80 at least, named Wieder, who does odd jobs for people who cannot read and write. Now, if this old sinner, who bought the child of her mother, they say for 1,500 francs, would but marry her, as he certainly has not long to live, and as he is said to have some few thousand of francs a year, well, the poor thing, who is a sweet little angel, would be out of mischief and above want, which must be the ruin of her." "Thank you very much for the information. I may do some good, but I must act with caution. Who is the old man?" "Oh, madame, he is a good old fellow; he makes the child very happy, and he has some sense too, for he left the part of town where the Judicis live, as I believe, to snatch the child from her mother's clutches. The mother was jealous of her, and I dare say she thought she could make money out of her beauty and make a mademoiselle of the girl. Atala remembered us, and advised her gentleman to settle near us, and as the good man sees how decent we are, he allows her to come here. But get them married, madame, and you will do an action worthy of you. Once married, the child will be independent and free from her mother, who keeps an eye on her, and who, if she could make money by her, would like to see her on the stage or successful in the wicked life she meant her to lead." "Why doesn't the old man marry her?" "There was no necessity for it, you see," said the Italian. "And though old Wieder is not a bad old fellow, I fancy he is sharp enough to wish to remain the master, while if he once got married, why, the poor man is afraid of the stone that hangs round every old man's neck." "Could you send for the girl to come here?" said Madame Hulot. "I should see her quietly and find out what could be done." The stove fitter's wife signed to her eldest girl, who ran off. 10 minutes later she returned, leading by the hand a child of 15 and a half, a beauty of the Italian type. Mademoiselle Judici inherited from her father that ivory skin which, rather yellow by day, is by artificial light of lily whiteness, eyes of oriental beauty, form, and brilliancy, close curling lashes like black feathers, hair of ebony hue, and that native dignity of the Lombard race which makes the foreigner, as he walks through Milan on a Sunday, fancy that every porter's daughter is a princess. Atala, told by the stove fitter's daughter that she was to meet the great lady of whom she had heard so much, had hastily dressed in a black silk gown, a smart little cape, and neat boots. A cap with a cherry-colored bow added to the brilliant effect of her coloring. The child stood in an attitude of artless curiosity, studying the Baroness out of the corner of her eye, for her palsied trembling puzzled her greatly. Adeline sighed deeply as she saw this jewel of womanhood in the mire of prostitution, and determined to rescue her to virtue. "What is your name, my dear?" "Atala, madame." "And can you read and write?" "No, madame, but that does not matter, as monsieur can." "Did your parents ever take you to church? Have you been to your first communion? Do you know your catechism?" "Madame, papa wanted to make me do something of the kind you speak of, but mamma would not have it." "Your mother!" exclaimed the Baroness. "Is she bad to you, then?" "She was always beating me. I don't know why, but I was always being quarreled over by my father and mother." "Did you ever hear of God?" cried the Baroness. The girl looked up wide-eyed. "Oh yes, papa and mamma often said, 'Good God,' and 'In God's name,' and 'God's thunder,'" said she with perfect simplicity. "Then you never saw a church? Did you never think of going into one?" "A church? Notre Dame? The Panthéon? I have seen them from a distance when papa took me into town, but that was not very often. There are no churches like those in the Faubourg." "Which Faubourg did you live in?" "In the Faubourg." "Yes, but which?" "In the Rue de Charonne, madame." The inhabitants of the Faubourg Saint Antoine never call that notorious district other than the Faubourg. To them it is the one and only Faubourg, and manufacturers generally understand the words as meaning the Faubourg Saint Antoine. "Did no one ever tell you what was right or wrong?" "Mamma used to beat me when I did not do what pleased her." "But did you not know that it was very wicked to run away from your father and mother to go to live with an old man?" Atala Judici gazed at the Baroness with a haughty stare, but made no reply. "She is a perfect little savage," murmured Adeline. "There are a great many like her in the Faubourg, madame," said the stove fitter's wife. "But she knows nothing, not even what is wrong." "Good heavens! Why do you not answer me?" said Madame Hulot, putting out her hand to take Atala's. Atala indignantly withdrew a step. "You are an old fool," said she. "Why, my father and mother had had nothing to eat for a week. My mother wanted to make me do much worse than that, I think, for my father thrashed her and called her a thief. However, Monsieur Vyder paid all their debts and gave them some money, oh, a bagful! And he brought me away, and poor papa was crying, but we had to part. Was it wicked?" she asked. "And are you very fond of Monsieur Vyder?" "Fond of him?" said she. "I should think so. He tells me beautiful stories, madame, every evening, and he has given me nice gowns and linen and a shawl. Why, I am figged out like a princess, and I never wear sabots now. And then I have not known what it is to be hungry these 2 months past. And I don't live on potatoes now. He brings me bonbons and burnt almonds and chocolate almonds. Aren't they good? I do anything he pleases for a bag of chocolate. Then my old daddy is very kind; he takes such care of me and is so nice. I know now what my mother ought to have been. He is going to get an old woman to help me, for he doesn't like me to dirty my hands with cooking. For the past month, too, he has been making a little money, and he gives me 3 francs every evening that I put into a money box. Only he will never let me out except to come here, and he calls me his little kitten. Mamma never called me anything but bad names, and thief and vermin." "Well, then, my child, why should not Daddy Vyder be your husband?" "But he is, madame," said the girl, looking at Adeline with calm pride, without a blush, her brow smooth, her eyes steady. "He told me that I was his little wife, but it is a horrid bore to be a man's wife, if it were not for the burnt almonds." "Good heaven!" said the Baroness to herself. "What monster can have had the heart to betray such perfect, such holy innocence? To restore this child to the ways of virtue would surely atone for many sins. I knew what I was doing," thought she, remembering the scene with Crevel. "But she knows nothing." "Do you know Monsieur Samanon?" asked Atala, with an insinuating look. "No, my child, but why do you ask?" "Really and truly?" said the artless girl. "You have nothing to fear from this lady," said the Italian woman. "She is an angel." "It is because my good old boy is afraid of being caught by Samanon. He is hiding, and I wish he could be free." "Why?" "Oh, then he would take me to Bobino, perhaps to the Ambigu." "What a delightful creature!" said the Baroness, kissing the girl. "Are you rich?" asked Atala, who was fingering the Baroness' lace ruffles. "Yes and no," replied Madame Hulot. "I am rich for dear little girls like you when they are willing to be taught their duties as Christians by a priest and to walk in the right way." "What way is that?" said Atala. "I walk on my 2 feet." "The way of virtue." Atala looked at the Baroness with a crafty smile. "Look at madame," said the Baroness, pointing to the stove fitter's wife. "She has been quite happy because she was received into the bosom of the Church. You married like the beasts that perish." "I?" said Atala. "Why, if you will give me as much as Daddy Vyder gives me, I shall be quite happy unmarried again. It is a grind. Do you know what it is to "But when once you are united to a man, as you are," the Baroness put in, "virtue requires you to remain faithful to him." "Till he dies," said Atala, with a knowing flash. "I shall not have to wait long. If you only knew how Daddy Wieder coughs and blows. Poof, poof!" And she imitated the old man. "Virtue and morality require that the Church, representing God, and the mayor, representing the law, should consecrate your marriage," Madame Hulot went on. "Look at madame, she is legally married." "Will it make it more amusing?" asked the girl. "You will be happier," said the Baroness, "for no one could then blame you; you would satisfy God. Ask her if she was married without the sacrament of marriage." Atala looked at the Italian. "How is she any better than I am?" she asked. "I am prettier than she is." "Yes, but I am an honest woman," said the wife, "and you may be called by a bad name." "How can you expect God to protect you if you trample every law, human and divine, underfoot?" said the Baroness. "Don't you know that God has paradise in store for those who obey the injunctions of His Church?" "What is there in paradise? Are there playhouses?" "Paradise," said Adeline, "is every joy you can conceive of. It is full of angels with white wings. You see God in all His glory, you share His power, you are happy for every minute of eternity." Atala listened to the lady as she might have listened to music; but Adeline, seeing that she was incapable of understanding her, thought she had better take another line of action and speak to the old man. "Go home, then, my child, and I will go to see Monsieur Wieder. Is he a Frenchman?" "He is an Alsatian, madame; but he will be quite rich soon. If you would pay what he owes to that vile Samanon, he would give you back your money, for in a few months he will be getting 6,000 francs a year, he says, and we are to go to live in the country a long way off, in the Vosges." At the word Vosges, the Baroness sat lost in reverie. It called up the vision of her native village. She was roused from her melancholy meditation by the entrance of the stove fitter, who came to assure her of his prosperity. "In a year's time, madame, I can repay the money you lent us, for it is God's money, the money of the poor and wretched. If ever I make a fortune, come to me for what you want, and I will render, through you, the help to others which you first brought us." "Just now," said Madame Hulot, "I do not need your money, but I ask your assistance in a good work. I have just seen that little Judici, who is living with an old man, and I mean to see them regularly and legally married." "Ah, old Wieder, he is a very worthy old fellow, with plenty of good sense. The poor old man has already made friends in the neighborhood, though he has been here but 2 months. He keeps my accounts for me. He is, I believe, a brave colonel who served the Emperor well, and how he adores Napoleon! He has some orders, but he never wears them. He is waiting till he is straight again, for he is in debt, poor old boy. In fact, I believe he is hiding, threatened by the law." "Tell him that I will pay his debts if he will marry the child." "Oh, that will soon be settled. Suppose you were to see him, madame; it is not 2 steps away, in the Passage du Soleil." So the lady and the stove fitter went out. "This way, madame," said the man, turning down the Rue de la Pépinière. The alley runs, in fact, from the bottom of this street through to the Rue du Rocher. Halfway down this passage, recently opened through, where the shops let at a very low rent, the Baroness saw on a window, screened up to a height with a green gauze curtain which excluded the prying eyes of the passer by, the words, "Écrivain public," and on the door the announcement, "Business transacted, petitions drawn up, accounts audited, etc., with secrecy and dispatch." The shop was like one of those little offices where travelers by omnibus wait the vehicles to take them on to their destination. A private staircase led up, no doubt, to the living rooms on the entresol which were let with the shop. Madame Hulot saw a dirty writing table of some light wood, some letter boxes, and a wretched second hand chair. A cap with a peak and a greasy green shade for the eyes suggested either precautions for disguise or weak eyes, which was not unlikely in an old man. "He is upstairs," said the stove fitter. "I will go up and tell him to come down." Adeline lowered her veil and took a seat. A heavy step made the narrow stairs creak, and Adeline could not restrain a piercing cry when she saw her husband, Baron Hulot, in a grey knitted jersey, old grey flannel trousers, and slippers. "What is your business, madame?" said Hulot with a flourish. She rose, seized Hulot by the arm, and said in a voice hoarse with emotion, "At last I have found you!" "Adeline!" exclaimed the Baron in bewilderment, and he locked the shop door. "Joseph, go out the back way," he added to the stove fitter. "My dear," she said, forgetting everything in her excessive joy, "you can come home to us all. We are rich. Your son draws 160,000 francs a year. Your pension is released. There are 15,000 francs of arrears you can get on showing that you are alive. Valerie is dead, and left you 300,000 francs. Your name is quite forgotten by this time. You may reappear in the world, and you will find a fortune awaiting you at your son's house. Come, our happiness will be complete. For nearly 3 years I have been seeking you, and I felt so sure of finding you that a room is ready waiting for you. Oh, come away from this, come away from the dreadful state I see you in." "I am very willing," said the bewildered Baron, "but can I take the girl?" "Hector, give her up. Do that much for your Adeline, who has never before asked you to make the smallest sacrifice. I promise you I will give the child a marriage portion. I will see that she marries well and has some education. Let it be said of one of the women who have given you happiness that she too is happy, and do not relapse into vice, into the mire." "So it was you," said the Baron with a smile, "who wanted to see me married. Wait a few minutes," he added. "I will go upstairs and dress. I have some decent clothes in a trunk." Adeline, left alone and looking round the squalid shop, melted into tears. "He has been living here, and we rolling in wealth," said she to herself. "Poor man, he has indeed been punished, he who was elegance itself." The stove fitter returned to make his bow to his benefactress, and she desired him to fetch a coach. When he came back, she begged him to give little Atala Judici a home, and to take her away at once. "And tell her that if she will place herself under the guidance of Monsieur the Curé of the Madeleine, on the day when she attends her first communion, I will give her 30,000 francs, and find her a good husband, some worthy young man." "My eldest son, then, madame. He is 22, and he worships the child." The Baron now came down. There were tears in his eyes. "You are forcing me to desert the only creature who had ever begun to love me at all as you do," said he in a whisper to his wife. "She is crying bitterly, and I cannot abandon her so." "Be quite easy, Hector. She will find a home with honest people, and I will answer for her conduct." "Well, then, I can go with you," said the Baron, escorting his wife to the cab. Hector, the Baron d'Ervy once more, had put on a blue coat and trousers, a white waistcoat, a black stock, and gloves. When the Baroness had taken her seat in the vehicle, Atala slipped in like an eel. "Oh, madame," she said, "let me go with you. I will be so good, so obedient. I will do whatever you wish, but do not part me from my Daddy Vyder, my kind daddy, who gives me such nice things. I shall be beaten." "Come, come, Atala," said the Baron. "This lady is my wife. We must part."
"She? As old as that, and shaking like a leaf?" said the child. "Look at her head!"
And she laughingly mimicked the Baroness' palsy. The stove fitter, who had run after the girl, came to the carriage door. "Take her away," said Adeline. The man put his arms round Atala and fairly carried her off. "Thanks for such a sacrifice, my dearest," said Adeline, taking the Baron's hand and clutching it with delirious joy. "How much you have altered!
You must have suffered so much. What a surprise for Hortense and for your son!" Adeline talked as lovers talk who meet after a long absence, of 100 things at once. In 10 minutes the Baron and his wife reached the Rue Louis le Grand, and there Adeline found this note awaiting her: "Madame la Baronne, Monsieur le Baron Hulot d'Ervy lived for 1 month in the Rue de Charonne under the name of Thorec, an anagram of Hector. He is now in the Passage du Soleil by the name of Wieder. He says he is an Alsatian and does writing, and he lives with a girl named Atala Judici. Be very cautious, madame, for search is on foot. The Baron is wanted, on what score I know not. The actress has kept her word, and remains as ever, Madame la Baronne, your humble servant, J.M." The Baron's return was hailed with such joy as reconciled him to domestic life. He forgot little Atala Judici, for excesses of profligacy had reduced him to the volatility of feeling that is characteristic of childhood. But the happiness of the family was dashed by the change that had come over him. He had been still hale when he had gone away from his home. He had come back almost 100, broken, bent, and his expression even debased. A splendid dinner, improvised by Celestine, reminded the old man of the singers' banquets. He was dazzled by the splendor of his home. "A feast in honor of the return of the prodigal father?" said he in a murmur to Adeline. "Hush!" said she, "all is forgotten." "And Lisbeth?" he asked, not seeing the old maid. "I am sorry to say that she is in bed," replied Hortense. "She can never get up, and we shall have the grief of losing her ere long. She hopes to see you after dinner." At daybreak next morning, Victorin Hulot was informed by the porter's wife that soldiers of the municipal guard were posted all round the premises. The police demanded Baron Hulot. The bailiff, who had followed the woman, laid a summons in due form before the lawyer, and asked him whether he meant to pay his father's debts. The claim was for 10,000 francs at the suit of an usurer named Samanon, who had probably lent the Baron 2 or 3,000 at most. Victorin desired the bailiff to dismiss his men, and paid. But is it the last? He anxiously wondered. Lisbeth, miserable already at seeing the family so prosperous, could not survive this happy event. She grew so rapidly worse that Bianchon gave her but a week to live, conquered at last in the long struggle in which she had scored so many victories. She kept the secret of her hatred, even through a painful death from pulmonary consumption, and indeed she had the supreme satisfaction of seeing Adeline, Hortense, Hulot, Victorin, Steinbock, Celestine, and their children standing in tears round her bed and mourning for her as the angel of the family. Baron Hulot, enjoying a course of solid food such as he had not known for nearly 3 years, recovered flesh and strength, and was almost himself again. This improvement was such a joy to Adeline that her nervous trembling perceptibly diminished. "She will be happy after all," said Lisbeth to herself on the day before she died, as she saw the veneration with which the Baron regarded his wife, of whose sufferings he had heard from Hortense and Victorin. And vindictiveness hastened Cousin Betty's end. The family followed her, weeping, to the grave. The Baron and Baroness, having reached the age which looks for perfect rest, gave up the handsome rooms on the first floor to the Count and Countess Steinbock, and took those above. The Baron, by his son's exertions, found an official position in the management of a railroad in 1845, with a salary of 6,000 francs, which, added to the 6,000 of his pension, and the money left to him by Madame Crevel, secured him an income of 24,000 francs. Hortense, having enjoyed her independent income during the 3 years of separation from Wenceslas, Victorin now invested the 200,000 francs he had in trust in his sister's name, and he allowed her 12,000 francs.
Wenceslas, as the husband of a rich woman, was not unfaithful, but he was an idler. He could not make up his mind to begin any work, however trifling. Once more he became the artist in partibus. He was popular in society and consulted by amateurs. In short, he became a critic, like all the feeble folk who fall below their promise. Thus each household, though living as one family, had its own fortune. The Baroness, taught by bitter experience, left the management of matters to her son, and the Baron was thus reduced to his salary, in hope that the smallness of his income would prevent his relapsing into mischief. And by some singular good fortune, on which neither the mother nor the son had reckoned, Hulot seemed to have forsworn the fair sex. His subdued behavior, ascribed to the course of nature, so completely reassured the family that they enjoyed to the full his recovered amiability and delightful qualities. He was unfailingly attentive to his wife and children, escorted them to the play, reappeared in society, and did the honors to his son's house with exquisite grace. In short, this reclaimed prodigal was the joy of his family. He was a most agreeable old man, a ruin, but full of wit, having retained no more of his vice than made it an added social grace. Of course, everybody was quite satisfied and easy. The young people and the Baroness lauded the model father to the skies, forgetting the death of the two uncles. Life cannot go on without much forgetting. Madame Victorin, who managed this enormous household with great skill, due no doubt to Lisbeth's training, had found it necessary to have a man cook. This again necessitated a kitchen maid. Kitchen maids are in these days ambitious creatures, eager to detect the chef's secrets, and to become cooks as soon as they have learnt to stir a sauce. Consequently, the kitchen maid is liable to frequent change. At the beginning of 1845, Celestine engaged as kitchen maid a sturdy Norman peasant come from Isigny, short-waisted, with strong red arms, a common face, as dull as an occasional piece at the play, and hardly to be persuaded out of wearing the classical linen cap peculiar to the women of Lower Normandy. This girl, as buxom as a wet nurse, looked as if she would burst the blue cotton check in which she clothed her person. Her florid face might have been hewn out of stone, so hard were its tawny outlines. Of course, no attention was paid to the advent in the house of this girl, whose name was Agathe, an ordinary wide-awake specimen such as is daily imported from the provinces. Agathe had no attractions for the cook; her tongue was too rough, for she had served in a suburban inn, waiting on carters, and instead of making a conquest of her chief and winning from him the secrets of the high art of the kitchen, she was the object of his great contempt. The chef's attentions were, in fact, devoted to Louise, the Countess Steinbock's maid. The country girl, thinking herself ill-used, complained bitterly that she was always sent out of the way on some pretext when the chef was finishing a dish or putting the crowning touch to a sauce. "I am out of luck," said she, "and I shall go to another place." And yet she stayed, though she had twice given notice to quit. One night, Adeline, roused by some unusual noise, did not see Hector in the bed he occupied near hers, for they slept side by side in two beds, as beseemed an old couple. She lay awake an hour, but he did not return. Seized with a panic, fancying some tragic end had overtaken him, an apoplectic attack perhaps, she went upstairs to the floor occupied by the servants, and then was attracted to the room where Agathe slept, partly by seeing a light below the door, and partly by the murmur of voices. She stood still, in dismay, on recognizing the voice of her husband, who, a victim to Agathe's charms, to vanquish this strapping wench's not disinterested resistance, went to the length of saying, "My wife has not long to live, and if you like, you may be a baroness." Adeline gave a cry, dropped her candlestick,
and fled. 3 days later the Baroness, who had received the last sacraments, was dying, surrounded by her weeping family. Just before she died, she took her husband's hand and pressed it, murmuring in his ear, "My dear, I had nothing left to give up to you but my life. In a minute or two you will be free, and can make another Baronne Hulot." And, rare sight, tears oozed from her dead eyes. This desperateness of vice had vanquished the patience of the angel who, on the brink of eternity, gave utterance to the only reproach she had ever spoken in her life. The Baron left Paris 3 days after his wife's funeral. 11 months after, Victorin heard indirectly of his father's marriage to Mademoiselle Agathe Picquetard, solemnized at Isigny on the 1st of February, 1846. Parents may hinder their children's marriage, but children cannot interfere with the insane acts of their parents in their second childhood, said Maître Hulot to Maître Popinot, the second son of the Minister of Commerce, who was discussing this marriage. End of chapter 38. End of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac, translated by James Waring.